Most people are using Claude AI completely wrong. They type one prompt, get one answer, and close the tab. That's like buying a Ferrari and only driving it to the mailbox. Here's what's crazy, Claude just became a full automation engine. While you're doing tasks manually, other people are building factories that spit out content, research, code, and marketing campaigns, all on autopilot. And you're missing out because nobody showed you how. By the end of this course, you'll have real automation running. Not theory, real systems, content pipelines, SEO research bots, multi-agent workflows, all built by you step by step. So here's what we're doing. I'm walking you through everything from zero to advanced automation. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Let's build. Okay, let's talk about the real problem. You're stuck doing the same tasks over and over. Writing content, doing research, building reports. It takes hours, sometimes days. And every time you finish, there's another one waiting. You know AI can help, but you don't know how to make it actually work for you consistently. Here's what changed in 2026. Claude released Claude 4.5, and it's not just smarter, it's built for automation from the ground up. We're talking about tools that let you build once and use forever, skills that remember how to do tasks, projects that hold all your context, agents that can chain multiple actions together without you babysitting them. That's not future talk, that's what we're building in this course. I'm going to show you how to set up project factories. These are meta projects that spawn new projects automatically. You feed it one prompt and it creates complete SEO research systems, content calendars, and marketing campaigns, each one customized and ready to run. We're also diving into skills. Think of these as task-specific AI workers. You build a skill once for email responses, another for content creation, another for data analysis. Then you combine them into multi-agent systems that work together like a team. One agent researches, another writes, another edits, another publishes, all connected through N8N workflows that you'll build from scratch. And here's the best part. Everything I'm showing you is practical, no theoretical nonsense. We're building real automations for real business problems. I'm using examples from growing the AI Profit Boardroom throughout this entire course. So you'll see exactly how to get more customers, leads, and traffic using these systems. You can copy the exact templates and adapt them to your business. This course is hours long, but don't let that scare you. It's broken into chapters. You can watch one module, build that automation, and come back later. Each section gives you something you can use immediately. Quick wins that prove the system works before we go deeper. Here's what we're covering: setup basics, so you understand the interface and how projects work. Prompt mastery, so Claude does exactly what you want every single time. Project deep dives, where we build factories that generate infinite variations. Automation builds using N8N to connect everything. Advanced agents with persistent memory that get smarter over time. And optimization strategies to scale everything without breaking. By the end, you'll have a complete automation system, not just knowledge, actual working tools that save you 10, 20, 30 hours a week. And the beautiful thing, once you build it, it runs forever. You're not trading time for output anymore. You're trading one-time setup for infinite results. So if you're ready to stop using Claude like a fancy Google and start using it like a business automation engine, you're in the right place. Let's build your first factory. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. So Claude Cowork just got released, and today I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. Now, if you've never used this before, basically what you want to first do is make sure that you download desktop. And then from here, once you've opened up Claude Desktop, make sure you're a Max user. And from there, you're going to go to the Cowork section over here. Now, you can basically get this to control your laptop, control your computer. I'm going to show you some example use cases, plus what other people are using this for. So you can see, for example, here, once you've navigated to Cowork inside the Claude Desktop app, like you can see, you can begin to build and automate anything, right? And you just communicate it in basic phrases. For example, create a file, let's record about this, blah, 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 right? So if we go inside the chat here, we're going to choose a folder that we want to work from. So for example, like desktop, and then we'll say, okay, delete all these screenshots from my desktop to clean it up, right? And what it's going to do is it's going to navigate to that folder we just selected. So it's not access to the whole computer. And then I'll help you delete all the screenshots from your desktop. First, let me see what's there. And you can see how easy it is to do. Now, what you can also do here is, and you can see how quick it runs actually. It's already done that. Let's have a look here. So if we minimize the desktop, and boom, look at that. All the screenshots gone. It's left the other files, but it figured out, okay, which ones are screenshots, and then it deleted them. So it is ridiculously fast. I actually heard a crazy story that Claude coded out the whole of code, all of it, in a week and a half by the Claude team, which is insane when you think about it, right? So from here, what we can also do is we can say, okay, using the AI browser agent, Claude for Chrome, navigate to Notebook M plus create a new notebook with information plus sources about Claude Cowork. We're going to hit let's go. And what this can actually do is use your browser, right? Now, the cool thing about this is it's really targeted at people who are not technical. I think Claude Code put a lot of people off because it's a coding tool, whereas this is like more non-technical, more chill to use, more easy, and very simplified, right? And you can just communicate it with plain English. You literally explain exactly what you want, right? Now, it builds out a to-do list. So it's kind of like a to-do list tracker, right? And it'll actually track the progress over here, as you can see. And then what it's going to do is it's going to open up this folder, right? So it's going to open up a new browser, like you can see, and it is navigating to Notebook LM. Now, from here, it should be able to start using the browser to control it and create new notebooks. So you can see now it's created a new notebook, and it should just begin to add some sources. Hopefully, it can figure that out. If you go back to Claude, you can see what it's doing and what it's thinking about. Right? So it's let me click on the website, blah, blah, blah. And the cool thing about this is it can just run in the background, right? So it may be slower than you can do normally, but at the same time, you just assign different agents, different tasks inside the chat here. It's super easy to use. And then you can tell it what to do, right? So for example, here it's now searching for Claude Cowork to find relevant URLs. And then it's going to plug those into Notebook LM, right? So it's queried this, searched the web for it, found a bunch of URLs. And now what it's going to do is add these URLs to Notebook, like you can see. Now, sometimes it will come across these errors, but it just keeps going, right? So if it's struggling with something, it just keeps going and keeps working. So now it's going to add the website URLs, like you can see. So it's actually navigated to that section, and then it should begin to paste those in, right? So it's clicked inside, pasted the URLs that it found across the web about Claude Cowork, which, bear in mind, just came out yesterday. So it can work with like brand new data, brand new things, brand new research. It can search the web autonomously and then add these sources directly inside Notebook LM, right? Now what we can do is we can actually go inside Claude, right? We can say, okay, generate a video overview plus a podcast about this in Notebook LM, right? And we can just get the agent to actually control the browser to start working. You can also stop this whenever you want, and then you can add a new prompt if you want to just interrupt it. And now it should navigate to the audio overview and video overview section here. Yeah, you can see it's generating it. You can also see when the agent is controlling the browser because it has an orange border around the page. And so, you know, anything that's involving clicking buttons or just like something where you're waiting around for stuff, there's no point in you doing it anymore. You can just get Claude to do this for you. You can get Claude to generate audio views for you, videos. It could create infographics or flashcards, whatever. It can do research across the web, and then it can communicate directly with these other programs, right? Like you can see with Glam. Like Glam is a powerful media tool, but it does require a few clicks. And so you can just automate that with Claude Cowork, like you can see. Now, once those are generated, what you can actually do is just get it to download those inside your laptop, so it can communicate with both your laptop and your notebook directly. And it will just continue to monitor the progress until it's finally done. Now, whilst waiting for that to be done, let me show you a bunch of other cool stuff that you can do. So for example, here we said organize my desktop for me, and it looked at all 40 screenshots, organized them into nice folders, and then said clear my desktop, plus delete all the folders and files. But it was done in 3 steps, right? Here's another one. So we actually created a website for the AI Profit Boardroom. If we open that up, it's a beautifully designed website, as you can see, and we just automated it with Claude Cowork, right? Some other examples. So you can actually write tweets, so you can get it to tweet out for you. Now, the main thing to note here is like anything related to what your team can do, whether it's, for example, going on Twitter and posting content, or LinkedIn, or, for example, sending emails. Realistically, this is like a serious stage that we're at now where you can get the agent to do it for you. You don't need humans to post content anymore, right? And that's a big step that I think 99% of people don't even understand yet. So you can see here, I actually created the tweet, posted it, went on to X, logged in, create the content. And then here's the cool thing is that we reached 500 people without really doing anything. We just got to work its magic. And then it actually gave us a link for the post we created. Here's another example. So we did a bunch of research about Claude Cowork, and then it created a nice little report. So that was pretty cool. And then we created a budget tracker. We organized our downloads folder so that it was nicely organized, and it counted up the files, the size. And the cool thing about this as well, like you could easily get it to manage how much space you have on your laptop, right? So for example, I could say, okay, delete the videos now to free up space, right? And what it can actually do is just clear up space on your laptop, right? You could actually say, okay, analyze this folder, find out what are all the biggest files that I don't need anymore. And then from there, it will ask you a few questions and just clear up the space in the memory on your laptop. Pretty insane, right? So it's now deleted 374 video files and freed up 119 gigabytes of space, right? Which is insane. And it did that literally whilst I was talking to you. Let's see what else we got here. So we got a report for a 30-day content calendar, which we can open up in Numbers. And you can see we've got the full 30-day content calendar right here. We actually built a Tetris game as well, which is pretty cool. So this is the game itself. And we actually added that to anti-gravity so that it could code out the database and everything else. You can see my other video about that on YouTube if you want to see it. Top of that, it can, for example, like create calendar events, right? Navigate to my calendar and create a new event called Co-work Party today. Make sure you send an email to me@juliangoldie.com, inviting him. This is for a live stream happening right now, right? Now, if we actually go back to our calendar, let's check this out. You can see that we actually set up the Claude Co-work Party yesterday as a calendar invite. We invited me@juliangoldie.com, and Claude just went off and did that and did its magic. And I think that's way easier than using all these other tools and other integrations with different apps and stuff like that. Now you can just do it all inside Claude Co-work. And the thing is as well, like this is the worst it's ever going to be. It's only going to get better. So it's so powerful. You can see how easy it is to do. Really, it doesn't take long to master it. It's super simple and straightforward. And now you can see we've got the audio overview generated from the and we could always go back to Claude and say, okay, let's go back here. And we'll say, okay, stop. So it's still running in the background whilst I was talking to you. We're going to stop that now. And what we can do is say, okay, download the audio overview for me. Because this can communicate with your local files as well, you can actually download stuff and organize it for you in the folder that you selected to run Opus 4.5 inside. So let's see what it's doing. So it's now clicking on the audio overview. It's going to click on the 3-dot menu. And then it will just download that in the background whilst we're talking to you. Go to the AI Success Lab, which actually connects you with 45,800 people, as you can see. And if you go to the classroom here, I have a full training on how to use this powerful AI computer use agent. It's a full 1-hour free course. You'll get my full framework on basically how to automate anything using this computer use agent. Some examples of a 30-day plan you can implement to master it, plus over 100 prompts that you can use to leverage this. So if you want to really automate your business and really understand how to use Claude Co-work and really grow your business with it, feel free to check that out. It's completely free. Link in the comments description. And if you want to learn more about AI automation, if you want to join a community of entrepreneurs growing and scaling with AI, feel free to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This comes with a daily accountability group so you never feel overwhelmed and you're 100% focused on achieving your goals. You can post inside the community anytime you struggle or need some help and support. Inside the calendar, we have 4 coaching calls a week, so you can jump on and get technical support and help whenever you need it. You can direct message me whenever you need help as well. And you also get all my best trainings. So for example, this 6-week course shows you how to automate your business in just 6 weeks, plus how to go from complete beginner to expert in just 5 weeks and build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you get all my best playbooks for avatar videos and automating content like you can see. And you'll get all of my best trainings on YouTube and AI YouTube, how to grow an agency, how to rank number 1 inside AI search engines. And that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So feel free to get it. Appreciate you watching. And if we come back to this task, you can see that Claude has now downloaded the podcast. Perfect time. Let's see what questions we got here. Julian, how to teach Claude Co-work to know more about my business. I wanted to test my SaaS. So you basically just give it all your reference data that you can, right? So for example, any files that you've got, any reports, even like your website would be really useful for Claude Co-work to train it, and just give it more information about what it does, how it works, etc. And then from there, you can easily train up Claude Co-work. You could also, for example, download your website or your About Me pages, any sales pages that you have as well, and any sort of like user guides that you have too, and then put them in a folder locally, open that folder up inside Claude Co-work, and then you can train Co-work on exactly what you're doing and how it works and that sort of thing. You could even, for example, get it to improve your SaaS as well. So I think you could actually give it the code and then say like, how can I improve this? Or what sort of bugs do I need to improve, etc. So today we're going to be looking at the brand new Claude computer use agents that work on your desktop and can basically automate your whole computer. Plus they can actually control your browser as well. So let's get straight into it. What is Claude Co-work? Basically, this is like a virtual assistant on your laptop that can just run and build and automate all sorts of things, right? So for example, if we go to Claude, you can see today we built all sorts of things. For example, this Tetris game, as you can see right here, we coded out locally. It pretty much worked first time around. It looks pretty cool. You can see here we created a 30-day content calendar using this as well. We organized a downloads folder, created a spreadsheet for tracking stuff. We researched and analyzed Claude co-working reports that it generated for us as well. We have even posted tweets, and I'll come on to that in a second and exactly how to do it, like you can see right here. And then additionally, inside Claude Cowork, we can also create websites and then host them on a subdomain as well, like you can see right here, right? And this can basically control and create files and organize files. It can control your actual browser as well. And I'm going to show you exactly how to get set up here. So if you actually want these agents to control your browser, for example, what you need to do is make sure that you have the Max plan from Claude, and then you also want to make sure that you have the Claude for Chrome plugin right here. And once you're logged in directly on Claude Cowork, like you can see, and you've updated the desktop version of Claude to this version right here, then what you can start doing is you can easily set this up. So let me show you exactly how to do this, right? What you're going to do from here is you're going to go to a new app, like you see right here. And then, for example, we can say, okay, go to X using browser agent on Chrome with Claude, then tweet out a mind-blowing tweet on the new Claude Cowork update, right? Something like that. Now, if we use the messages you can see right here, the prompt, what it's going to do is say, I'll help you go to X and tweet about the new Cowork update. Let me get the browser context and then navigate to X, right? And so you can see here it's actually opened up a tab. Now it's going to begin to compose a tweet, and you can see it says Claude is active in this tab group, like you can see right here. It's right in the tweet, like you can see. So it says Claude just became your AI coworker. The new Cowork update is insane. The other cool thing here is because it's logged into my account and it understands me and the history of the tweets that we've created with Claude Cowork, it can actually do that and post just like me, like you can see right here. Right. And so it's created this tweet. It looks pretty good. It's written better than most of my team could write, to be honest. And it did it in just one simple quick prompt. Right. So it's given me the tweet and what it reads over here so it can communicate with the browser. And then if we go inside here and we say, okay, post this, it's now posted the tweet. Right. So it posted that tweet, like you see right here, wrote it pretty nicely, formatted it perfectly. This isn't AI slop as well. It's like actually something better than most of the posts on this. Now, I think it'll actually do pretty well. And then if we go back to Claude now, inside Cowork, you can see it's like the tweet covers this, blah, blah, blah. And I love that it ties into your live stream happening right now, right? It actually understands that I'm doing a live stream as we're talking right now. And it says, I love that you're talking about the Claude Cowork AI agent, perfect timing, right? And so it posted a tweet, wrote it, posted it live, controlled the laptop, controlled the browser, went off and posted this on my live account, and even knew that I was doing this on a live stream. So it has a lot of context and it understands exactly what is going on, right? A lot of people actually watch this video and may not understand what's happening here, but the agent understands exactly what's happening, which is crazy. So let's try something else now, right? What we're going to say is we'll go back to Claude here and we'll say, okay, write an email, or in fact, navigate to my calendar and create a new event for a Claude Cowork party today. Plus, make sure that you send an email to me@juliangoldie.com inviting him, right? This is for the live stream happening right now, right? And now it's going to pop up with something that says, do I allow it to control my browser, which is fine. And you've got two options here. You can open up Claude Cowork like you can see, or what you can do is you can navigate to your browser and just see what it's doing in live real time, right? So it's up to you how you want to use this and that sort of thing. And if we go to the other browser here, you can see it's navigated to my calendar, right? So it's actually going to open up the calendar, like you can see. It's creating the new event for the Claude Cowork party. It's going to try and add a title. It's created the title Claude Cowork Party like this, and it's set the time as well just for 1 hour. Now it's going to add the email address. So it's inviting me at juliangoldie.com. Bear in mind, like, I've used plenty of browser agents. I've used plenty of computer use agents. I would say the way that you can use this is by far the easiest, right? For example, I've tried something like Google Marina, ChatGPT agents, even the Claude for Chrome browser agent right here. And I think the way that Cowork works is like, it's so powerful for people who don't use AI or don't understand AI. And I think that's what we're looking at here is we can all access this now, right? And it's just a local program that runs here and you can control and do anything using this computer use agents. And that's what I love is it's not really failing at this point. It's doing whatever it wants and however it wants, and it's working almost perfectly, like you can see. So it's going to add a description for the event and then it's going to save it. I'm actually going to pull this up side by side just so it's easier to see for you. Now it's going to send the invitation. And it sent it. Boom. Look at that. So if we now navigate to me@juliangoldie.com, let's have a look. Boom. Look at that. We've got the invitation for the Claude Cowork party. It's invited us right here. I like the fact that it's added a cheeky little emoji in the title. And how easy was that, right? So just to recap on this, there's so much you can do with this, right? And we're really just scratching the surface. So, for example, we built out a Tetris game. You can see we tweeted live and then we sent an email invite plus a calendar invite for this particular post. We created a 30-day calendar previously as well, like you can see, and then you can open this up in Numbers. So if we open this is created a local file right here. So not only can it like create the file and organize and track information and that sort of thing, but it will also have a nice little link to just check that out locally, like you can see. Here you can see I actually said, help me organize my downloads folder so it's easier to manage. And it did that pretty nicely. It actually gave me a nice little table breaking down all the files and folders that we set up. We've got a budget tracking sheet. We have the content creation process, write a message about Claude Cowork, blah, blah, blah. We created a website for the AI profit board that looks super nice, right? So let's open this up. Boom, look at that. It's better than my exact, it's actually better than my existing website, right? And then if we go back here, we organize our desktop files and actually deleted a bunch of files on my desktop just using Claude Cowork before, and there was no problems. The only thing that I've seen it struggle with is actually creating a presentation. Apart from that, I think it can do almost anything. So you can see exactly how to use Claude Cowork, how to control your computer, how to do all sorts of things. So you could analyze competitive websites, create a comparison sheet. You could generate social media content from blog posts, all sorts of things like this, right? Now, let's have a look at some of the limiting beliefs that might be holding people back. So some people will say AI is improving fast. I should wait a few months until the next version comes out. I don't want to spend my time learning something that'll be obsolete soon. But the thing is, like, the new empowerment belief is every month you wait is another month of wasted time on manual work, right? And the winners start now with current tools and stay ahead as improvements arrive. So waiting basically means fate and falling behind. And this is crazy because it will keep you stuck, right? Here's the truth. Like, AI is always getting better. There will always be a new model coming in 3 to 6 months. But if you wait for good enough, you'll wait forever, right? Because by the time the next version launches, there'll be another one on the horizon. Meanwhile, your competitors are using today's tools. They're saving hours per week. They're deploying those saved hours to grow, right? Scale. And so like when you finally decide you're ready, they'll be 6 months ahead of you. That's the main thing. So the way that I see it is like, I use the best tools available today. And then when better tools launch, I upgrade, right? I don't lose anything by starting now. So I gain experience, save time, results, and learning. Compare that to waiting. Like, you gain nothing. You lose time. You fall further behind to people who are already all implementing this now. Claude Cowork is available right now. It works right now. It can save you time starting today. Will it improve in 6 months? Absolutely. Should you wait 6 months to start? Absolutely not, right? The best time to start AI and using AI was like 12 months ago. The second best time is today. So that's the way that I would look at it. Let's have a look at some of the questions we've got. One Star Will says, dude, you're like the other half of my brain I don't have. Lol. Thank you. I hope that's a compliment. CX Nation says, are you walking while streaming? You are a multitasking master. Yeah, I am. Yeah. You got to get the steps in, stay healthy, and do live streams. That's what I think. Sperio says, hello, and thank you for the tutorials. Happy to help. Scully says, Goldie Pop. And says, I hope you're not on a treadmill. I hope you're on a treadmill and that's not how you dance when you're in a good mood. Yeah, I'm just doing my special Claude dance now. Just kidding. Just love your work. You're the guy I tell everybody about. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Scott. And One Star Will says, I need a real person assistant to manage my AI assistant while I do the more challenging code stuff. But the problem is, if people can use this, they probably wouldn't be an assistant. I'll show you something interesting here. And I think you'll like this. Right. So if you check out this system right here, I actually get one of my assistants to just manage the AI and to post onto X for me. Like you can see, I've done other videos about it. You can search them on YouTube if you want, right? But the main point here is I can get my team to use these tools as an assistant, as a virtual assistant, whatever it is. And my whole team use AI just like I do. Like I train them up. This is one of the reasons I create the videos is I use them as training videos, right? And if you actually have a look, like you can see our analytics are just popping off, right? For example, a couple of days ago, we reached 708,000 people one day, 459,000 people in one day. And this is just like a basic, this is just a virtual assistant who's never done AI and never done Twitter before, right? My point here is like you can get and train a team to use this stuff, especially if you give them my videos, right? Because they're just following the same steps you are. We're all in the same boat, right? How many steps so far from Crystal? Let's have a look. Let's have a cheeky gander. So 21,000. I don't think you can see that actually, to be fair, but we got 21,000 steps today. Plus we did the Muay Thai. So I'm feeling good. Starks DevOps says great content. Happy to help. Scully says, I love the look on my clients' faces when I tell them I made an AI employee for them. Yeah, 100%. And then CX Nation says, where do we start if we join the AI? It's like you have too much content. It's a bit confusing. Right. So when you join the AI Profit Board, we actually DM you, we direct message you, and we say, what are you struggling with right now? What do you need help and support with right now? And then you give us the actual thing that you're struggling with, and we give you a custom journey. So we've built out custom journeys for every single problem we've seen members struggle with, right? And we have 2,100 members inside there. And so if you want to learn this stuff, like we'll literally listen to you figure out what the problem is, and then we'll give you a custom journey based on that. So it really depends where you're at. But the other thing you can do as well is just start with the accountability group. If you want to start implementing this right today, start with the accountability group, set your goals, tell everyone what you're going to do, right? Because you're far more likely to achieve your goals. You're far more likely to implement this stuff if you declare it publicly. And that's what the AI Profit Boarding Accountability Group is like. And it's a daily check-in where you can just say, right, today I'm going to work on this. People check back and they make sure they actually do it, right? So that's where I would start with this. If you're a complete beginner, then go to the classroom, and inside the AI Profit Boarding, we have the 6-week AI Automation Masterclass that takes you from complete beginner to expert with AI in just 5 weeks. Plus, you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, right? If you're struggling with overwhelm, we have different protocols for that. If you want to learn how we create avatar videos, you can see this whole process. But whatever your problem is, whatever you need help with, right, we can help you with this because we've seen so many members do it, and we've designed a custom journey for every single person, depending on where they're at and what they're struggling with and how we can help them. So that's basically what we do. That's inside the AI Boarding. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description. We also have 4 coaching calls a week. So you can jump on these coaching calls, get help, get support, unlimited technical support whenever you need it. And if you want to watch those calls back, you can watch it back inside the classroom here. And also you can post inside the community here, get help, get support whenever you need it. And we're just all here to help each other. Claude just became a real coworker. It lives inside your computer now. It does your actual work for you. No more copy paste. This is the biggest AI shift I've seen all year. And I'm going to show you exactly how it works. Claude just stopped being a chatbot. It's now a real AI coworker that lives inside your computer and does actual work for you. And I'm talking about real work, not giving you answers, not writing you drafts. I'm talking about organizing your files, building spreadsheets, creating documents, managing your entire workflow. This is insane. So Anthropic just dropped something called Cowork, and it's built on top of Claude Code. Now, if you don't know what Claude Code is, it was this developer tool that let programmers tell Claude to write code and build apps. But here's what happened. People started using it for everything else. They were organizing files with it, writing reports with it, managing research projects, creating documents, cleaning up their messy folders, building spreadsheets from scratch. So Anthropic looked at this and said, okay, people want an AI coworker, not just a coding assistant. So they built Cowork, and Cowork is Claude Code, but for normal people, for real work, not just programming. This is the shift everyone's been waiting for. Cowork is a new mode inside the Claude desktop app. Right now, it's only on Mac, but Windows is coming soon. And instead of just chatting with Claude like you normally do, you give Claude a real folder on your computer, like your downloads folder or your work projects folder, or wherever you keep your messy files. And then Claude can actually do things with those files. It can read them, rename them, create new ones, edit documents, build spreadsheets, organize everything, generate reports. This is not chat anymore. This is task execution. You're not asking Claude what to do. You're telling Claude, here's the folder, do the job, and it does it. Here's why this is completely insane. Normal AI gives you text. Cowork does work. So instead of Claude saying, here's the list, it says, here's the finished file saved in your folder. Instead of here's a draft, it's here's a real Word doc or spreadsheet or report created for you. Claude now has file system access. It has task planning, execution loops, progress tracking. It can run multiple jobs at the same time. This is the same agent engine that powers Claude Code, the same technology that developers have been using to build entire apps. But now it's made for everyone, for normal work, and that changes everything. Let me give you some real examples of what Cowork can actually do, and these are perfect use cases you can start using right now. First one is file chaos cleanup. You know how your downloads folder is a complete mess? Just tell Claude, organize my downloads folder, and it will read every single file, rename them with proper names, sort them into categories, create folders, move everything where it belongs, all automatically. Now, if you're at the point where you want to learn how to use AI tools like Claude Cowork to actually scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with automation, you need to check out my AI Profit Boarding. This is where I share the exact systems and automations we use in my agency to handle client work at scale. You'll get the full breakdown on how to implement agents like Cowork into your actual workflow, not just play around with them. Link is in the description, but let me keep going because there's way more to show you. Second example, screenshot to spreadsheet. This one's crazy. Let's say you have a folder full of receipts or screenshots of bills or invoices, just random images with numbers on them. Give that folder to Claude. Tell it to extract the data and build a spreadsheet. Claude will read every image, pull out the numbers, build you an Excel file, calculate the totals, give you a finished spreadsheet ready to use. Third example, notes to report. You have meeting notes scattered everywhere, PDFs from different projects, random docs with ideas, give Claude all of those files, tell it to write a report. It will read everything, synthesize all the information, write a proper professional report, and save it as a document in your folder. No copy pasting, no reformatting, no manually going through everything. But here's where it gets even crazier. If you pair Cowork with Claude in Chrome, you can build a full research agent. Claude can browse websites, read articles, collect data, put everything into files on your computer, summarize research, build documents. This becomes an end-to-end research system. You tell it what to research, it goes and does it, comes back with the finished work. Now let me explain why this destroys the ChatGPT workflow. With ChatGPT, you copy something, you paste it, you get an answer, you copy the answer, you paste it somewhere else, you download a file, you upload it again, you reformat everything. It's this constant back and forth. You're doing all the work. With Cowork, you give Claude a folder, you give it a task. Claude handles the rest. It feels like leaving work for a human coworker, not chatting with a bot. You're delegating actual work. And that's the shift. That's what makes this different from every other AI tool out there. Now let's talk about what's actually happening under the hood, because this isn't just Claude being better at chat. This is Claude becoming an agent. It has planning capabilities. It can use tools. It has memory of what it's doing. It can run execution loops where it checks its work and fixes mistakes. This is the same technology behind Claude Code, the same system developers use to build complex applications, but Anthropic made it simple. They made it work for normal business tasks, file management, document creation, data organization, research, all the stuff you actually need to do every day. And that's why this matters, because agents are only useful if they can do real work, and Cowork does real work. Let me talk about safety for a second, because this is important. Claude only sees the folders you give it, and the connectors you allow. It asks before deleting files, it asks before making big changes, but yes, it can do destructive things if you tell it to, and prompt injections are still a risk. If you have a file with weird instructions in it, Claude might read that and get confused. That's why this is still a research preview. Anthropic is being careful. They're rolling it out slowly. They're watching how people use it, and they're improving the safety features. But the core capability is there. The agent works. It does real tasks, and it's only going to get better. So who can actually use Cowork right now? It's available for Claude Max subscribers, and you need the Mac OS app. Windows support is coming soon. Cross-device sync is coming. But right now, it's Mac only. If you're not on the Max plan, you can join the waitlist. And honestly, if you do any kind of work with files and documents and data, this is worth getting access to. Cowork is different. It's simple. You point it at a folder. You tell it what to do. It does it. That's the interface. That's the whole product. And it works. This is what people have been wanting. Not another chatbot. Not another thing that gives you text to copy and paste. They want something that does the work for them, and Cowork does that. What's coming next for Cowork? Windows support is the big one. A lot of people are waiting for that. Cross-device sync, so you can start work on your computer and check it on your phone. More skills and capabilities, better safety controls. Anthropic is building this out fast. And the more people use it, the better it's going to get. Here's the big picture. This is how humans will work with AI going forward, not chatting, delegating. You'll have AI coworkers that handle specific parts of your workflow. One handles your files, one does research, one manages your emails, one builds reports, and you coordinate all of them. You become the manager. The AI does the tasks. That's the future. And Cowork is the first real product that shows us what that looks like. It's not perfect yet. It's still in research preview, but the direction is clear. AI is moving from giving you information to doing your work. And if you're not thinking about how to use this in your business, you're already behind. Now, if you're at the point where you want to learn how to use AI tools like Claude Cowork to actually scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with automation, you need to check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where I share the exact systems and automations we use in my agency to handle client work at scale. You'll get the full breakdown on how to implement agents like Cowork into your actual workflow, not just play around with them. Link is in the description. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. This is the free community where we share everything. Every new tool, every new technique, every automation we're testing. So today I want to show you how to use Claude Cowork, which is the new update from Claude, as you can see right here. And we can actually build out websites like this, right? And then we can open them up inside anti-gravity and deploy them, right? So for example, here we actually took the custom website, for Claude Code and Cowork, right, which is a brand new AI agent from Claude Code. Then we plugged it into Netlify, and we actually use Netlify in a combination of anti-gravity, which I'll show you how to use in a second. And by the way, anti-gravity is free to use. We deployed it to a subdomain, as you can see right here. So it's a really powerful combination because you can create like beautiful websites using Claude Cowork. You can host these locally, and then what you can do is actually transfer them over to anti-gravity, and inside anti-gravity you can vibe code them out, or you can deploy them, or you can add a database to them, use a Superbase and that sort of thing. So it's pretty amazing what you can do with this. So I want to show you exactly how it works step by step and how to do this. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to go over to the chat over here, and let's say you want to build out an app, right? So first of all, you need to make sure that you have the max volume of Claude to use Cowork. And from here, you want to select Cowork, right? Now, you're going to run a new task and make sure that you have the right folder set up, right? So you want to make sure that you have a folder where you can store the files for your website. So for example, for me, I could set up a website right here, and we could put this in the code section, for example, and just add a new folder right there that Claude Cowork can run from, right? So let me do that. So we're going to go to code, then we're going to set up a new folder. We're going to call this, new app, right? Something like that. Then we're going to go back to downloads, choose a different folder. We're going to select new app right here. And that just silos away the project folders so that we keep things organized. And obviously Claude doesn't have access to your whole computer. It just has access to that one single folder. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab a prompt from the AI Success Lab. So if you scroll down right here, you actually see that we've got a bunch of prompts that you could actually steal from me. So for example, we could take one of these and we could say, build out an AI automation themed Tetris game with a CTA to the AI profit border, right? And then we're going to add a link to it. Link is here, funnel traffic, this page, right? Make sure the game is fun, dopamine inducing, crazy colors, etc. Then we're going to hit let's go. And what you can see here is that Claude Cowork is going to begin to code that out and build it out, right? Whilst we're waiting for that to load, someone asks, is there an offer on right now to get the SEO Elite Circle when you sign up to the AI Profit Boarding? And that's absolutely true. So if you sign up to the AI Profit Boarding, you will get access to the SEO Elite Circle whilst you're an active member. So feel free to sign up. And if you can't find out where to get access, just direct message me once you're in the group and we can get you sorted. You can get that at aiprofitboarding.com or go to the link in the comments and description. So this is writing out the AI Tetris game, as you can see right here. And then what we'll do in a second is we will open the folder inside anti-gravity, which we'll come on to in a second, all right? Now, in the meantime, if you want to get all the resources from today, it's inside the AI Success Lab, as you can see right here, along with a 2-hour free course on how to use anti-gravity. But let's talk about, why is this so powerful? Why is this so useful right now? Google Anti-Gravity plus Claude Cowork is one of the most powerful end-to-end development workflows available, and most people don't even know these tools can work together, all right? And this isn't really about like writing code faster. It's about having 3 AI agents working as a team, one that builds your project locally, one that tests in a real browser, and one that deploys it live or working database, all without you touching deployment configs or writing backend code, right? So today, really, you're going to see how to connect Claude Cowork, Anti-Gravity, and Netlify MCP and Superbase MCP into one workflow that takes you from like empty folder to live website with a database in under an hour, right? It will take me way less than that to actually do this, right? And I call this a build, test, deploy workflow, right? It runs in 3 phases. So number 1 is build and use Claude Cowork to do that. So you build your project locally on your Mac with Claude, handling all the file creation. Then you're going to test it. So you're going to use Anti-Gravity to test it. And you can actually see that Claude is testing it out right now. And then phase number 3 is deploy it with MCP service. So let's show you exactly how to implement this. And I do have a 30-day implementation plan for mastering this too, but let's go straight into it. So if we go back to Claude right here, we've got the HTML, like you can see, and this is the AI automation Tetris game, right? So we're just going to click on start automating, and then you can see this is good to go. And you see here how it's got a CTA to the AI Profit Boardroom. Boom shakalaka. That's what we like, right? Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back to Claude here, we can test this out. So let's just try moving this around. Yep, it works perfectly. Beautiful. All right. So the game is working nicely. And then you can open this up in Google Chrome if you want to, like you can see right here. Pretty nice. But we actually want to deploy it and we want to add like a backend to it as well, right? So how do we do that, right? What we're going to do is we're going to go to new window over here inside Anti-Gravity, which you can download for free at antigravity.google. Then you're going to click on open folder. And from here, you are going to select the folder that you created the game with, right? So new app was the folder that we created. So we're going to open that up. Like you can see, we're going to allow access to this. The agent's going to just load up on the right-hand side over here. As you can see, we're just going to say, okay, open this up and test it out. Now, you might be saying at this point, okay, why would you switch over to Claude Cowork? The reason that I would do that is number one, you've got these agents that are controlling the browser. Like you can see, I'm not touching or clicking any buttons on the screen, right? And the other thing here as well is that you can see all the files. You can edit this in the nice IDE. And then also anti-gravity allows you to use free APIs to create more work on it as well later. I just think it's a perfect combination because anti-gravity is more built for like vibe coding, whereas Claude Cowork is more built for like just a quick local project, right? So this is going to begin to test this out. See, it's testing this out and playing the Tetris game for us. Again, this is the AI controlling this. This is not me. But I actually really like the UI. I think it looks super nice, right? So you can see here the agent is actually moving the Tetris pieces around. We've got the AI agent being tested right here, right? Pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back to anti-gravity itself, I'm just going to pause this right now. So we'll stop. If you ever want to stop Cowork, you just press the stop button at the bottom. And then if we go over to anti-gravity now, what we can actually do is we can say, okay, great. Now add a database for people to log in on this website. So add a login page plus link the Superbase MCP so that people can log in and see their leaderboard, etc. So basically you could have a game where people log in or an app or whatever it is, and you can create whatever you want. Tetris game is just for fun, but you could build some really cool stuff with this. Any idea that you have for an app, you could build with Cowork and anti-gravity. And the way that we're using this, if you're wondering, okay, how do we set up those MCPs? So what we actually did is you just click on the three dots at the top, you select MCP servers, then you're going to install the ones that you want. For each one of these, you will need to get a personal access token, but that's not much work. And then, for example, if we click on this one, we can just start installing these step by step, right? So, for example, some people, you could install like the MCP for PayPal, for example, or something like that if you wanted to. So if we go out to the chat now, like you can see, we're going to click on back to agent. And now you can see it's actually built out the leaderboard for the page, right? So we've got this login, save progress bit, and then you've actually got a leaderboard section as well that you can link to as well. And then if we actually have a look in the chat here, it's use the MCP tool Superbase to add a database and a login page to this project, right? And then now we're actually building something that people can log into. We've got a database, people can save their progress, etc. And it becomes like a proper app that you can deploy quickly, which I'll come on to in a second. I'll show you how to deploy in a second. So we'll wait for this to load. Now it's testing out, as you can see right here. And then we have this ready to go, right? So for example here, let's just test this out and we're good to go on that. All right. Now, how do we actually deploy this once we use Superbase to set up the database? What we can do from here is we can say, okay, deploy this to a subdomain using Netlify MCP, and we're good to go from here. Dinsky, my first ever comment from Twitch. I've never seen a comment from Twitch before. Thank you very much, sir, for tuning in. So we're going to wait for this to load. This is deploying to a subdomain now. Boom, shakalaka, look at that. It's on a nice little subdomain here. And that is basically how to build out a new website, add a database with anti-gravity, automate it all with Cowork, and then deploy it to a subdomain like you've seen today using the Netlify MCP. So it's amazing, really, to be able to do this, to use AI agents locally, to host and build whatever you want, to leverage the power of Claude Cowork. And the other thing I would say about this is just a beginning, right? This is the worst it's ever going to be, but it basically coded something out perfectly first time round in exactly the way that we wanted to do it, right? So if you want to get the video notes from today, including all the resources, a 2-hour training on anti-gravity for free, you want to get the 30-day plan on how to build this, plus the build test deploy workflow that I've shown you today, the framework, and then also over 100 prompts for this workflow. You can just copy and paste the skill from me. You can get this for free inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. So go to the AI Success Lab, like you can see right here. It connects you with 45,600 members. We have all of these different free trainings right here. And if you go to this section, you can find all the notes from today, like you can see. Now, inside the AI Profit Boardroom community, we actually have a private community of 2,100 serious entrepreneurs who are automating their business with AI, right? We actually have a daily accountability group inside there. You can post inside the community, ask any questions to get help and support whenever you need. You can see all the people winning with this stuff, right? So it's not just me. There's so many business owners out there who are automating their business and growing and scaling using AI automation. And you can be part of that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And also, if you want to know, okay, what's my tech stack? Right? What do I use for my business day to day? You can get all of my best playbooks and tech stack inside the classroom right here. You can also learn how to automate your business and go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks. And also you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, if you struggle with overwhelm or shiny object syndrome or focus, we actually have a full focus protocol inside here to help you avoid that. we show you how to get more clients and scale your agency using this course. You'll learn how to do AI SEO automation and rank #1 inside ChatGPT and other AI search engines for your business, and also how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. It's available, link in the comments description, or just go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com to get access. Claude Cowork, build and automate anything. Today we're going to be looking at the new update from Claude Cowork, which is basically like Claude Code, but for the rest of your work. You can connect it to your files locally. You can, for example, build reports, organize your desktop, all sorts of things. So we'll be testing out exactly how to automate anything that we want using this new update. Now you can see it here inside Cowork. This is available on the Max plan of Claude, as you can see. And if you're thinking, okay, should I use it or should I upgrade, etc., let's test it out today and see how it is. Now you can see a few tests I've already run on this. So for example, we actually said clear my desktop, delete all the folders and the files, and it went off and did that, as you can see. And so it can delete files off your laptop, it can organize your messy desktop, and it can connect locally to your files, as you can see right here. Here's another one, right? So this is a report that we created, and it actually created a file offline. If we open this up in Pages, for example, you can see here it actually created a full report about Claude Cowork itself, which is better than most reports have ever been given by my team, right? And I think it's super powerful because you can create presentations, local files, you can organize your files, you can have Cowork actually operate your browser as well. And we're going to be running through some of the best ways to do it. Now, to actually use this, the way that you want to use Claude Cowork is to actually download Claude Desktop. Then what you need to do is make sure that you have downloaded Claude, upgraded to Max, and finally, you want to just check for updates, right? So if you go into Claude, you can't see it here, you want to make sure you check for updates. Here's another example. So this is actually a website we created using Claude Cowork, right? And it created a local website, and then it actually gave me the files to open inside Anti-Gravity, right? So if we click on this, you can see that we can open this folder up inside Anti-Gravity. And here's the other crazy thing, right? So if we actually go to our past conversations, and I'll show you what we did about 9 hours ago, right? You can see, for example, here, we have the AI Profit Boardroom deployed, right? And this is a new website that we created with Claude Cowork. Then we ran it over to Anti-Gravity, and using the MCP tool Netlify, we actually deployed it to a subdomain, right? So if we open this up, let's check this out. Boom. Look at that. Brand new website, fully designed, locally stored, and then hosted with Anti-Gravity and the Netlify MCP. So there's literally so much you can do with this. It's pretty amazing. And I honestly think we're just discovering the power of this. I think it's still very early days. Here's an example, right? So if we have a look on X, for example, we see what other people are doing. So this is a cool quote from Lenny. And you can see here, he asked it to go through every Lenny's episode and pull out 10 most important themes and lessons. And then literally within about 15 minutes, as you can see, it literally pulled out all the lessons from his local files and podcasts. Pretty insane, right? Here's an example of the screenshot. Here's what you can do. So what I've put together here is a framework that you can use for Claude Cowork, right? And this is called the Folder First framework. So if you're wondering, okay, what is Claude Cowork? What can you do, etc.? So Claude Cowork is Anthropic's brand new AI agent feature that lives inside the Claude desktop on Mac, right? And unlike regular Claude, where you just chat and you copy and paste responses, Cowork can actually access a folder on your computer, read your files, create new files, edit existing files, and complete complex multi-steps autonomously. You give it a job, it makes a plan, it executes, and it delivers finished work. Kind of think of it like hiring a virtual assistant who works at light speed, never gets tired, costs nothing beyond your Max subscription, and can handle 10 tasks in parallel whilst you go to the gym. That's what we're dealing with right here. Okay, so let's have a look at some examples of how we can use this. So the first thing you want to do is just make sure you have Claude set up. Then you're going to make sure that you have Cowork set up. And then, for example, if you wanted to build a website locally, you could say, okay, make a prototype of a new website for the AI Profit Boardroom, asking clarifying questions to share a plan for how you approach this task. Then you can see it asked me a bunch of questions, and it went off and just built it autonomously. And it works perfectly first time round. So it's pretty insane what you can do with this. We can also open this up in Chrome. So we created a HTML version as well as a React version. So the React version we actually launched into Anti-Gravity. The HTML version we hosted locally. But you can see how powerful this is, right? The design is actually super nice. It's actually better than our main website, to be honest. So what I've actually done is created a 30-day build plan where you can use this to set up Claude Cowork and really master it, right? So for example here, let me get some example prompts here. So we're going to say, okay, create a budget tracking spreadsheet with formulas. We'll copy and paste that. Then we'll go into Claude Cowork like you can see. We need to click on open sidebar. And then from here, we're going to click on new task, and then we're going to click on this. Now, we need to work inside a folder, right? So for example, you can choose a different folder right here. I'm just going to choose my downloads folder, which you can see is super messy. And we'll come on to why that is in a second and how we can fix it. We're going to click on always allow. As you can see right here, we'll switch the folder now so that it's working locally from this folder. And then we can say, okay, create a budget tracking spreadsheet with formulas, right? Let's go. It'll actually just go off and do that. So easy and simple, right? And what it can actually do is actually create the formulas, the tracker, and it can create the physical file itself, right? The digital file. Now, what you can also do as a new task here is you could say, okay, working in downloads, help me organize my downloads folder so it's easier to manage. And if you have a look at my downloads folder, for example, over here, you can see that we have a lot of files in there, right? It's super messy. There's no organization. It's not great, right? It's not looking good. It's just a compilation of files, right? And so what we're going to do is get Claude Code, whilst it's working on that budget tracker spreadsheet, we're going to get it to organize our downloads as well, right? So it's working from the same folder as you can see right here. By the way, for those asking me if I'm walking, right now, I'm on a standing treadmill with my desk. So I've just set up the treadmill, getting the steps in. I'm on about, I think, 20,000 today, something like that. Plus, so you got to keep fit on you whilst you're doing these live streams. So now I said, okay, how would you like your downloads folder organized? You can do it by file type, date, or something else, right? So I'm going to go with file type. And then it says, what should I do with the installer files? You can delete them. And let's see what it does. Now, in the meantime, we've actually got the other spreadsheet, I think, ready to go. So you can see here, it's created the spreadsheet. And if we click on open in numbers, we'll click allow. And let's try this out. Boom. There we go. Right. Just worked perfect. So that was super simple and easy. We created the budget tracker. Didn't take any time. So if you go back to the downloads folder, let's have a look. You can see what it's doing in the background over here. In the meantime, we'll tee up some other prompts that we can test. So I'm going to say generate a conference presentation, turn this research into engaging slides with speaker notes, right? Or actually, let's try this out. So we're going to say create a 30-day content calendar from the research files in this folder, organized by topic, content type, and audience. So we're going to go back over to code now, and we'll find that research report that we created on Claude Cowork, as you can see. We'll plug this in right here. So it's taking the research it's already done and created, and then it's going to create a 30-day content calendar plan based on that. In the meantime, we've organized our downloads folder. As you can see, it says done. Your downloads folder is now organized. Here's a summary. So videos, images, documents, archives, code. As you can see right here, if we go back to the downloads folder now, boom, there we go. It's all organized, it's all neat and tidy, and that saves me 30 minutes. Now it's creating the research report and generating the 30-day content calendar. I said, what platform should the content calendar cover? I'm going to say Twitter, X, and YouTube to promote the AI Profit Boardroom. And let's see what we get back. Now, in the meantime, whilst that's loading, let's run through some limited beliefs that might be holding you back right here. We've already covered the 30-day plan and the framework. Just to recap on the framework, actually. So this is how you can use Cowork Claude for working on any task. So number one, you want to create a dedicated work folder, right? Because it will just help organize the files that you create. And number two, then it won't have access to your entire computer. It keeps things neat and tidy, right? So you can create one specific folder for each project or task type, right? You put only the files you want Claude to work with in that folder. So for example, like we were working with the downloads folder a second ago, and then we just organize that, right? And the way that you do that is inside the new task bit, you just select which folder you want to deal with right here. Then from there, you want to define the desired outcome, right? So you tell Claude exactly what you want the end result to look like, not the steps, the actual outcome. So for example, like organize these 500 files by client name and date, or turn these 30 screenshots into an Excel report formulas. From there, you're going to let Claude plan and execute, right? So review to plan. If it looks good, approve it, then step away. Claude will work through the task, handle errors, make decisions, and deliver the final result. And then the final step is like review and iterate, right? So check the output. If it's 95%, give Claude quick feedback to fix the remaining 5%. If it's perfect, you're pretty much done. And you can move the finished work to your main filing system. And that's basically how you can build all of these automations, right? So for example, you could automate your downloads. You could organize your receipt screenshots. You could generate client reports. You can batch client files, create content calendars, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? Even like automating invoicing or, for example, creating training materials will be really powerful using this. So let's go back to Claude, see where we're at. There we go. So we've got the content calendar ready to go. Let's open it up, allow, and boom, 30-day content calendar ready to go. So it's, for example, plugged in the day, the platform, what it's going to do, the content type, and then the actual post and topic as well, plus a hook and the target audience as well. And the only thing it has slightly messed this up. So for example, if you look here, it's not put the date, it's put the platform, it's put each column in the one to the left, if that makes sense. So it has failed on this task, really. It's not done it perfectly, but I guess you would just grab all of these, like you can see, and then just paste it in like that, right? That's how you would handle that. But still, just be careful with stuff like that. So it's not 100% perfect. Like I said, it'll get 95% done. And then you just go back and you give your feedback inside here. So you're like, okay, just make sure you organize the columns properly. Something like that, right? But you can see today how we've, for example, organized desktop. We've created websites. We actually wrote a message and then posted it on X. So let's open this up. You can see that post right here that we automated with Claude Cowork. You can research and generate client reports, like you can see. You can create spreadsheets with formulas. You can organize different folders, and you can create like a 30-day content calendar plan. So there's pretty much nothing that you can't automate right here. There's so much potential to this. It's amazing. And also the fact that it just connects to the programs that you want to use, right? So you create a spreadsheet, you open it in Numbers. You create a website, you open it in Anti-Gravity, right? And that way you can just move the project and the files that you've created to the program that you'd normally use to manage that. So let's talk about some limiting beliefs to help you win with Claude Cowork. Number one, people think, I need to be technical to use AI agents. But some people think, AI agents are for developers. I don't know how to code. I can't use these tools without learning programming first. Actually, Cowork, I think, is created for office workers. It's not designed for developers or technical people. So the entire point of Claude Cowork is that you don't need to be technical. You just describe what you want in plain English. And so it's super easy to manage. Like, you don't touch code, you don't touch the terminal, you don't need to understand how anything works under the hood. You just say what you want, done, and Claude figures out how to do it. Top of that, other people say, I'm not comfortable giving Claude access to my files. The way that I would handle that is like, just give it access to the files and the folders that you want, right? So you can basically organize a folder that's separated from everything else. Give Claude only access to that folder, and then that way, it doesn't have access to your entire computer. Other people say AI will make mistakes and I have to fix everything. And the old limiting belief was like AI always mess things up or spend more time fixing Claude's mistakes and just doing the work myself. But actually, Claude Cowork shows you its plan before implementing it. So it lets you course correct mid-task. It produces 90% of the work, and then it saves you a lot of time, even if minor tweaks are needed. So that's basically how to use Claude Cowork and automate anything that you want. And if you want to get access to the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. If you go to the classroom right here, and then you go to January 2026, you find all the notes. And I've also added a bonus extra free video inside there just to help you and show you a bit more about what it can do under the hood. And also, if you haven't already, check out our private AI automation community, the AI Profit Boardroom. This is a community of winners who are growing, learning, and winning with AI. We actually have a daily accountability group. So if you're struggling with overwhelm or focus, if you're struggling with getting things done, this is an awesome group for you. Like you can see, we check in daily and we make sure everyone gets their goals implemented, right? Top of that, it's not just me that's winning with AI. You can see all of our members like this, just absolutely crushing it. So for example, like Joe, building out his first NA10 automation. You've got Steve Light doing a 30-day YouTube challenge. And you've got, for example, Clint building out some crazy apps inside Anti-Gravity, right? So legendary members, just loads of people making progress and just implementing and getting results, like you can see. Also, we do 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on these coaching calls, ask any help, get advice, etc., whenever you need it. And inside the classroom here, we actually have a beginner to expert AI agent course. So if you want to learn how to automate your business and go from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks, plus how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, along with my best playbooks. For example, automating emails, automating Twitter, avatar videos, and screen shares, like you see. So you've probably seen my social media content. And also, for example, we teach you how to get more clients for your agency. We show you how to rank #1 inside AI and Google as well. And then we also have our 6-week roadmap for YouTube that shows you how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me. So you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Just go to the link in the comments description or go to aiprofitboardroom.com. Let's see what questions we got here. Agent says, I wanted to build end-to-end working stuff. Please let me know. I tried Anti-Gravity, but it failed. We'll come on to that in a second, don't worry. And if you're watching on YouTube, I actually have a lot of training on how to use Anti-Gravity. So you can just watch my videos on how to use all this stuff with it. Now, it says, just joined, any recording available? Yep, there'll be a recording inside the AI Profit Boardroom if you want to watch this back. All types of everything. This says, this is going round me now. Yes, scary. Information overload or what? I just don't know where to start or what to do first. So that's a great question. I see a lot of people struggling with that, right? When you join the AI Profit Boardroom, what we actually do is we direct message you and we find out what path you want to take, right? So for example, if you're struggling with focus or if you're struggling with getting clients, whatever your problem is, right? We actually have a full protocol for each part of the journey. And so we have these custom journeys that we guide you through depending on what your situation is. And you can always direct message me if you need help with that, right? But inside the AI Profit Boardroom, we actually have that journey set up so that as soon as a new member joins, we direct message them and we're like, what are you struggling with? Okay, let's give you a custom plan based on that. So I think that's the best way to handle it. Barbara says, I totally get your feelings. It can really seem overwhelming when you just start working out. Slowly and methodically is the way to go. And also say the AI Profit Boardroom is awesome. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate that. And if you're in the AI Profit Boardroom or you're thinking about joining, one of the best things that we actually have inside there is the focus protocol, right? As you can see right here. So if you go to the start here post, or if you just direct message me if you don't already have access, right? And then if you feel overwhelmed, if you want to cut out the noise, if you want something that's step by step, we've got a full 6-week course right here. And if you still feel overwhelmed, you can follow my protocol, which is how I stay focused and how I manage this. Bear in mind, like, I'm always looking at new updates, new tools, new crazy stuff. I never feel overwhelmed, right? And it's because I have this focus manual that just helps me through it and helps me really figure out, okay, here's what I need to focus on, and here's all the stuff that I can avoid and stop being distracted by. Breaking news, there's a brand new update from Claude Code today as they've released Claude Cowork. And this was literally just announced a few hours ago. Claude introducing Cowork, Claude Code for the rest of your work. Cowork lets you complete non-technical tasks, much like how developers use Claude Code. So you can see, for example, here, you can create files. You can actually operate this locally. You can use it for local files. You can see the super messy desktop, as you can see, and then you can actually get Claude to organize your desktop and figure out, okay, what are the files, what does it look like, etc. Let's have a look at this in action. So if we pull this up, for example, you can see that's a cluttered desktop. And then I'll actually analyze, okay, you've got 70 project code folders, 20 screenshots, 35 photos, 18 video files, 25 text documents, blah, 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 right? And it's like, how would you like me to organize this? And then it can actually move and edit the desktop, like you can see, kind of like you would, do with a mouse, but why are you clicking buttons anymore, right? You can use this as a virtual assistant to organize minor tasks like this. So it's pretty amazing. You can also see here, for example, once you've set a task, Claude makes a plan and steadily completes it, looping you in along the way. Claude will ask before taking any significant actions, so you can course correct as needed. You also got Claude here can use your existing connectors, which is pretty cool. So if you've never seen Claude connectors, let me pull this up for you, for example. And you can see here that you can pull up these connectors here, and you can plug in different apps and different tools. So for example, you could have Gmail in there or Google Drive, whatever. So that's pretty amazing. And you can also pair Cowork with Claude in Chrome for tasks that need browser access. So basically what that means is like you can use the desktop version of Claude, but you can actually control your Chrome agent, which is this one over here. So for example, this can actually operate and control my Chrome browser, and it's pretty simple and easy. So you can see here, Cowork is available as a research preview for Claude Mac subscribers in the Mac OS app. Click on Cowork in the sidebar, right? And then you just download the app like you can see right here, right? So this is a desktop app you can start using with Cowork directly, which is pretty amazing. We'll take a look at this in more detail in a second. And here's the announcement on the website. When we released Claude Code, we expected developers to use it for coding. They did, and then quickly began using it for almost everything else, right? So you can see some examples here of how people are using it. Claude is successfully keeping a plant alive, for example. Here, it's using it to vibe knit, right? It can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Like it can link to offline things as well, which is pretty amazing. Or it can link to physical things inside the real world, right? Now, if we go back here and we keep scrolling through, this prompted us to build Cowork, a simpler way for anyone, not just developers, to work with Claude Code in the very same way. Cowork is available today as a research preview for Claude Max subscribers. Claude Max, by the way, is like the top plan for Claude, and it's the most expensive one, but it saves you 30 hours a month. It's worth it. All right, so how is using Cowork different from a regular conversation? In Cowork, you give Claude access to a folder of your choosing on your computer. Claude can then read, edit, or create files in that folder. It can, for example, reorganize your downloads by sorting and renaming each file, which is great, to be honest, because if you look at my downloads, it is a total mess, right? Like, it's just packed with different files from different live streams and that sort of thing. So we can test this out in a second and see how it goes. And then you can see in Cowork, Claude completes work like this with much more agency than you'd see in a regular conversation. Once you've set it a task, Claude will make a plan to steadily complete it while looping you in on what it's up to. Let's just have a look and just see how it goes, all right? So there should be a co-work option. We're on the max plan here. So it should be chat and co-work. I can't see it. I'm on the max plan. Might have to just re-update Claude to get that working. Let's see. Boom, here we go. All right. One task, multiple agents, better work. Let's try it out. So co-work puts parallel agents to work on your local files and tools, give Claude complex tasks, check in when you want, and come back to working prototypes, polish docs, and organize files. Just to be clear here, that was super annoying because Claude, they don't tell you to update. So what you want to do is, if you've got the old version of Claude, but you're on the max plan and you can't see co-work, right? Go to Claude in the top left and then go for check for updates. And then you need to restart it and update it. If you don't, and they don't tell you this, but if you don't, then you won't have it. All right. So let's click on try co-work now. Just to note that agentic AI can put data at risk. So they've mentioned that inside here. So just be careful with this. And now we have co-work, right? So you can see at the top, we have chat, code, and co-work. Now we can actually link this to different things locally. So we're going to try this out and have a go. And you can see here, it says setting up Claude's workspace, and then it's got a percentage bar on the right. So that should be sorted out right now. And they've said co-work is an early research preview. So let's see what we got. Let's knock something off the list. And then you've got some ideas. So for example, you could create a file, organize files, crunch data, prep for the day, send a message, or make a prototype. All right. And then you've got artifacts over here. You got progress, and you have context. So it's kind of like a local virtual assistant that controls your browser. Now, this is interesting because I've tried stuff, for example, like the MCPs, if you've ever seen that for, let's pull this up. Control Chrome is one of the MCPs that we've used previously. Apple Script was another one that could connect Claude to searching your local files and that sort of thing. But I think co-work is probably a lot easier and a lot simpler to use. So let's just have a look at my desktop. Is it messy? Is it not messy? Let's have a look. All right, we're going to just move some stuff over here. Move that over there. We'll move this over there. And we'll try and get Claude to just manage our desktop. All right. So if we go over here, we're going to go to co-work and we'll say, okay, work in a folder. And we'll choose the desktop. So we'll select that as a folder. And then it says, allow Claude to change files in desktop. This includes all files and subfolders, blah, blah, blah. We're going to click always allow. And then from here, we're going to say, okay, organize my desktop for me. Now, I'm interested to see how this goes. Now, we can also resize this so it can just work on the side, if that makes sense. So you can see how, I think that's a much nicer view. You know, if you're running this locally and you want to see the actual files and that sort of thing, then you could just have it at the bottom like that and give it commands, or you could have it at the top like that, right? And then it actually creates a plan. So it's like, I can see your desktop has 40 screenshots accumulated over the past week or so. Before I organize them, let me ask you how you'd like this done, right? It says, how would you like me to organize screenshots? By date folders, single, and it's actually got a recommended option there, which is cool. Then you've got single screenshots folder, you've got delete, and it will actually skip if you don't. So I'm just going to go with date folders, and we'll see if it can organize this. So what it should do is just take all of the files here, and then I think it'll put them into folders that are organized by date, right? So let's see what we got. If you actually click away as well, Claude will just go to the side, and then you can just reopen it like that, which is pretty nice. And there we go, boom. Nicely organized. TT Gator says, I'm glad you're sharing this. I was just about to upgrade to the max plan. Good to see you here. I'm glad you found us. I actually looked on YouTube earlier to see if anyone had talked about it, and there was only one single video from Anthropic so far. I guess it's just brand new, so I'm one of the first on it, which is great. That feels good. All right, so we've got the screenshots over here, and we've got a much tidier desktop, right? So if we minimize this, you can see, okay, everything's neatly organized. It's sorted by date. Can you imagine trying to do that yourself, right? You'd have to like click on a new folder, type the date, keep the format of the date name the same each time, and then move each file individually without making any errors into each folder, right? It would just be super messy. Now, if we go inside the screenshot, you can see, for example, we've got the screenshots for each folder. And now our desktop is super tidy. All right. I wonder if I can just tell Claude to delete all my screenshots. Before we do that, you can see here it says done. Your desktop is now organized. Here's what I did. It's like before 40 screenshots cluttering your desktop. Now 7 tidy folders organized by date. Right? And it's here's a folder. Here's a screenshot. Your desktop should now look much cleaner. It even tells me how many screenshots are in each folder, which is pretty cool. So on January the 12th, I went screenshot mad and started creating loads of screenshots. But yeah, that's basically how it goes, right? So let's say, okay, delete all the folders plus files. And then we're going to go from there. So we'll delete all the folders and screenshots, and boom. Like magic, they have disappeared, my friends. So it works better than I expected. Usually when these things come out, you think it's going to be a bit messy or it'll mess a few things up or whatever, but so far so good, to be honest with you. You can also create artifacts and then you can check them out over here. So we might check that out in a second. And you can see, okay, we're in this selected folder. Now, if we start a new task, right, and it keeps the history of your tasks on the left-hand side and says these tasks run locally and aren't synced across devices, so it's something to bear in mind. What we can also do over here is we could, for example, prep for the day. So you could say, okay, help me prepare for this meeting, blah, 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 ask any clarifying questions, and share a plan of how you'd approach this task. You can also, for example, what else can you do here? You can actually send a message, email replies, create a file. Let's see, create a file about Claude Cowork. So we'll say, okay, create a file that's a report about Claude Cowork and the many use cases of it for the AI profit boardroom. Ask any clarifying questions and share a plan of how you'll approach this task. What I've actually created is a full guide to Claude Cowork. It's inside the AI Success Lab, which is completely free, and this connects you with 45,500 people. So inside the AI Success Lab, you can see all the posts right here inside the community, how it works, etc. But if you go to the classroom and then you go to January 2026, you can see that we have a full video tutorial on how to use this. Plus, we've got all the relevant resources, right? So if you want to see the official links, etc., you can get them all over here. Right? Then what I've done is created an introduction of what it is, how it works, etc. And I've also created a custom framework to help you learn this stuff, right? So if you really want to master Claude Cowork, you can see the automation framework. And if we ask ourselves, okay, what makes Claude Cowork different from everyone else? Let's sum up the use cases, right? Every AI tool you've used so far works like this. You ask a question, AI gives you an answer, you copy it, you paste it somewhere, and you repeat 50 times. Claude Cowork works like this, right? So you give it a task, it makes a plan, it implements it, and then it actually controls your actual computer whilst you're doing this, right? As for example, let's say you have 45 receipts scattered across your desktop. What you could do is you could create a folder and drop all your screenshots into it. And then you could tell Cowork, okay, create an expense spreadsheet from these receipts with date, vendor, amount, and category. Walk away, come back. And you save about 2 hours every month doing that. I've actually got a prompt for you to use inside the AI Success Lab. I've actually got a 30-day plan on real use cases just like that so that you can implement this stuff yourself. Right? And on top of that, what I've also included is over 100 prompts on exactly how to use this, right? But there's so many different use cases. You could use this, for example, for business operations, like organizing folders into logical categories and renaming files, right? Based on the content, creating nice spreadsheets for receipts and vendors and that sort of thing, drafting professional proposals, right? Turning scattered notes into a comprehensive report. Content creation prompts. You've got, for example, lead generation ideas, right? That you could use, customer service prompts, etc. Like you can use this across your whole business and it's very practical, right? And it actually works like you've seen today. So if you want to get all of that inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description or just ask for Julian Goldie's AI Success Lab directly inside ChatGPT and you get the answers. We're going to go back to Claude now. Let's see what we got. So here we go. It's going to ask some questions. And then we're going to be like, yeah, just begin. Just get started on that. All right. Now, you can also see that inside Claude Cowork, you can link MCPs, right? So, for example, we've got Notebook LM MCP, Control Chrome, Claude in Chrome, Browser MCP, Apple Script Execute as well. So you can combine Claude Cowork with the power of your MCPs as well. And then I think you can have multiple different chats running at the same time too. So we'll see what it does now by creating the report. So it's got this to-do list it's working through. And it's got the progress at the top, right? So you can see where it's up to. So, for example, once it's completed the tasks, like we did on the other chat here, you can see we've got the progress and it's ticked off in the top right. Somebody asked, is this not just Claude Code with a UI? So actually, Claude Code with a UI came out last week inside the desktop app for Claude. So you can use Claude now, right, on the desktop. And then if you go to code over here, you can use Claude Code, right? But the problem is that inside Claude Code, it's not really that useful for, I don't know what you call them, but people who don't use AI normally, right? It's not that useful. Whereas, for example, inside Cowork, this basically is a lot more user-friendly. It actually controls your laptop and all the files inside it. And then also it's designed, I would say, kind of like Claude Code, but it's designed for normal people, right? For people who don't use AI or are non-technical and that sort of thing. And so I assume that really what Claude is trying to do here is capture the market of non-technical people who are not using AI right now because there's a big barrier to using it, right? Because if they can just load this up, use it on the desktop, and they've built the habit of using this, then essentially you've got virtual assistants and day-to-day people who are 10 times more powerful, right? So we've created the report over here. So it said, done. I've created a 6-page report for the AI Profit Boardroom. Let's click on View Report. We'll allow that. There we go. X off that. And then we'll open this up in Pages. Let's open up the guide. Boom. There we go. And so what it's done here is it's actually created a report on Claude Cowork, right? But it's customized it to the AI Profit Boredom community, which is my AI automation community. Link in the comments and description. And then you can see here, for example, it's talked about a comprehensive guide to AI-powered productivity. Right? And so let's go full screen on this bad boy. It says here, Claude, blah, blah, blah. Here's the introduction. Here's what it works. Here's how you can do it. And then it said, for AI Profit Boarding members, this means dramatically reduced time on routine tasks, professional quality outputs without specialized software knowledge, and the ability to delegate multi-step projects to AI. Actually does the work rather than describing how to do it. That's one of the biggest one of the biggest differences here is it can actually begin to control your screen. It can control your desktop. It's only going to be a matter of time before it can control your Chrome. And it can control your Chrome in some ways, your Google Chrome and your browser, but it's not that smooth. It's not as smooth as Claude Cowork, right? And so I think give it 6 months and this will be able to do most of the tasks that virtual assistants could do. No problem. Whether that's, for example, let's say that's like answering messages inside my community. Maybe it's, for example, posting tweets. And for example, you could create new systems and you just say to Claude, okay, go off and implement this in the same way that you give it to a normal assistant. But the difference here is Claude Code can do it in the background instantly, whereas a virtual assistant, they might take days off, weekends off, they get sick, they get tired, they forget what to do, or they don't know how to do something. And so AI is just a lot more efficient in that way, right? So you can see here the key differentiators, right? Actual action, secure environment, file system access, professional outputs, right? So it can create Word documents, PowerPoint presentations, Excel spreadsheets, PDFs, more with proper formatting and styling, like you can see in this document right here, right? And this whole document was researched, created. It's even got a nice little header at the top here, formatted properly, and it's better than a report. If I asked my team to create a report on Claude Code Cowork, it might take them maybe a whole day. Then there'd be mistakes inside the content. It probably wouldn't be as in-depth as this, and it wouldn't be as actionable and practical. So in many ways, like, this is actually better than a virtual assistant at this point. And bear in mind, this is the worst the technology will ever be. So yeah, that's basically the whole report. So far, just to recap, we have organized files on our desktop. We've deleted all the files on our desktop. We created a full research report inside Claude Cowork as well on a brand new update that literally just came out today, right? And then we've, for example, organized our to-do lists. We hosted the file offline on a desktop. And this is the first time I've used it. Nothing is broken, right? There's no bugs, there's no errors. It just seems to work perfectly first time around. Pretty amazing. Now, some people would say, oh, you could do this with MCPs previously and blah, 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 right? One of the problems with the MCPs, number one, is quite difficult to set up, right? You're not going to get like an average person who doesn't understand how to use AI to set up MCPs. There's no way, right? So this comes built in. And then number two, like the UI itself is much nicer, right? So like previously I would use something like AppleScript MCP, which could control my browser locally or control my desktop files locally. But one of the biggest issues with that was like, it's not going to organize it in this way, right? It's not going to plan out a progress and to-do lists. It's not going to host the artifacts locally. It's not going to have all this context and that sort of thing. So I think they're just making it easier for normal people who don't use AI to actually start using and building with AI. And bear in mind, like the easier it is, just like ChatGPT, the more people use it, right? The less friction there is, the easier it is to understand, the better. So let's try something else now. So we've got make a prototype here, right? So it says make a prototype that demonstrates your idea, ask any clarifying questions, and share a plan of how you approach this, right? So let's see, for example, we're going to say, okay, make a prototype of a new website for the AI profit boardroom, right? Which is my AI automation community. So we're going to take that and start building this out. Now it's going to ask for a bunch of questions. And the interesting thing here is it will ask you questions, but it will actually skip that if you don't reply, right? So, for example, if I don't reply to this, it will skip it eventually. So we're going to say it's a membership community. The primary goal equals direct sales. Visual tone. So we'll go with, for example, bold and energetic. And then it's like what key sections you want. And then also, I'm just going to grab some information from the arprofitboarding.com. This is the old website for this. And then we'll select this as a new website, right? So I'm just going to say, here's more information about the AI profit boarding. And we'll go from there. Now, it's creating this to-do list on the right-hand side. So, for example, create an AI profit website prototype, building the hero section, building problem and solution sections, and building features with value stacks, plus a bunch of other stuff too. So again, like just to recap, Anthropic's new co-work feature brings autonomous power of its Claude code, right, to everyday office workers. So that's who they're targeting. It's like everyday people who don't already know or understand how to use AI. Bear in mind, this will probably come to phone as well, right? It's not just going to be on a desktop. So the other crazy thing here is, and this is a great question by Signal, which is how did Anthropic beat ChatGPT to this? Like, why can't, ChatGPT, why is it not doing the same thing? So it's actually created this now. And this is quite interesting as well. So you see here, it says so it's created the files, right? So here's what's included. Here's what you get, etc. You can view it over here. So you can actually view the prototype, right? And this is the new website. Now, what's interesting here as well is it links directly to your program. So whatever your default is, like for mine, for example, it's anti-gravity to open these up, these projects. You can open it inside your default IDE, right? Which is pretty cool. So now you can, for example, like prototype a project locally with Claude Cowork, and then you can open it up inside anti-gravity and add the finishing touches. So let's open this up inside anti-gravity now. We'll test it out. All right, so this is the project, and then we're just going to open this up. So I'm going to go inside here and say, open this up. And the crazy thing will be like if normal office workers can now create their own SaaS or mini apps on the go or websites without understanding or knowing how to code or even knowing how to use AI properly, then imagine like the reach of, and also just general AI agents. And then also imagine, okay, how does this impact things? For example, jobs, what people do day to day, the need to hire people when you can just get Claude to do stuff in the background. Like this wipes out a lot of admin work. There's a lot of like office workers who are just clicking buttons, and this kind of wipes them out. So it's really crazy when you think about it. So it's going to start running this now. I actually really like the design and the UI inside Claude here. So you can see it as an example here, and you can actually open it up as well. So you've got the file. You can show it in Finder here. Also, bear in mind, this is created it as a JSX file, right? So if you're coding out a website locally, I'd recommend using something like CSS, HTML. That's probably going to be better and easier to host that locally. Whereas now it's got to set up the whole environment for this file to run. But if you do want to just preview it before running it inside your IDE, then you can go back to Claude and just check it out right here. I'm actually going to go back to Claude here, and I'm just going to say, okay, create this in HTML plus CSS instead. Now, whilst that's creating the new list and the new files, as you can see here, let's run through some things where most people fall down, because a lot of like people implementing this, particularly solopreneurs who need to introduce AI into their business, they fail because they believe the wrong things when it comes to AI. So let's fix that now, right? So some people want to say, I'm not technical enough to do this, but here's what actually matters. A chef doesn't need to know how a stove works at the molecular level. They just need to know, turn the dial, heat goes up. And AI is the same, right? You don't need to understand machine learning. You just need to know, okay, give clear instructions and get results. Think about when you first used a smartphone. It seemed complicated. Now you don't even think about it. And I think cowork is the same. Like day one, it feels new. Day 7, it feels natural. And day 30, you're like, how did I ever even work without this? So AI responds to like clear communication, not technical knowledge. If you can describe what you want, AI can build it. The barrier really isn't like technical skill. It's just clear thinking in terms of what you want. So let's go back and see where we're at. And there we go. So you can see now the page is hosted with anti-gravity. It looks super nice, right? The UI is super nice there. So just bear in mind, like if you create this locally, it's got to set up the environment. That might take a few minutes. But then in the background, anti-gravity, which is a free tool, can actually host and preview the artifact, as you can see right here. So if we go to Google Chrome, you can see the page right here. Let's just check if the buttons at the top actually work. Yeah, they do. And now we have a beautiful page for our website, right? Pretty nice. And if we actually go to the AIprofitboarding.com, this is like my old version, right? And it looks okay, but it's not that nice, right? This is the new version, and it looks way nicer, right? How much nicer does this look? Now, let's say, for example, you wanted to go from here to deploying it with AI, right? So you've built this project with Claude, you've plugged it into anti-gravity, and then from here, you want to deploy it, right? So what you can actually do is you can go inside the chat here, and you can say, okay, deploy this to Netlify using the Netlify MCP, right? I've got loads of training on this inside the AI Success Lab if you haven't already checked it out. But basically, this can actually use Netlify to use the MCP and deploy it, right? So if we go to MCP servers, just make sure you have Netlify switched on, which we've got it installed. Then you're going to go back to the agent and say, deploy this with Netlify MCP. And what it would do is actually take this and then deploy it to a subdomain automatically on Netlify, which means that we can share the URL, and also the URL is live from our project. So just to recap here, what have we done? We've used Claude Cowork to organize our desktop, create reports around brand new topics like Claude Cowork with physical actual files locally that we can just open up in Pages. We've built out websites, we've organized our files, deleted files, etc. And we've done this all just directly inside the UI from Cowork. Pretty amazing. We've also switched that from JSX to HTML so that it's easier to preview the file as well. For example, here, if we scroll down, we've actually got the HTML file. And then if we open this up, we don't even need to create a separate environment for this. It's now ready to go, and we've just plugged that into a HTML file ready to upload and host, as you can see. And you don't need to be technical to do any of this. We've already covered that. Now you can see here, for example, it's deployed the website AI Profit Boardroom and the design from Claude directly here using Netlify MCP. So if we click on live URL, open it up, boom, shakalaka, right? We've now just, for example, created a full website. We've designed it into a beautiful page, and we've deployed it on a subdomain, right? So for example, if I open this up in a new incognito tab, there we go, right? That's ready to share, that sort of thing. And if you want to host it on a subdomain, an actual custom domain, then you could do that inside the Netlify as well. So I could say I'm going to try this. I've never tried this, but we'll try saying to anti-gravity, okay, use my custom domain, AIprofitboardroom.com, to host this on Netlify, right? Replacing the old files. And also, we need to make sure the button here goes through to the AI Profit Boardroom community sign-up page, like you can see. So I'm just going to take that. Let's say, okay, also make the buttons click through the funnel traffic to this page. There we go. All right, so let's just recap on some use cases here. You can organize your desktop plus local files, right? That's number one. Number two, you can delete files quickly. It's completely no code, so it's just plain English. Equals anyone can use this. You can build out reports based on the newest plus latest stuff. Then create local files for this, like we did with the Claude Cowork report, which we've got down here. And then also you can build out SaaS, landing pages, games, etc. locally. And you can host the projects easily with anti-gravity plus the Netlify MCP to deploy your projects, right? And so literally, this is pretty amazing what you can do. Check this out, right? We're just going to go here And then you can see, okay, it's made the changes. So take a screenshot. Might take a little minute to deploy this. Whilst we're deploying the new version of the site to the new custom domain, let's go back to Claude and see what else we can do here. So if we X off that, we can now start a new task. We can crunch data, right? So you can, for example, like research and analyze the topic, and then from there, start getting AI to do tasks. But I think you can do that already. I don't see what's different between that and the normal one. Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to say research and analyze Claude Cowork. And we'll try that. And then we'll do a new task here. See if we can run two tasks side by side as well. So for example, here we shall click on send a message. Help me write a message about Claude Cowork. Asking clarification, blah, blah, blah. We'll try that. See if we can get it to make a slide deck for us. All right, so this is working side by side. So we've got the research slide deck over here. And then we also have the announcement for Claude Cowork that we're creating right here. So I'm going to say, okay, yes, go ahead. And then inside here, we've got the new version. I'm going to say, okay, do this for AI Profit Boardroom community members. By the way, if you have any questions or you're watching live and you want to see me test something out, just let me know in the comments. Happy to help and check for you. So here it's created a few announcements. Let's see if we can get it to send the message. And from here, we'll just add a connector. So I think we can connect Gmail to this. Let's see if we can send emails for us. All right, so now we've connected Gmail inside Claude Code. If we go back here to Cowork, we'll say, okay, email the message to juliangoldie@gmail.com. And we'll just make sure our connectors are added here. So we should have Gmail connected. See if we can use that. Look at that. You can't send emails directly. Okay. But it does say, if you have the Claude for Chrome extension enabled, I can help you navigate. Okay. So I'm going to say post on X then, using Claude for Chrome. So if we go back to Chrome over here, it's opening up a new Claude Chrome, as you can see. Now it's navigating to X, and you can see the browser is using, the agent is using the browser. You can see by the orange outline. You have to allow a lot of permissions here. That's the only annoying thing. But if you click on always allow, that should fix it. And then it should take the message from Claude Cowork and plug it into X. Let's see. Yes, it's writing it out right now. You can see the agent rolling my screen. Pretty nice. Bear in mind, you can have this running in the background, right? So you could say, okay, tweet out 10 things about Claude Code. And then inside the desktop, it just goes off and tweets them for you in the background. And let's see where we're up to. You should have just clicked post, but I don't know why I did that. It said I can see the post button is ready. Yeah, I'm going to say yes. Post this. And then we'll see what it does. And there we go, my friends. There we go. So just to recap on that workflow, basically what we did here is we said, help me write a message about Claude Cowork, ask any clarifying questions, share a plan of how you approach it, right? Then from there, it gave us 3 options for the message. And I did ask it to email, but it can't email, right? But it can use Claude Chrome, and therefore it can operate directly on the screen, your Claude Chrome, your emails, etc. Right? And then I've said post on X using Claude for Chrome, and it just went off and did that. Now, that's an actual task that I got my team to do yesterday. For example, for them, what they do is they operate a Claude project, they upload videos to X, and then they include the post from Claude project. But I think eventually you're going to get to the point where you can just get Claude to do that for you, right? There's no need to have a person working 3 hours a day doing that, right? So this is really the future. I think this is where things are going. You can see how to pretty much automate anything. It's posted the tweet here. It even found the link for us as well. And there were no real issues along this way as well. I expected Claude Cowork to be very buggy today, but it's actually been working perfectly. Now it's also creating the presentation, so we can check that out in a second. You can see here it's creating the files in CSS, and then it'll actually create an article that we can check out in a second. So it's creating the PowerPoint slides, and we'll come back to that in a minute. You can also see here it's using web search, which is great. So it's using those connectors to build this. And we've used Opus 4.5 to actually create this. Whilst you're waiting as well, you'll get like the breakdown of what it's doing and that sort of thing. Honestly, I think if they want to reach non-technical people, then they should probably remove those bits because it's like just a bit confusing for people. But there you go. So it's creating these files and then beginning to create the presentation. Abdul asks, what's the name of the files or the program that we use to host and create the project for the website? That was Google Anti-Gravity, right? Google Anti-Gravity. If you search on YouTube or you check out the AI Success Lab, I have like loads of courses and training on how to use this, but it's a free tool by Google that allows you to basically code and build anything out. So now we have the presentation ready, as you can see. So this is the slide deck. Here's a summary. Here's all the information about it, etc. It's actually broken down the design approach. So for example, it's gone for professional but modern, clear visual hierarchy. Here's the colors that's used. Here's the file location. Here's the sources used. And then we actually want to be able to open this up. I thought it would give you a program to open this up with, but I'll just say open this up. Now it's navigating to Google Slides. And it's going to open up Google Slides and then create a blank presentation and upload the PowerPoint file to it. So let's see what it does here. It seems to be struggling with that. Now it's uploading the files. I'm actually just gonna, to be honest, if that's, is that the presentation it's created? I'd be pretty disappointed if it created that presentation. You can see the files here. It's struggling to actually use it inside the browser. So you can see it's trying to upload something, but it's not really sure what to do. But right now, honestly, it seems like it struggles with presentations. There's no way a normal person would just use that day to day. I think if you compare this to something like GenSpark or Manus AI, that can create like really beautiful presentations. Even, for example, like Claude inside Artifacts directly on Chrome can create better presentations than this. Wilty says, which platform do you use to create the best websites? These days, usually Anti-Gravity I tend to find is like the best. I tend to find like that creates the nicest. Yeah. And this actually can't do the job. So it's actually struggled with that. Honestly, the presentation looks pretty bad anyway. So I think for presentations, that's the first time I've seen it really fall down. I'm going to stop that test there, yeah. So it totally failed on the presentation stuff. Don't use it for presentations. That's pretty much it. That is exactly how to use Claude Cowork as you've seen today, showing you how to create files, crunch data, make a prototype, organize files, deploy files, create websites, create projects, etc. You get the power of Claude, but you get it inside local tool, as you can see. Super easy to use. It can even, for example, post tweets for you and that sort of thing. It can control your browser, control your laptop and everything else. And it's super powerful. Plus, it's quite easy to use, right? Like the actual UI is much nicer than using something like Claude Code, which is a bit more technical. I think Claude is much easier, much chill to use. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments and description. So you can see, for example, you get all the video notes from today, video tutorial, you get the Cowork automation framework, a 30-day plan on how to implement this with prompts so you can just copy and paste. Additionally, you get over 100 prompts that you can use, so 100 use cases for Claude Cowork that would help you today. And then I just want to run through some more of the limited beliefs that might be holding people back, all right? So some people will say, for example, AI will make mistakes and create more work. I think the real risk is like continuing to do everything manually. Like that's guaranteed to keep you and your team overwhelmed. So yeah, like AI makes mistakes earlier on. Like for example, today, like it totally messed up the presentation, but it did everything else pretty well. So it did like the 80-20 of the task. And like we all made mistakes when we started our business. So I think the difference here is like AI actually learns faster than humans. And once you correct it, it's going to remember that forever. Okay, so like a solopreneur using Cowork will spend like 30 minutes, but save 4 hours of work. That's the sort of thing. So the new empowering belief really is like AI mistakes decrease over time with feedback, whereas manual work errors stay constant because humans get tired. The other thing here as well is setting this up will take forever. Actually, it just took us like 5 minutes to do today. It was pretty easy and simple. The hardest bit was just figuring out how to update Claude so that we could restart it using this. But here's the truth, is you're already spending time doing the work manually. Setting up automation is just reorganizing that time. And so that instead of doing the task 100 times manually, you spend that same time teaching AI to do it once, and then it works forever, right? So for example, writing 50 social media posts manually, that's going to save you 10 hours per month, right? Whereas setting up a content repurposing system, that might take 2 hours once, right? And so you save many hours doing this, right? And most solopreneurs spend more time thinking about whether they have to automate it rather than just doing it, right? That's the main thing. And the setup time here is like something that you can set up as a system and then it pays you back immediately. So the question isn't, do I have to automate? It's, can I afford to keep doing this manually, right? Other people say, I need fancy tools and subscriptions. Really, you just need co-work. That's it. You need co-work and clear instructions. The 30-day plan shows you the best ways to do this. And most solopreneurs are already paying for tools they don't use properly anyway. So co-work makes the tools that you have already work harder. It's not about adding more tools. It's about using what you have systematically. So systems beat tools every time. And a few tools used strategically outperform dozens of tools used randomly. So focus on system design, not tool collection. Other people say, my business is too unique for AI. And I think every solopreneur thinks this. Then they try AI and realize the what you do might be unique, but how you do it follows patterns. So every business, for example, needs customers, answers questions, delivers value, collects payments, right? Follows up. And those are universal things. So AI can automate universal patterns in unique context. Your expertise stays unique, but the repetitive implementation gets automated, right? And so the new empowering belief really here is your unique expertise stays yours, right? But AI handles the repetitive clicking of buttons that exists in every business. And you stay unique where it matters and automate where it doesn't. Other people say, I want to wait until co-work AI gets better. But the thing is, whilst you wait, your competitors are learning. They're automating. They're getting faster and cheaper. They're taking your market share and your customers. And AI is already good enough for you to transform your business today. It will get better, for sure. Like, it only gets better. But waiting means falling behind. And so the solopreneurs and the business owners winning right now are waiting for perfect. They're starting with good enough and improving, right? So early adopters win. AI is good enough now to create massive leverage, and waiting for better means watching competitors pull ahead whilst you stay stuck. Other people say this only works for big companies, and I would say actually the opposite is true, because big companies, they have bureaucracy, they have all these systems, they have resistance to change, whereas if you're a small business owner, you can move really fast. You can test, implement, and optimize today, right? Whereas big companies will take months for approval just for a test. So you have the advantage here. AI basically democratizes capabilities that used to require huge teams. And now one person with great systems can compete with 10-person teams. The new empowering belief really is like being small is your advantage, right? You can implement faster, adjust quicker, and compete with much larger businesses because AI removes the team size advantage, right? As you've seen today, we already automated social media. We already automated reports. We built our website. Like, how long does it take a big enterprise to change their website, right? Maybe months, maybe years. Something like that. We did it in like a couple of clicks of a button, for example. Other people say, I'll lose the personal touch. But let's separate two things. Tasks that require your unique personality, you keep doing them. Tasks that follow a process, you automate them, right? So co-work is not going to reply to customer complaints for you, but it will draft options so you can respond faster. It doesn't replace your judgment, but it gives you more time for the things that require judgment. And the personal touch comes from having time and energy to actually be personal. So when you're overwhelmed doing busy work because you haven't used AI, you can't be personal. And so the way that I look at this is automation gives you more time to be personal where it matters. You can't give your personal attention when you're drowning in tasks. Systems free you up to focus on relationships. Other people say, I need to do everything else to maintain quality. And this belief really keeps people stuck. Doing everything yourself doesn't maintain quality. It ensures mediocrity across everything because you're spread too thin. And so when you automate the routine stuff, you have energy for the high value work. And that's where real quality comes from. Quality comes from focus, not from doing everything. Automate the routine so you can focus deeply on what requires your highest level thinking. That's where real quality is created, right? And other people say learning co-work will take away from my business growth. But I actually think that's backwards. So not learning this is what's preventing growth, right? Every hour you spend on tasks AI could handle is an hour not spent on growth, right? And the solopreneurs staying stuck are the ones too busy to build systems. So the main goal that I'd recommend here is like learning AI automation is growth. Every system you build is a system that compounds. And the time you spend building systems today returns multiple times in capacity tomorrow, right? So that's the way you want to look at it. So thanks so much for watching. You can get all the video notes from today inside the AI Success Lab, along with the 30-day plan, the framework, and all my latest trainings, right? And you'll get connected to 45,500 people. This is inside the AI Success Lab. If you can't find it, just Google it. If you can't Google it, ask ChatGPT. And if you go to the classroom here, go to January part 2, you can see the Claude co-work update details here, along with a video tutorial, all of the relevant resources, the framework for using this, the 30-day plan, and over 100 prompts on exactly how to use this, plus the limiting beliefs that might be holding you back and how to change them. On top of that, you also get all of my latest trainings. So we actually update this pretty much daily, and it's a free group, but it's better than most people's paid stuff, and you can see all the cool stuff you get inside here, right? And then if you want to connect with me personally, if you want to be able to direct message me for help and support, if you want to join a community of winners, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside the AI Profit Boardroom, what we actually do is we have a daily accountability group so that you avoid all the overwhelm and all the shiny object syndrome. You list your goals for the day, and then we check in and we make sure you actually do it, right? It's an amazing group that just helps you get stuff done. On top of that, inside the win section, you can see people winning with this stuff, right? It's not just me, right? For example, Steve is doing a 30-day YouTube channel challenge. Shout out to Cindy, right? You can see, for example, Joe got his first win within 7 days of being in the AI Profit Boardroom and created his first NA10 automation, right? So there's so many people winning with this. And if you join a community of 2,100 people learning, growing, improving, and helping each other with AI, is that going to help you get better? Is that going to help you grow your business? 100%, right? Plus, you get the network and you get to connect with awesome people. On top of that, inside the calendar here, you can jump on coaching calls. So if you need help and support in real time, jump on the coaching calls, ask any questions, get involved, meet the community, and seek support when you need it. And if you can't make the calls, no problem. You can actually watch them back inside the classroom here. Now, we also have this 6-week masterclass that takes you from complete beginner to expert in just 5 weeks with AI, and you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you'll get my best playbooks on how to automate AI avatar videos, how to automate AI screen share tutorials, how to automate shorts, newsletter automations, Twitter automations, how to automate your emails, etc. All the stuff that I use within my own business. Additionally, you will get the agency course that shows you how to get more clients and grow your agency or freelancing business. You get all of our best SOPs. You get the AI SEO automations that help you rank number 1 with GEO, with AI SEO. And this is all based on stuff that's working for me. So for example, if we have a look over the last 3 months, you can see our rankings for this website just going up, and we're applying the same processes that we teach inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And additionally, you'll get a 6-week roadmap on how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me as well. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. If you want to see more details on that, you can actually see some details on it right here. But yeah, today we're going to be looking at Ralph Claude Code, which is basically like a powerful way to create an infinite loop and just let your agents run an autopilot and just autonomously go off, cycle through, and create stuff. For example, normally, if you're inside Claude Code, let me show you an example. So if you're inside Claude Code here, and you've got something that you're creating, right? It's not just going to run off in the background. Like, it's going to require a lot of back and forth. You're going to have to go off and reply to it. It's going to be super annoying, etc. And it takes a long time as well, right? So what you can actually do is if you open up Ralph Claude instead, then you can allow this to just autonomously run on an infinite loop until it improves stuff. The other cool thing about using this AI agent with Claude is it can track progress, but it can repeat stuff until the project is complete. So it never gets stuck, right? It's just an agent running in the background for hours and hours until it finally gets stuff done. And as an example of this, you can see a tweet from Kazala here. It says, "This Ralph thing is insane. It took me months to develop the second runtime to generate this, whereas Claude with Ralph just ran with the task. And when they woke up in the morning, after a few iterations, it solved all the issues, right? And this is the power of Ralph Claude. Like, loads of people are raving about it, but a lot of people don't know how to set this up yet. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do this, right? So what we can do here is we can grab the GitHub likes, and then we can just set up a new folder. So let's add a new folder here. All right, so we'll call that Ralph. And then inside Claude Code, this is by the way, this is a free program, right? You can use it for free. We're going to open up the folder that we just created. So we'll open up Ralph here. We're going to say, okay, open this up. We trust that. And then inside Claude Code, which you could run inside the desktop, by the way, there was a new update inside Claude this week where if you go to Claude Desktop, then you go to the code section at the top, so you can switch between chat and code. You can run Claude Code inside Claude Desktop right here. See how, for example, I have to allow everything when Claude Code is running. With Ralph, it just runs off on autopilot. So we'll come back to that in a second. Let's wait for it to load and open this up. The other option as well is you can just install it like this. So if we go to terminal like so, we can just go inside the terminal, clone this, copy these commands, and then open this up, as you can see right here. So we can take this command, go into terminal, plug that in, and we're good to go. In fact, to be fair, it's way faster to just run it inside the terminal. Now we're going to navigate to it, as you can see right here. And then in the prompt.md file, you can describe your project requirements, like you can see here. So you can edit this. Then we're going to hit save. And then once we've edited the prompt.md of our requirements, we can just start Ralph, right? So let's go to the terminal here. If you get any errors, just paste them in to Claude. And then we'll say, so we have to install TMUX as well. Once we've done that, we're going to run this. So we're going to say, would you like to create a new Ralph project? I'm going to say yes. We'll just go with my app as a generic project name. We'll allow that. And then it says, do you want to, so basically the prompt.md is a file that you're going to edit, like you can see in Anti-Gravity right here, to prompt Ralph into what it needs to do, right? So you prompt it right here in terms of what it's going to build. And then from there, you can edit the document, save it, and that's how Ralph knows what to build, right? Now, if we go inside here and we'll say, okay, can you edit this? It's for a snake game that's 3D, something like that, right? So now it's opening up the prompt.md file. And as you can see right here, it's going to open that up. This is the default one with the templates, but then it's added this bit, right? So you are Ralph, an autonomous AI development agent working on a 3D snake game, as you can see right here. We're going to allow that. And it's beginning to write in like the technical specifications. So 3D snake game, overview, the tech stack, core gameplay, the mechanics, etc. And then it's ready to start now. So it's set it all up. It's set up and configured the prompt. It's like, this will start Ralph autonomously building your 3D snake game. Want me to start it? We'll say yes. And now it's just looping through. And we can monitor it. So if we go to the terminal here, we can open up Ralph Monitor and see what it's working on. And this will refresh every 2 seconds with the details. So we can see the progress, the loops, the loop count, etc. Marine says when it runs in the background, is this running on theirs or our services? So it's running locally on your laptop, right? So you can see here, it's running locally, but obviously it's using Claude Code and your API with Claude Code, which is online, to loop it through. And then it will just keep refreshing every 2 seconds, like you can see over here in the terminal. And then if you want to stop it, like you can see here, we've actually stopped it. Just, you can say, can you restart it or can you stop it, etc., right, inside your Claude Code session. So this Claude Code session is connected to the Ralph loop over here. And so if you ever want to stop, you can always press, like, I think it's Command and C as well inside the chat here. But you can control it as well inside Claude directly, as you can see, just by setting up that Ralph loop directly inside there from the GitHub. And then if you want to start it up again, you can just use a command like this, as you can see. And you can just watch it live in your terminal using this command right here. But that's basically how you can set up Claude Code, as you can see. With Ralph, this is the Ralph monitor, the status dashboard, etc. That will run on an infinite loop to edit the prompt and actually prompt Ralph to do the work. You just change the project MD file, like you can see right here. If you ever need to stop it, go back to your Claude chat and then just tell it to stop the agent, or just press Command C in the terminal And then if you actually want to open up the GitHub directly inside Claude Code, then just paste the GitHub details and ask it to run it. That's the simplest and easiest way. If you have multiple projects, like you can see here, and you need the command for opening up like this, then you can just screenshot the page here, paste it into Claude, and just say terminal command to run this. It will give you the terminal command like you see. And then if we want to run that as well, we can just press Control and C inside the chat, paste in the command, boom, start running it like you can see. And then it will tell you how many minutes it's been running, what it's doing, what it's working on, etc. So it's pretty cool. The benefits of Ralph are basically that it can automate coding and just run on a loop automatically in the background. You might be wondering, okay, what is this? Why would you use it? Ralph Claude Loop is a plugin for Claude that turns it into basically like a non-stop AI worker. So instead of generating code once and stopping it, Claude will just keep going, right, until the task is actually complete, fixing bugs, testing code automatically, and that sort of thing. And it's a huge shift from like the typical one and done approach that most AI tools use. Now, how it works, you basically write a prompt, add the completion signal, set a max retry limit, launch a loop, right? And then why would you use this? You could use it, for example, some of these examples. One of the most important ones I've seen a lot of people do is just build whilst they're sleeping, right? So they can have this coding out like you can see here and building stuff whilst they're not working at all, which is pretty cool. I'm just going to terminate that. And then what makes this different versus just using something like Claude Code, where it's like you give it the end goal, not every step. Claude figures out the path. It checks its own work and self-iterates. It learns from its previous tries. It works with live GitHub repos and real projects, and it has built-in monitoring, error filtering, and rate limiting, right? And if you want to get all the setup instructions plus an extra tutorial on exactly how this works, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab, completely free, link in the comments description. This connects you with 45,100 people, as you can see. And also, if you want to get an amazing AI automation community that helps you grow and learn with AI and automate your business, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside the community, you can post any questions, get help and support whenever you need it. You can see all the people winning with AI like you can see right here. And also inside the question section, if you have a question, people will help you a lot. So you can see here, for example, Maddie had a question. 28 people got back to Maddie just to help her get the support she needs. Also inside the calendar, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. You can jump on a call with an AI automation expert, get help and support whenever you need it. And inside the classroom here, you can learn how to go from complete beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks. You'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. You'll get my full processes for using AI avatar videos and automating those, plus how we automate, for example, Twitter and newsletters and shorts and everything else, right? And even emails. And then, for example, if you want to learn how to get more clients and how to land more clients, you can check out the agency course. If you want to basically grow your YouTube channel like me, you can check out the 6-week roadmap right here. And if you want to rank number one, like we do as well, then you can check out the AI SEO automation section. So feel free to check that out. Link in the comments and description to the AI Profit Boardroom. Cheers for watching. We got a few questions here, so let's see what we got. It says, what is he working on? Ralph and Claude Code. Alston says coding with Claude Code, regardless of Claude Opus, consumes the credits very fast. If I subscribe to the Plus plan, any better options? So it's the same thing, right? I made a Gemini gem for PowerShell for running terminal commands. Pretty cool. AI brand building says, you ever get issues with deploying sub-agents properly? I keep trying to deploy sub-coding agents for smaller features. Check out my video on Automaker. So basically what that will do is if you have loads of features, it will turn everything into a Kanban board. And then you can just press make, right? And that'll just go off and make stuff for you. Let me show you an example, just so I can be really clear on this. So if you go to my video on Automaker here, this one, we can basically set up a Kanban board, like you can see right here. And whatever project you have, if you have a backlog of features, you can get these sub-agents to create the tasks. So you just click on make here, and it will go off and build separate tasks with multiple agents. That's one of the easiest ways to do it. You can set this up with Claude Code and Automaker, which is a free GitHub. And then from there, you've got a nice UI where you can host it and test it. Today, I'm going to show you my best Claude AI SEO workflow for ranking content on Google and other AI search engines. So for example, if we check out this website, this is juliangoldie.com, which is my personal website. You can see like a while ago, we were getting like 0 clicks per day on this website, right? Now, if you look at the trajectory, particularly over the last 30 days, we're getting some serious traction on this website, right? So you can see here it went from like 69 clicks a day, and now it's at the point where it's getting 211 clicks a day. The other thing I like about this is look at the trajectory, right? If we actually have a look over the last 3 months, for example, you can see where we started versus where we are now. And if we look even further away over the last 12 months, the progress we've made since we started posting on this website, which is late September, is unbelievable, as you can see right here. David says, am I late? Happy to join for the first time. Good to see you, David. And from here, we're going to start testing this out. So how am I doing this? What are we doing? What's the process, etc.? But essentially, I want to talk you through how this works. So when we're creating content on YouTube, we're actually ranking those videos directly inside Google as well, right? So we get the traffic from YouTube, but we also get the traffic from Google. And this is not just for big websites. So for example, if we actually type in, I don't know, AI SEO, link building or something like that, right? You can actually see our video ranking on Google right there, SEO. You can see our videos ranking on the first page. If we type in something like this keyword, you can see this is a totally different YouTube channel, but we're ranking again on Google, right? And so videos rank really well. But here's the other beautiful thing about creating videos, right? If you're creating videos, like for example, this one right here, if you're creating videos like this, you're actually creating your own research when you do those videos, right? So for example, if you have a look at this particular video, what I'm doing, if you check out the video itself, is we are creating content talks about stuff that I'm building directly inside here. So it's first-hand case study data, right? Now, why is that important? It's important because when you're building out with Claude and you're creating content, you're creating something unique because it's using your case study data, right? So for example, if I build out a web app inside Kilo Code and then I share it on YouTube and then I turn that transcript into a video, it's going to be way more likely to rank because it's unique data, right? It's not just taken from some generic fluffy AI, right? It's actually something unique. And so, for example, if we go over to Claude here and we take a prompt from the AI profile boardroom, so I'll show you exactly how this works. We're going to take the transcript from YouTube, like you see here, I've taken that. Then we're going to go over to Claude, like you can see over here. And what we're going to do is just grab a prompt from the AI profile boardroom. Let me do that. So inside the classroom here, if you go to the playbook, and then we're going to go down to video to blog posts, open up that prompt, and then we are going to plug that directly into Claude. What I actually use for writing inside Claude, usually, but Opus is not bad, but Opus is more like for coding, right? So you can use Sonnet. Either way, you definitely want to use Claude over something like ChatGPT, just because the content is way more sentient, feels way more human, feels way more realistic, right? And that's how we get results like this. So if you go back to Claude over here, we're now going to type in our keyword. Now, how do we find a good keyword for this? What we typically do is we'll go over to Google like so. Then we're going to go and type in, let's say, for example, I'm trying to match a video of mine about Claude to a keyword inside Google. If we have a look here, we've got a video, like, for example, this one. And all we need to do is just go inside Google and try and match the content itself to a keyword that would rank. So, for example, if we type in Claude AI SEO, that's a good keyword to rank for, right? And so what we can do is we can plug in keyword equals. We'll change the transcript to this video right here. So we'll grab the transcript itself. Then we're going to copy that. We're going to go over to Claude here, and we'll paste that in. So we've got the prompt itself, which is from the AI profit boardroom if you want to get it. And then we've got the transcript itself and the keyword that we found for free inside Google Auto Suggest. The other thing that's interesting right here is that you can do all of this for free, right? You can record your screen for free using OBS. You can rank it on Google and YouTube for free using that video. You can use Claude for free as well. So Sonnet is actually free. Opus isn't, but Sonnet is. And then also you can do the keyword research for free as well because you're inside Google and you can just find the auto suggest keywords for free, like you can see right here. Right? And so from here, what you can see is we've got a bunch of ideas for the title, and then we've got the actual content itself, like you can see, right? And so if we have a look at this particular page, we've got the keyword inside the title. That'll be throughout the content itself as well. And you can see it's inside each of the headings as well throughout the page. It's inside the copy. So for example, here you can see the keyword mentioned too. And we've just optimized the keyword for the topic that we're trying to rank for, right? Now, that is essentially how we're creating content that ranks directly on Google, like you see right here. So we're ranking, for example, several times on Google for that particular keyword over here. And it's pretty simple and straightforward. Let's have a look at another one. So here's our video for this particular keyword, as you can see. And then if we keep scrolling down, we've got a website ranking here, a website ranking here. And it's fairly straightforward to create this content and the rank it. You can see another one right here, right? And a LinkedIn article too for that keyword. And this keyword actually does get traffic. So if we go over to Ahrefs, just to validate that people are actually searching for it, we'll go to the Keyword Explorer, plug that in, and then you can see it's ranking pretty nicely. Now, here's where it gets interesting, right? So you can rank content across your blog, like you can see right here, if we have a look at this website. And again, let me pull up the content. I'll show you where it ranks and that sort of thing. So if we pull up the blog here, you can see the content that we're creating. And this is all like my personal data. It's not spammy either, because you're actually taking the content, rewriting it in a better way, formatting it in a nicer way, and then using your own data and your own case study inside the video to rank it as well, right? So you're actually creating something of value that no one else on the internet has created, unlike other people who are using like those generic AI SEO tools, right? And when you're doing this as well, what you can also do is you can easily get Claude to regenerate another version of that blog that's completely unique, but still based on your YouTube title, right? And from here, what you can also do is you can publish that content across other platforms. So for example, if you actually have a look at Reddit, right? We have this subreddit and we post here daily. So all of our videos will post directly to Reddit as well. And we'll also post the articles. So for example, if we check out this one, you can see that our article is directly inside Reddit with our links. So it funnels traffic to our video, but also to our funnels, like you see. This particular subreddit ranks really well inside Google, but it also gets traffic from the platform itself. So if we have a look here, for example, this month we've reached 98,000 people inside Reddit, inside the subreddit, which is pretty crazy because Reddit, again, is free to post on as well. And you can easily generate content with Claude too, right? And you can see some of the top performing posts here. So 21,000 views, 15,000 views, 7,800 views, 7,000 views. It's pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy stuff. We also do the same inside, for example, X, right? X is another platform that we actually post content on regularly. So if we go to our article section here, we do exactly the same method. But this time, what we do is we post it inside X, right? So if we keep scrolling down here, if we take a look at this article, which we only published like yesterday, as you can see. So we only published this article yesterday, and you can see it's already had 17,000 views directly inside X. And again, it funnels traffic to the places we want to funnel traffic to. It does have our video embedded inside it as well. And then it also funnels traffic other places too. But the main thing to note here is that you can get traffic across the platform. You get traffic directly from Google. You can create multiple versions of the same video transcript. You're using your own case study data, so you're actually adding some information to the internet when these AIs rank your content. And also, this will rank inside Perplexity or rank inside ChatGPT, and it's pretty easy to do, right? You can easily train an assistant to do this. And again, like if you see how many views we're getting directly from Reddit from using the same methods, it's pretty crazy. And so you can see how much traffic we're getting on Reddit, how much views we're getting on linked on X articles. You've seen, for example, us ranking directly on Google, on YouTube, and also you've seen us getting results like this for our website. So it's a very powerful process, and all it is literally you just get a video. So step one is create a video, just documenting what you're creating around that tool. Step number two is match it to a keyword by using Google Auto Suggest. And then step number three is making sure that you repurpose that, not just on your website, but also repurpose it across multiple platforms too. And if you do that, you're increasing the chances of you ranking, plus you're getting traffic from those other platforms as well whilst you do it. So that is our Claude AI SEO workflow. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session, you can actually get that at the link in the comments and description. So you can get a free SEO strategy session here. Book in a call. We'll jump on a call with you, give you some tips, give you help with your website, build out a custom game plan, etc., based on what's working for us and our clients. And then also, if you haven't checked out already, if you love SEO workflows like this, you can actually get a free community, link in the comments description. And this connects you with 44,800 people, as you can see right here. It's a very active community, lots of people posting, etc. And if you go to the classroom, you get a full course showing you exactly how to do SEO and AI SEO, like you can see right here. And the cool thing about this is these trainings are free, right? But they're better and more updated than most SEO courses out there. So you can get all of these trainings, as you can see. You get all my latest strategies for AI, and you get this inside the AI Success Lab. So feel free to get that. Appreciate you watching. So today we're going to be testing out Claude Code 2.1, which is a brand new update from Claude. Now, you can actually access this directly inside Claude, like you can see right here. So if you go to Claude, you download it on desktop, you can get it access right there. That's one of the biggest differences is like previously, you would have to go to your terminal, then you type in Claude, and then you can start using Claude directly from there. But most people don't like the UI of using a terminal. And also, if you're not a techie or you're not a developer, it's not the best place to start, to be honest with you, right? So what you can do over here is you can actually open Claude Code directly inside the desktop version of Claude, right? So for example, here, if we close the sidebar, open it up again, you can see that we have the coding section over here. And then you can see, for example, this is a project that we built using Claude Code, just as an example for a one-tap flying bird game. So if you want to open this up, you can actually open it up. So let's say open this up. And the amazing thing about Claude is you can access your files, you can code locally. It's got a really nice UI now, so you get the power of using Claude, but you can actually code locally and build projects offline. And if we have a look, for example, this is the page that we've created with Claude, just as a random example game. It works really nicely. It's super easy to build, right? Now, the other thing you can do here is you can just start up a new session and you can be like, okay, let's select a new folder. So open this up, create a new folder, just open up this test like this. And then we're going to say, okay, learn what you know about me. What would be the most useful app I could build? Plus, make it fun, colorful, interesting, plus dopamine inducing, right? Something like that, just to make sure the UI and that sort of thing is fun to build, right? From here, it's going to start generating some ideas. If it says this about you, what you can actually do is just go back to the chat over here, and Claude will actually have the memory of you. So Claude Code doesn't seem to remember in the same way. Whereas if you go inside the chat, it will actually remember who you are, what you do, etc., as you can see. So what you can do over here is you can actually grab this, and then we can say, okay, give me a prompt for building this. There we go. So we're going to plug this in. And it's giving us a really in-depth prompt, and it's all personalized to me, right? Now, once we've done that, so let's wait for that to load. We can now copy this. There we go. So that's inside the chat of Claude. We're going to go back over to the coding section. We're going to plug this in. It does actually, the thing I like about this as well with Claude Code is it gives you options and then you can choose which one you want, right? Which is pretty nice. Now, if we open up a new folder here, open up test, for example, we're going to plug in this prompt that we got from Claude before. We can also switch on ask, which means like it asks for approval before it takes any action. And you've got some sort of demo prompts right here as well. So you could, for example, get it to update your Claude MD file or search for a to-do comment or recommend areas to improve. But I'm just going to build out this app right now. So let's hit enter on that and see what we get back. And then we can also have like multiple instances of Claude Code as well. So if we go into the terminal here, and then from here, you can also just talk to Claude directly with plain text, right? With plain English. So for example, if we're like, okay, build this game out for me, it will start building out this game, as you can see inside the terminal, whilst the other version of Claude Code is building out inside the desktop as well. So if you want to build two projects at once, but you don't want to switch between tabs or you don't want to switch between different terminal windows, then you can just have these running side by side, like you can see right here. You can also, if you've installed VS Code, so Visual Studio Code, you can select that or CLI as well, so you can open up the terminal too. And then you'll see these three dots at the bottom here. So you can click on /commands, and then you can actually, for example, give it different ideas that you want to do, different commands and that sort of thing. So we're just going to click on always allow. Like you can see, that's going to begin to build this out. And also you've got a checklist here. So it actually ticks off the tasks as it's going through the checklist. So it figures out, okay, here's what I need to do for the project. And then let's click off each of these. Now, there's also a bunch of other updates that came with this. So, for example, you can press Shift and Enter for new lines for zero setup. You can add hooks directly to agent and skills front matter. With skills, you've got like forked, context, hot reload, custom agent support, invoke with the /command. And then agents also no longer stop when you deny a tool. On top of that, you can configure the model to respond in your language. So for example, if you speak a different language, it could respond in Japanese or Spanish and that sort of thing. It's got wildcard support for tool permissions, teleport your session. So you can actually teleport it directly to the cloud as well. So you can actually send it over here directly inside the desktop. And then also you can see a full change log right inside the GitHub, right? So this is 2.1.2, and there's a bunch of other stuff that's actually just been added today as well. So this was 2.1, which literally just came out. And then if you scroll up, there's even more changes added and improved today. So it's definitely, for coding, I think in general, it's probably the best for building out projects. It's one of the easiest as well because you don't really need to understand how to use any of this, right? It's just like you tell it what you want in plain English. And so far, I've not really found any limitations to Claude. Like it can pretty much build anything. So if we're like, okay, open this, it should be able to open up the project that's just built inside our tab. So let's press space to start. And you can see that it works perfectly first time around, right? Like it was super easy to build this. It's quite a fun game. And it works perfectly. So we've also got this app building out, as you can see. That's more of a longer project, so it's going to take a little while. But if you want to see like where it's up to in terms of progress, you can just check out the to-dos over here. What you can also do, if you don't realize it already as well, is you can actually go over to anti-gravity, and then inside anti-gravity, you can click on new terminal, and then inside new terminal, you can actually run Claude Code and its new version directly with anti-gravity, right? So if you want to use it inside there, you can as well. So you got plenty of options, like you can use it inside the terminal, you can use it inside Claude Desktop, you can teleport Claude Desktop to your browser inside Chrome, and also you can plug this into terminal and anti-gravity as well. So pretty simple and easy to use. Doesn't really require any expertise. It seems like it's getting easier and easier. And I really like the UI that comes directly inside the desktop version of this. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all the video notes on Claude Code, how to use it, how to set it up, etc., what you can actually do is if you type in Claude inside the AI Success Lab, which is a free community connecting you with 44,800 people. If you go over to the classroom here, you can see all our different trainings on Claude. We even have a full course 1 hour long. We have information on Claude Code and another video tutorial that breaks it all down and how it works, etc. You can also go to the classroom here and you'll see all of our latest automations. And if you scroll to this section, you'll find all the video notes from yesterday. So we were talking about, for example, Claude Code 2.1 introduces automatic skill reloads, support for agents, language models, and slash commands, smoother UI, easier setup process, and faster and smarter local coding, right? And you can also check out the GitHub changelog for using all of that. So if you want to get step-by-step instructions on exactly how to use it, you can get it inside the AI Success Lab, completely free, link in the comments description. And if you want to get help, support, if you want to learn this stuff directly from me, if you want to be able to DM me and get help and support and reach out whenever you want, and if you want to join a community of winners who are growing and learning and implementing this stuff day to day inside their business, you can check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Like you can see, we actually have a daily accountability group that just helps you avoid the overwhelm and the craziness and the shiny objects that come with AI and building it inside your business so that you can just stay laser focused on here's my top goal, here's my top task for the day. Like you see with Justin, right? Justin is a legendary member inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Same with Christian. We're just setting up our goals and making sure we smash them, right? On top of that, we have all these wins. So people are winning and learning and growing. So you can see, for example, Jay built out his first AI video project. Clint actually built out an app inside Anti-Gravity. You've got, for example, Steve found a bunch of beta testers for his new product, right? So it's just amazing how people are using and learning and growing. There's loads of cool tips in there. If you ever get stuck, you can actually post inside the AI Profit Boardroom and just get help from the community. And you can see that every single post gets support, gets help, gets questions answered, etc. Right? Now, if you go to the classroom here, if you want to learn how to master AI automation inside your business, then you can see that we have a beginner course. It takes you from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks, right? So you can follow the steps inside the course here and go from beginner to expert. Plus, you'll learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, you actually get our playbooks on the systems that I build inside my business. So for example, you can see my process for AI avatar videos, how we create screen shares with AI avatar videos. We actually break down the full training plus the step-by-step prompts and SOP for using this stuff. Inside the classroom as well, you can also learn how to get more clients for your agency. You'll get our best AI SEO automations, plus a full 6-week roadmap on how to scale your YouTube channel based on what's working for me. And on top of that, inside the calendar, we do 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on 4 weekly coaching calls, ask any questions, get help, get support, etc., with a PhD trained scientist in AI automation. So, basically they can help you with anything technical, plus you get to meet this community on the calls. And if you can't watch it back, no problem. We actually record them and post them inside the classroom. Today, we have 2 brand new updates from Claude Code. So number one is that you can actually use Claude Code inside desktop. And you see this tweet from Cat Wu here. So to do this, you can download Claude Desktop from the website, open the sidebar, click Code Toggle, select the folder that you want Claude Code to have access to, and then submit the prompts. So for example, if you actually go to Claude Desktop over here, and then you're going to select code, like you can see that we now run Claude Code directly inside the desktop app, which is great because now you don't need to worry about using it inside terminal. So to get started, we're just going to click on this. This is the preview. So it says, welcome to Claude Code, your agentic coding partner that works directly in your code base, blah, blah, blah. And then you can install the runtime dependencies. And then from there, you can start using this. We'll come back to that in a second once it's finished installing it. Actually, it's done it pretty quickly here, so we can just get straight into this. And then you can see, for example, we can actually take an example project, open up the folder locally, and then you can switch between which server you want to use. So I'm just going to go with this one. And now we can start improving it from here, right? So for example, we could click on recommend areas to improve. And then from here, click on trust workspace, allow access to the document folder, and it will start going off and building this out. And you can also see like other examples of using Claude Code locally right here. So that's going to start working its magic. And then you can click allow and allow it to code over here, which is a lot nicer than previously. If you're using the terminal and you're not like a very techy person, you could set up Claude directly inside here, allow the permissions, etc., and start coding in here. But if you look at the difference in the UI, which one do you want to use? Do you want to use Claude Desktop, or do you want to use Claude Code directly? I would go with Claude Code directly. It's much easier inside the desktop than it is inside the terminal, which is great. And then also, whilst waiting for that to load, you can see another update from Boris, who said that Claude Code 2.10 is officially out. Claude update to get it. And here's what they've shipped. So they've added a bunch of features right here. Like you can see, it's available on the new GitHub changes, changelog. And you can see, for example, here, they've added automatic skill reloads, added support for running skills and slash commands, supports for agents, language, etc. Just a bunch of new updates right here, which is pretty awesome. So you can see the changelog, and this is Claude Code 2.10. So let's go inside Claude Code here. You can see it's beginning to test this out. We can also start up a new session whilst we're waiting for that to improve. Right? So if we click on new session over here, and we can open up another folder. Let's see what we got here. For example, we have this game. We can open it up and then just say improve the UI on this, plus open it up. And you can also, for example, upload images. You've got a list of slash commands right here as well. And then we can hit run on this as well. All right. And then we've got Claude Code coding out in 2 different instances, but it's all running locally and it's inside a nice UI, which is great. We can also just go back to the chat whilst waiting for code to finish off. All right. So it's beginning to update right here. And then from here, we're good to go. And then we'll just hit allow once on this. And you can also use this with VS Code or the CLI as well. So if you click on open terminal here, you can actually use the terminal inside code. Like you can see, so if we're like, okay, code out a website for SEO, we've got a much nicer UI. If you want to get started with setting up Claude Code, you can see all the instances right here and how to set it up. But obviously inside the terminal, like it's a lot more complex, as you can see. Whereas if you just install it inside Claude Desktop, it's so much easier, right? And just think the UI just looks 10 times better, as you can see. So we're going to start setting this up, answering the questions that it's recommending, and then it's going to plan and build that out. And then if we go back to the recommend areas to improve our tests, we've got the recommendations from Claude over here, and this is beginning to code out like so. It's, would you like me to help set up the testing infrastructure? Okay, let's click yes. And now it will start to update the to-do list. Now it says, tell me about your AI avatar process for videos. So if you want to check out the AI profit boarding, if you go to the classroom here, and then you go to the playbooks, you'll see our best trainings on how to use AI avatar videos. So for example, it walks you through how we create these, standard operating procedure for using them. And then also if you want to learn how we sync screen shares and add B-roll and stuff like that to our AI avatars, which have another video on how to do it here, plus all the prompts and the SOP inside the instructions. So you can see it's finished out coding the whole update right here. It just looks so much nicer inside the UI. So it gives you a full log of what it's done, all the changes it's made so far, etc. Ticked off the to-dos so far. And then also you can see here, we keep scrolling down, it's got like the game features and everything else. So if we click on open now, index.html, we're going to allow that. And now we've got the game ready to go. And there we go. So I think it's just a much more accessible way to use Claude Code with a better UI and everything else. And then go back here. It works perfectly, but it's all hosted locally as well, which is great as well. Let's try something else out now. So I'm going to take one of the other prompts from the AI Success Lab, which has loads of different training on how to use Claude. If you want to get that, link in the comments and description. I'm going to say, okay, build a rage clicker game with one giant button. Or what else can we do? Create a one-tap flying bird game. Let's try that. All right, so let's go back to Claude here. We're going to go to code, set up a new folder. So we'll click on open, and then we'll just go with that one. And then we can go from here. There's some people asking, like, is anti-gravity or Claude Code better? Honestly, I would say that Claude Code is much better. It's just way more powerful than anti-gravity. And there's so much you can do with it. A lot of people don't even use Claude Code for coding. They use it more as an agent, which is pretty cool. But if you do want to use Claude Code inside anti-gravity, this actually makes it a lot more powerful. So what you can do is if you go to terminal inside Google anti-gravity like so, and then you click on new terminal here, and then from here you just type in Claude and it will just open up Claude Code as long as you've already got that installed on your laptop. And then from here you can start using it. So you can say, okay, make on this project 10 times better, right? And it will basically allow you to speak in plain English to anti-gravity to improve it. And the cool thing about that is as well that you're not going to run out of credits, whereas you can hit the limits pretty quickly inside Claude if you're using the API from Google Anti-Gravity. And then you can see Claude Code is beginning to code out right here. So we can go inside this section, click on yes, do we want to proceed? And then it will start building it out. So the Flappy Bird game has finished now. Let's click on open this and then allow once. It's even got sound effects on there as well. So we just literally built this out in one prompt using Claude Code. And that was super easy, wasn't it? So thanks so much for watching. If you haven't already, check out the classroom inside the AI Success Lab. This is a free community that connects you with 44,500 people interested in AI. They actually show you how to set it up completely. And we've got a bunch of video trainings on this, right? So for example, here you can see this video tutorial that compares Gemini versus Claude Code. We also have, for example, how to use Claude Code as a super agent as well. So there's many different ways you can use Claude Code. So, for example, you can actually get it to control your browser and stuff like that. It is becoming increasingly powerful as well. If we actually go over to Claude here, inside Claude, and then you click on Code here, you can also use Claude Code inside the desktop as well. So if you're online and you just go to claude.ai/code, you can start building like so. And you can just open up a repository and then from there start editing stuff out, so you can see and open other repositories when you get. Also, if you haven't already, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an amazing community where we basically show you how to automate your business with AI. And inside here, basically what we do is we help you overcome overwhelm, overcome shiny object syndrome, and show you how to go from complete beginner to expert using AI. So this is just in 5 weeks. And also you'll get a training on how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. On top of that, a lot of people ask us about how to create our AI avatar videos. So you can see our full process inside the classroom right here. And on top of that, if you want to get more clients, check out our agency course. If you want to automate your SEO, check out this section. And if you want to grow a YouTube channel with AI, we have a full 6-week roadmap here. Plus we have 4 weekly coaching calls inside the calendar. So you can jump on these live coaching calls, get help, get support whenever you need it. And you can sign up inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments and description. So let's recap on some of the questions right here. Flavin says, what is the big update? The big update is 2 things. Number 1, you can use Claude Code inside the desktop version of Claude. So if you download Claude and then go to the code section, then you can check it out from there. The other one is that Claude Code 2.1 is out. So if you update, there's a bunch of like technical tweaks that they've improved inside Claude Code. Flavin says, if you are using Claude Code in anti-gravity, it doesn't use your usage limits from Claude Code plan. I think it would. Yeah, I think it will use your tokens and your usage from Claude Code. So just be careful with that. Vibe, Kanban plus Claude Code is insane. Hey, today I'm going to show you something that's going to completely change how you build stuff with AI. I'm talking about Vibe Kanban plus Claude Code working together. This is big because you can now run multiple coding agents at the same time without them breaking each other's work. No more babysitting terminal logs. You can actually focus on planning and reviewing while AI does the heavy lifting in the background. This is the future of building with AI, and it's available right now. Let me break down what Vibe Kanban actually is and why it matters. Vibe Kanban is a tool that lets you manage multiple coding agents at once. Think of it like having a team of developers working on different parts of your project at the same time. But here's the crazy part. They don't step on each other's toes. They don't create conflicts. They just work in parallel while you focus on the bigger picture. Before this, if you wanted to use Claude Code or any coding agent, you had to watch it work. You had to sit there looking at terminal logs. You had to make sure it didn't mess something up. It was like micromanaging a developer, except the developer was an AI. That's not efficient. That's not how you scale. That's not how you build a business that runs without you being stuck in the weeds. And with Vibe Kanban, everything changes. You can set up multiple tasks. Each task gets its own coding agent, and they all work at the same time. While they're coding in the background, you're doing the high-level stuff. You're planning the next feature. You're reviewing the work that's already done. You're thinking about strategy instead of syntax. Let me give you a real example of how this works for the AI Profit Boardroom. Let's say we need to build out 3 different features for our community platform. We need a new landing page that converts visitors into members. We need an automated email sequence that onboards new members. And we need a dashboard that shows members their progress with AI automation. Before Vibe Kanban, I'd have to do these one by one with Claude Code. I'd start the landing page, wait for it to finish, check it, then move to the email sequence, wait, check, then the dashboard, wait, check. That's hours of just waiting and watching. Vibe Kanban, I set up 3 separate tasks in the Kanban board, 1 task for the landing page, 1 for the email sequence, 1 for the dashboard. I assign each task to a Claude Code agent, and I hit go. All 3 agents start working at the same time. The landing page agent is writing HTML and CSS for a high converting page that explains the value of AI automation. The email sequence agent is building out the automation that welcomes new members and shows them how to get started. The dashboard agent is creating the interface that tracks member progress and engagement. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Vibe Kanban and Claude Code. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. And what am I doing while this happens? I'm not watching logs. I'm planning the next set of features. I'm thinking about what else we need to make the AI Profit Boardroom even better. I'm reviewing the work as it comes in through Vibe Kanban's diff tool. This is the key. The diff tool shows me exactly what changed. I can see what the agent built. I can approve it or ask for changes. And I do this at my own pace, not at the pace of the terminal scrolling by. Here's why the diff tool is so important. Like when you're building with AI, you need to review the code. You need to make sure it actually does what you want. But if you're watching terminal logs, you're trying to review code as it's being written. That's impossible. It's like trying to proofread a book while someone's still typing it. With Vibe Kanban's diff tool, you review after the work is done. You see a clean before and after. You can take your time. You can think about whether this is the right solution, and you can give feedback that actually improves the next iteration. Let me walk you through the actual workflow. First, you open Vibe Kanban. You see your Kanban board with columns like to do, in progress, review, and done. You create a new task card. Let's say the task is build a landing page for AI Profit Boardroom that converts visitors by showing the amazing value of AI automation and explains all the benefits of our community. You write that in the task description, then you assign it to a Claude Code agent. The agent picks up the task and moves it to in progress. Now, here's where it gets good. You can create another task right away, build an automated email sequence that onboards new AI Profit Boardroom members, and teaches them the basics of AI automation. Assign that to another Claude Code agent and another task. Create a member dashboard for AI Profit Boardroom that shows progress, community activity, and upcoming events. Assign that to a third agent. All three tasks are now in progress at the same time. All three agents are coding in parallel. You're not watching any of them work. You're doing other stuff. Maybe you're creating content. Maybe you're talking to members. Maybe you're planning the next phase of your business. The agents work in the background. And when they're done, the tasks move to the review column. That's your queue. You open the diff tool. You see what the first agent built for the landing page. You review the HTML. You check the copy. You make sure it actually sells the value of AI automation. If it looks good, you approve it and move the task to done. If it needs changes, you add comments and send it back. Same process for the other tasks. Review the email sequence, review the dashboard, approve or request changes. And here's the thing, while you're reviewing one task, the other agents can still be working on their tasks. Or if you send something back for revisions, that agent can work on the fixes while you review something else. Everything happens in parallel. Nothing is blocked, waiting for you to watch a terminal. This is how you scale with AI. You don't scale by doing more tasks yourself. You scale by managing more agents, doing more tasks at the same time. And Vibe Kanban makes that possible. It's like going from being a solo developer to managing a team of developers, except the team is AI agents and they work way faster than humans. Now let's talk about what this means for growing a business like the AI Profit Boardroom. When you can build faster, you can test more ideas. When you can test more ideas, you find what works. But when you find what works, you scale it. That's the whole game. But most people get stuck at the building part. They have great ideas, but building takes too long, or building takes too much focus, or they don't know how to code, so they can't build at all. Vibe Kanban plus Claude Code solves all of that. You don't need to know how to code. You just need to know what you want to build. You describe it in a task, you let the agent build it, you review it, you ship it, then you move to the next idea. Instead of spending weeks building one feature, you can build multiple features in days. Instead of being the bottleneck, you become the strategic layer that decides what to build and whether it's good enough. Let me give you another example. Let's say you want to add a new feature to the AI Profit Boardroom. You want a tool that helps members generate content ideas for their business using AI. You could sit down and try to code this yourself. Or you could hire a developer. Or you could use Claude Code and watch it build the whole thing while you stare at logs for an hour. Or you could use Vibe Kanban. You create a task. Build a content idea generator for AI Profit Boardroom members that uses AI to suggest blog posts, social media content, and video topics based on their business niche. You assign it to an agent, you go do something else. An hour later, you come back. The task is in review, you check the diff. The agent built a clean interface where members enter their niche. The AI suggests 20 content ideas. Each idea has a title, a brief outline, and a hook. You test it, it works, you approve it, you ship it. Total time you spent actively working on this, maybe 15 minutes. Time the agent spent building, an hour, but you weren't watching that hour, you were doing other high-value work. Now multiply that across every feature you want to build, every improvement you want to make, every test you want to run. That's the power of Vibe Kanban. You're not limited by how much you can personally code or watch being coded. You're limited by how many good ideas you have and how fast you can review the work. And reviewing is way faster than building. Here's another huge benefit. Vibe Kanban keeps everything organized. When you're running multiple agents, it's easy to lose track of what's being built, what's done, what needs review, what's still in progress. The Kanban board solves that. You see everything at a glance. You know exactly what stage each task is in. You know what needs your attention next. You're not juggling terminal windows. You're not trying to remember which agent is working on which feature. It's all visual. It's all clear. And because everything goes through the diff tool for review, you maintain quality. You're not just blindly shipping whatever the agent builds. You're checking it. You're making sure it meets your standards. You're making sure it actually solves the problem you want it to solve. This is critical. AI is powerful, but it's not perfect. Sometimes it misunderstands what you want. Sometimes it builds something that technically works but isn't quite right. The review step catches that. And because you're reviewing work that's already done instead of work that's happening in real time, you can actually give thoughtful feedback. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like Vibe Kanban and Claude Code. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 40,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. If you've never been on Claude before, this is what it looks like. You can switch between APIs. My personal favorite is the Opus 4.5 model. And then from here, you can start using it. It is connected to the web as well. So you can see here, if we click on the plus side, you can switch between web search. You can use it for research. You can add from GitHub, add from Google Drive. You can add to different projects, take screenshots, even upload files and photos. And you can also use different styles as well. On top of that, you can connect it to Google Drive, Calendar, and Gmail. So you can actually, for example, manage different apps. As you can see, you can connect it to Gmail, Google Calendar, even Zapier, and PayPal if you want to. If you click on custom connector here, you can actually connect it to all sorts of MCPs if you're into that stuff, all right? So we're going to get straight into this. The way that I'm going to begin by using it, feel free to ask if you're watching live. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask. We're going to sort of kick it off by showing you some of the actual practical use cases for this, right? So, for example, if we check out this page here, I actually built this using Claude Opus 4.5. And then I loaded it into my website, and it is a pretty nice landing page, probably one of the nicest I've built and one of the best converting, all right? And the way that I've built it is literally by just taking the information from my website over here. And if you've got a website that you need to redesign or a landing page to build, or you've got some information about an offer that you need to create, etc., then you can grab all the information from your website and then plug that into Claude and create a custom landing page for it. So, for example, if we take this information from the page, then we're going to go over to Claude over here. We're going to paste in this information. And then from here, we can say, okay, build a beautiful, modern landing page for this information, right? Goal equals convert traffic. And what I did as well when I was building this out is I actually send it directly over to our portal page, right, where we want to direct traffic and convert it. So if you have a specific page in mind that you want to direct traffic to, you can just copy the URL and then make that CTA for our page, right? So we can say, okay, CTA button link for our page equals that, right? And then you can take the information from whatever landing page you want to pick as well. You can plug that into Claude and say, okay, using this, send traffic to this offer, or here's more information about our offer, right? And then you can build out the landing page. Now, what it's going to do from here, typically it will start creating in something called artifacts, right? Which is kind of like a preview for the landing page that you're creating. So you can see here it's actually using custom skills, and we'll actually come onto that later as well, how to build custom skills that you can reuse. And that's another powerful feature inside Claude. You can see here it's now creating the landing page, beginning to code out. And I can't code. I don't really understand HTML. I don't understand CSS, but I can quickly build a beautiful landing page like this using Claude and then just plug in the HTML into wherever I want to host my website. You see another example. If we go onto the AIProfitBoardroom.com, this is another landing page that we actually built using Claude. And again, we followed a similar method, right? But the difference is this was with like the older version of the AI, whereas, for example, this, we're using the newer version, which is Opus 4.5. And Opus 4.5 is one of the most powerful models that I've ever used when it comes to building with AI. So it's coding out now in the background. We can always come back to that later, but it's basically beginning to design it all out. And if we have any changes once that's done, we can always say to Claude later, okay, improve this, tweak that, screenshot this, and improve that, etc. And that is how to build landing pages. Now, another way that I'm actually using this is to create limited time offers for promotions that I want to promote, right? I'll give you an example of this. Let's say you've got an offer on we sell backlinks, right? We could create limited time offers for our backlinks and then post them inside our school community, right? Our free school community. We could, for example, create that content and then post it on LinkedIn or onto YouTube community or even X, right? And we can share like these different bonuses that we're giving out. And so the way that we do this is we actually have a project just for that. Now, if you're not familiar with what a project is, basically this is like a custom GPT if you ever come across them. If not, what you can actually do is you can go to, for example, let's open this sidebar. You can go to projects over here, right? So if you open up the sidebar, then you click on projects, you can go to here and you can see that we've created all these different projects for different stuff. And this just automates any task. Now, any task that you're doing day to day that you're spending a lot of time on, I would recommend creating a Claude project, because basically what that is, it's kind of like a custom bot that you can come back to and tweak anytime you need to. And then if you've got a recurring task, instead of you prompting it all over again or copy and pasting an old prompt or having to rebrief the AI over and over again, what you can do instead is you can create these new projects, right? When you create a new project, let's say, for example, you want to create an SEO writing project, we could name it whatever the task is. So we can put SEO writing project. Description, I usually just don't bother with because I'm trying to move for speed. And then over here, you can add three things, right? So you've got the memory, you've got the instructions, and you've got the files, right? And inside the files, you would attach like different pieces of knowledge that would be useful for you. You can pull those in from GitHub or Google Drive as well. You have instructions, which are kind of like the custom instructions to tell the AI what to do each time you create with this. And then you also have memory, right? And the memory actually appears after a few chats. Now, when you're using the memory, essentially you'll remember different bits that you'd like. So for example, if you have certain preferences or certain things you want to change, or you have certain things that maybe you forgot to put inside the instructions, you can add it to the memory later and Claude automatically updates it, which means that it can remember how you want to do that task, which again saves time and just gets things the way you want it to be. Now, if we have a look here, we've now got the landing page, as you can see, right? And we've got the HTML over here. So this is from the first task that we're building out, right? And so we've got this landing page with the HTML. We've got the details of the offer like this. And then you can see here, it's a beautiful landing page that we've just built out, and it's pretty nice, clean, easy. It's actually pulled in the testimonials that we pasted in and added that to the list as well. It's got all the information about our agency. It's all customized to us. It's including the details of the offer. And again, that was just automated whilst talking to you. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do this. You can actually publish the artifact. And if you publish the artifact like this, you can actually share that link with other people on the web, right? So if we go to this artifact right here, you can see that we now have this page live, and this is just ready to share with the world. So you could use that as a landing page. The other way that you can host this is you can actually download the project files and then host it on something like Netlify, and then create a custom domain for it. This landing page, aiprofitboarding.com, that's what we did. We took the project files, then we went to Netlify and we uploaded the project files and then hosted it on there. The other option that you have for this is you can actually just grab the HTML and then you can go to WordPress, or you can go to Go High Level, you create a new HTML block and then you paste it in, right? And that's another option that you've got as well. So that's how you automate landing pages. Now let's talk about these Claude projects that we're building, right? So for example, we have a look at this SEO writing project. What you can do from here is you can automate the tasks you do regularly. For example, for me, I have an SEO agency, right? And so one of the things that will be super useful to use all the time is to take a prompt that we use for SEO, and then my team can just use this project to create SEO content. As for example, if we take an example blog like this, maybe we'll go to this video to blog post process. As you can see, we're going to take one of the prompts from this, and then we're going to paste that into the instructions like this. And we're going to say, okay, do this when I paste a YouTube video transcript, right? And then it's got all the information about how I like to write content. So for example, like create 5 fairly short attention grabbing headline options too. When I paste in this video, do this, blah, blah, blah. And then if I include a keyword, do this, optimize it around my keyword. After each sentence, do this. And the cool thing about this as well is with Claude, better than any other AI I've used, it sticks to instructions very carefully. And I think that's fantastic, because if you're using something like ChatGPT, the problem with ChatGPT is like it forgets things or ignores things, or even if you say it like 3 times inside the instructions. Whereas Claude seems to stick to these kind of long super prompts much more accurately, right? Which means that you're going to get the thing better first time round rather than messing around 10 times and it messes up every time. Eric says, do you sleep? Content is fire. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. And you can see the source context here. So what we've actually done is loaded information about where we want to send our traffic to. So what is the CTA inside the blog post that we write? And then also who we are, right? So Julian Goldie, SEO entrepreneur, blah, 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 right? And then we've included some instructions on how to write it to simplify the language as much as possible. I do recommend always asking Claude to do that. And the reason for that is because Claude is really good at writing, but one of the biggest issues is you want to make sure that you keep the language simple and easy to understand, right? If we're writing content as well, we want to make sure it's easy to read and feels conversational, add nice headers and subheaders and that sort of thing, right? Here's all the information, right? And then if we zoom out here, we're going to save those instructions. I can attach files of like blog posts that I like previously if I'm building out an SEO writing project. And then from here, we can type in our keyword and the video transcript. And I'll show you how you can use this, right? So for example, if we go over to YouTube here, and then we're just going to grab an example transcript. So let's take this one. And let's say the keyword is, for example, Claude Ralph Loop, right? We're going to go over to Claude and put keyword equals. And then we're going to take the transcript from the video, like you can see right here. And then we're going to copy this and we're going to go back over to Claude, paste that in. You can see that it won't appear inside the chat. It will actually appear as an attachment because it's such a long piece of content, right? You can see how long that is. So if it's a long attachment, it'll go here. If it's like a shorter few sentences, when you paste in, it'll actually appear underneath the instructions. So from now, we're going to hit enter, and that'll begin to generate the content for our SEO blog. Now, if you actually bookmark, this is what I always recommend. So for example, we call this Claude Project SEO Writer, and then I'm just going to put that inside my bookmarks, like you see. Then I can just come back to it, right? And I think that's super useful and underrated. For example, when I want to come back to this, so I can type in Claude Project SEO, and then it will just come up with the Claude project that I can quickly find, right? And then you can just open up a new tab and boom, you can get straight back to that. Pretty nice. So that's how this works. Claude is goated. Ask it to write me out a digital product thinking. I would just get an outline. It spits out 150 pages. It's outrageous how good Claude is. And it can create a lot of content in bulk, like you can see. It's just blasting out the word count here. And it's writing it better than I could personally write it. But on top of that, it actually writes it in the exact format that I like, right? So for example, if I'm writing SEO content, I want to front load the keyword inside the first sentence as well. And then also you can see that the content is like nicely formatted. So every sentence is on a new line. And that's pretty much ready to like just quality control in the post, right? And the cool thing about this is I could create 5 different versions of this article. And then those articles can potentially rank on Google, right? Pretty awesome. So for example, if we put in like this into Google here, you can see that my videos will rank, but then often our articles will rank on the first page of Google as well, like you can see right here. Right? So what we actually did with this video, we can post content on LinkedIn, we can post LinkedIn content on our websites, we can post content on X or Reddit. It's quite easy to create the content because you're using a rewriting project like this. It takes the original content and rewrites it 5 or 10 times in a unique way. You quality control it, publish it to your other platforms, and you can generate leads that way, right? That's basically what we do. And then if we actually want to just plug that into our WordPress website or into LinkedIn or whatever, we can just copy this and then go over to where we're going to post it. Right? So for example, if I wanted to now post an article from Claude to LinkedIn, I can just go over here and we can click on write article and then we can paste that information in, right? Like this. There we go. Boom. And it's all nicely formatted and ready to go, right? And then we've got the article. As you can see, it's all nicely formatted. It's got links to where we want to funnel traffic to. And that's basically one of the strategies that we use to get a lot of traffic across many different platforms. So Claude is incredibly powerful for that. Honestly, if you did the same thing inside ChatGPT, I just don't think you're going to get the same outputs. So you can use something like this. And let me show you another thing that we actually use Claude for as well. Just to recap, we've covered creating landing pages and we've covered automating SEO content, which is pretty awesome. And by the way, if you want to see does this actually work, does this sort of content actually rank for SEO, for example, I know we've got a few internet marketers watching this channel, then you can see, for example, if we look at juliangolder.com, we actually started using this process around about late September. And you can see the traffic chart over here, right? So the traffic for this page is just going up really nicely. And you can see the trajectory of it as well, right? So Google actually does rank this content as well. I think Google doesn't care whether it's AI generated content or not. What it actually cares about is what's the quality of it? Does it actually answer the questions? Does it help people? And I would say that Claude writes in such a way that, especially if you have the right prompts, which we teach inside the AI Path Boardroom, that you're going to get the best possible outputs you get. Okay. So if we go back at some other options that we've got, so we've covered creating landing pages, we've covered creating SEO content. There's something else that you can use Claude for, and this is pretty powerful as well, is you can actually just build out mini apps, and then you can share those with the world as artifacts, or you can just bookmark them and use them yourself, right? So for example, if we say to Opus 4.5, okay, go off and create a mini app for a Pomodoro timer, it will create it like so, right? And that'll actually just build out mini apps inside the chat right here. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, let me show you something else that you can do. So this is really good for collecting the news as well. So if we go inside here And then we're going to make sure that we have web search enabled. And then inside here, you can say, okay, give me the latest AI updates and news from today, specifically about AI tools, plus new tools I could cover in my YouTube videos, plus live streams, right? And basically, because this can actually research a web, it can begin to connect to the web, start searching around online, do research for you. And I find it's really powerful for that too. So you can see here, it's beginning to search a web. We don't have to tell it to search a web as well. That's the other cool thing, is it just does it automatically. It's kind of like a search engine, but the difference is that it creates everything you want, right? Whereas, for example, if you type that in Google, let's do this, for example, it's not going to generate an answer for you, right? And so in many ways, particularly for research tasks, you're going to get much better outputs from Claude than you would from using Google directly. What else we got here? Proud Mary says, I am using Claude AI to write Python code that I test and run on VS Code. Works like a charm. Yeah, it's absolutely awesome for that as well. We're actually going to come on to Claude Code later inside this video too. You can see how we can do the research now. So for example, it's talking about NVIDIA Keynote, the major updates from that. And if we actually check out the article and see when it was published, that was brand new. It was literally just updated an hour ago, right? And already Claude picks it up and you need to talk about this in your next videos, right? And so it's quite easy to just find the latest news or the headlines. And if you're creating content or if you're trying to stay updated with the rest of the industry, this is pretty awesome as well, all right? What else we got here? Proud Mary says, always get new ideas from these videos. Got to start thinking outside the box for uses. The sky's the limit. Absolutely. There's so much you can do with this. By the way, if people are watching this and you want to get more out of Claude, you can actually use extended thinking. Now, with extended thinking, as you can see right here, you can toggle it on and off at the bottom. Extended thinking is very powerful. It is a little bit slower and it does tend to use more credits, right? So if you're trying to limit the amount of credits, maybe you want to just stick on the free plan, you wouldn't use thinking, right? But if you want, for example, to code out a project that's quite complex, or you want to get like the best possible outputs that you can, then you're going to switch over to extended thinking. I, by default, just don't have it on because sometimes some of the tasks I do just take way too long with this stuff. Now, if we go back to the Pomodoro timer app over here, you can see that we've got this timer app and it works perfectly first time round. We can switch between the tabs at the top. So we can, for example, switch between focus mode, short breaks, and long breaks. As you can see, we can refresh it and actually counts how many sessions we did, right? Now, we can publish the artifact or we can download that and host that on a separate website. But the main thing is to know that without coding, if you just have an idea in your head and you're not sure what to create, then you can just say, okay, create this, and it will go off and do it. If you're not sure, okay, where to get started with what apps would help you the most, then you can actually go back into Claude here and you can say, okay, you give me 5 ideas for mini apps I could build inside Claude artifacts that would help me the most. And the other cool thing about this as well is like you can build simple apps like this. They work perfectly first time round. You don't have to hire anyone to do this anymore. But also the other cool thing is that if you want AI to work inside the app, let's say, for example, it was an AI SEO content tool generator that actually creates a tool and creates the content with AI, then you can ask Claude to embed AI inside the tool and it would actually use AI to do that, right? So you can see how this works, right? Now, for example, here as well, if we go back inside here, let me just pull this up. We can actually take a screenshot of this, right? And we can plug that into Claude to improve things that we're building out. Or what we can do is we can just give it some tweaks and it'll quickly make those tweaks to improve the design, right? So for example, if I go inside the chat here and I'm like, okay, make this more interesting, colorful, animated, animations, dopamine inducing, crazy effects, etc., plus fun, it should be able to do that for us. All right. Proud Mary says, I know it's like magic. I suppose the adoption of electricity in homes was similarly amazing. Yeah, that's a pretty cool way to look at it. Cool analogy. What else have we got here? Gamify the Pomodoro and make it so you can experience some more times. Yeah, that's a pretty cool prompt here. All right, so we're going to try this. I'm going to wait for this to load. And then once it's done, I actually turn the Pomodoro timer, thanks for the comment, into a EXP generator game. Right? So that's pretty cool as well. Is there any chance to connect QuickBooks? So if you want to connect external apps, there's a couple of ways you can do it, right? One of the easiest ways to do it is you connect QuickBooks to Zapier. And then you can actually, inside the connectors here, you can add Zapier as an MCP. I've got some other videos on that. that will help you set that up, right? So you can actually connect Zapier and then have QuickBooks connected to Zapier and then use that inside Claude. The other thing I'm just wondering is, do they have an MCP? If they have an MCP server like you see here, then you can actually connect Claude to the remote server for QuickBooks. Now, if you wonder, okay, how do you set this up? Sometimes there's instructions on how to do that, right? So you can see right here. Other times what you can actually do is you can just copy and paste the instructions from here and here into Claude and just say, how do I set this up? That's pretty simple as well, right? So yeah, that's basically a couple of ways you can connect QuickBooks directly to this powerful tool. What else you got here? Are you able to demo an end-to-end session of building an app and deploying it for public use? Depends what you're building, right? So if it's, for example, a short mini app like this, then I could easily just deploy it right now and here and now, right? If it's something with a backend, I'd probably use Claude combined with Cursor and then deploy it publicly, and that would be the best way to use that, right? So it depends what you want to use it for and how you want to use it. I will tell you that we've built out, for example, websites like this, as you can see. So this is Enterprise SEO ROI Calculator. We actually use Bolt to build this, and it's just like a calculator website as well. And then you can easily build this with Claude. And then if we type that keyword into Google here, you can see the page that we built with AI, directly ranking on Google, #1 for that keyword. And then also you can see here it funnels traffic to our SEO strategy sessions. So you can use Claude and other AI tools for building out mini apps as well, which is pretty cool as well. So you can see how this works step by step. Now, another cool idea that I just saw inside the chat here that was being asked was that you can actually, for example, screenshot a spreadsheet and then plug that into Claude and say, recreate this. So let's try that out right now. So for example, here, if we go to this spreadsheet that we've got, so this is a spreadsheet where I actually use Claude for tweeting, we can copy this image and then we can go into Claude, paste in the screenshot, and we can say, okay, recreate this. And it should be able to recreate the spreadsheet for us using the screenshot from our spreadsheet, right? And so it's beginning to build that out. Now, in the meantime, we've got the Pomodoro app being built out right there. And you can just see how many different use cases you can use this for. It's pretty much endless. The other cool thing that I like to use this for is Twitter. So one of the more complex systems I have, but it's working really well, is to actually use Claude for creating tweets and then training Claude on what works and what doesn't. And I'll show you an example. So if we pull up my X account right here, you can see that recently we've been starting to get a lot more reach from X, right? So for example, some days we'll reach 329,000 people, sometimes 239,000 people, whereas before we were reaching like 120,000 people a day, right? And so how do we do this, and what's the system that we're using? So what we're doing actually here is we have this spreadsheet where we track the number of the post, the date, the post link. So this is the actual link of the Twitter post, as you can see. And then we also have the number of views and the hook that we used for that post, right? Now, how does that relate to Claude? What I actually do is I've created a custom project for tweeting, as you can see right here. And this allows me to automate content that I can quickly post on Twitter. But the difference here is that we actually train it on what works and what doesn't, right? So we give it some information about our audience and who we're trying to reach. And then based on that, we actually plug in the top 10% performing hooks, right? So based on whatever worked the best, we actually have a list of the top 10% hooks to do more of, and we have a list of the bottom 90% hooks to avoid, right? Now, why is that important? It's important because we're basically training on Claude to say, do more of this because this is working, avoid this because it doesn't work, right? And so what I can do each day is update the hooks that are working and not working. I can go back into Claude. Then I can, for example, delete the whole list right here and retrain the instructions so that it's got some information on what works and what doesn't. And every time I use this project to create more content, I get more data on what works and what doesn't. And that helps me create better tweets inside Claude. So it's a self-iterating feedback loop, right? And so, for example, here, we've now got the Pomodoro timer as well. It's actually got sound effects inside there as well, which is pretty cool, as you can see. And it works perfectly, but it just looks a lot more interesting. We've got the chill time over here, so we can set the timer. And we've got the mega break as well, as you can see. So it just looks a lot more interesting. You can create some cool stuff with this, right? Now, if you actually want to deploy this as a kind of mini app on the web that you can share with the world, then you can copy this link and you can paste it in, right? And now that will create and share this link, and we can just share this link on Twitter or wherever, right? Pretty nice. Now, what you can also do is based on feedback, you could screenshot and just say, okay, do this. So we've taken a screenshot from the comments today, say do this to Claude, and then it begins to build this out, right? Pretty nice. Now, inside here, you can see that Claude has now recreated the spreadsheet with all the links, as you can see, so it can recreate spreadsheets. And then you can actually open those in Google Drive, right? So if we click on Open in Drive, that will actually generate a Google Sheet inside Google Drive based on the information that we plugged in, right? Based on the screenshot and the website that we said recreate. So it's pretty cool. You can use the spreadsheet directly inside here, right? Or you can download it, or you can just open it in Google Drive, and Claude will connect directly from Google Drive and create the file for you. Pretty amazing. So there's just so much you can do with this, and honestly, we've barely got started here, to be honest with you. But these are a few examples of the use cases and how you can build with this stuff, right? What else we got here? Any recommended platforms? Saw your Minimax video recently, was pretty impressed. Felt like base 44, but so many tools, not sure what's the most effective quick setup for my need. If you want to check out, Claude is my favorite for building with. If you want to check out more, check out the AI Profit Boarding. We've got loads of training inside there, loads of cool like business automations. You can actually learn from stage 1 to stage 6, from beginner to expert, exactly how to use these platforms. And there's a list of my recommended tools as well. But yeah, I think Claude is honestly one of the best. You can also use open code. That impressed me. I tested it out yesterday. That was pretty cool. But yeah, so let me show you an example of how we use the greatest hits rewriter. So we've got the bottom 90% and the top 10% hooks, right? And so what we can do here is we can take an example video like this, we can download it, and I'll show you how this system works. So if we go back to the spreadsheet like this, and what we do is I have an SOP where I can quickly just create content with Claude and then post it to X to get bigger and better results, right? So for example, here, if we download a post, what we got here. All right, so let's take this Notebook LM video. We're going to download that. We're going to open up in YouTube as well. And then we're going to click on the transcript section of it. Copy this, right? We'll go over to Claude. We'll paste in the transcript like so. That's going to automatically create several versions of the tweets. Order it by which one is most likely to go viral. And then I can pick between them. Now, in the meantime, we've downloaded the video. We're going to paste that into X like you can see right here. And then what we're going to do is just wait for this tweet to be built, right? Now, if you use extended thinking, you will get better outputs when it's going to take longer. The other thing I would say is whilst you're waiting for the outputs, if you actually copy and paste like this, is annoying. If you copy and paste like this, it just pastes it into a nasty paragraph, right? And the formatting is not that nice. Now, if you wait for Claude to finish, right? So if we stop Claude right there, and then we take the content and we paste it in again, and we press Command Shift and D, you can see here that it pastes it into neat formatting, and then you can quickly just set it up so it's nicely formatted. If you want to just add the finishing touches, and then boom, shakalaka, we've just posted a tweet whilst I'm talking to you and automated it with X, right? Now I can put it into my spreadsheet. It's either going to be a top performer or a bottom performer, but either way, tomorrow we can refill Claude project with better hooks. And from there, we can create better content, right? So that's one of the best options for using Claude for create content as well. So they're just a few of the things that we can do. Let me show you another example of how we use this. So I actually use Claude for creating live stream content, right? I actually have this mega prompt. And by the way, just inside the Twitter automation, you can see I've attached like our best performing go-to tweets that are performing the best inside the files so that Claude can reference that for creating tweets. But if we go back to the other Claude project that we've built here, what I actually like to do with this is I'll put in my topic. So for example, topic equals Claude for course. And what that's actually going to do from here is it's going to generate the live stream notes for my video that I can use on the video, but also I can give away as a lead magnet. So for example, here it's going to find all the relevant links that I can show. So I don't have to research those. It's going to format it beautifully with the introduction and the hook of what I can talk about in the first few seconds. Then it's going to talk about a custom framework, right? So it uses a Russell Brunson style webinar format, which is a hook story offer. Then it's going to give me some examples of stuff I can build on the live stream. And this is how a lot of people ask me, how do you create content daily? How do you come up with all this content? How do you build with it? This is what I'm doing, right? This is the process that works for me. And it creates a really long guide just based on that single prompt. So based on this single topic, that create a super long prompt, really useful stuff. It will even come up with a 30-day plan for implementing this stuff. with step-by-step tweets for using this. And it'll give CTAs throughout the page to join the AI profit boarding community when people are reading through the notes, which I think is pretty awesome. And if we actually go inside these notes, so let's pull up an example that we plugged in recently. So for example, like the retriever automation tool notes, you can see here, so it builds out all the notes from here to here, right? Now, if we plug that into a Google Doc just to check the word count, it's created a 6,000 word guide, 30 pages, a 30-page guide that is automated and formatted perfectly in the exact order that I want it to using this prompt, right? It's a super prompt for live streams. And it's insane how useful that is, right? Imagine how much time that would take me to prepare those notes myself, a ridiculous amount, right? Whereas I can automate it with Claude, and it's the only tool I know that can actually do this stuff. So it's just insanely powerful. Look at the formatted, even the way that it's the mini details, it's the small details. For example, you see how it's adding like nice little emojis, it's formatting the bullet point lists, it separates the introduction but labels them so that I can quickly know where I'm at. It creates a nice little name for the framework that I'm teaching in the video, plus the sub headline as well. And then it just guides people through exactly how to use this stuff. It even breaks people's beliefs as well, as you can see right here, so that I can read them out and just be like, okay, you might believe this, but actually you should believe that, blah, 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 to help people win with AI. And then it comes up with a story. It comes up with an offer for the AI Profit Boardroom, social media posts to promote the actual live stream itself, as you can see. So I can just paste that in and insert the video links from YouTube. And then finally from here, it will actually create 100 prompts relevant to that specific tool. And the cool thing is, because this is connected to the web, you can actually gather information. It researches 20 different sources about that particular tool, and then it will automate all the notes for the live stream that I can present later, right? And it just makes everything so much easier. So that really all I have to do is just get on the live stream, find a really good idea for the live stream, and boom, we're good to go, right? So it's incredibly powerful for this stuff. Another thing that I like to use as well is I have a YouTube titles creator, right? So if we open up this project, and by the way, let's just come back to that Pomodoro timer app. Let's have a look at this. So this is the more gamified one, as you can see. So it actually generates experience points based on completion. We can generate a daily streak here as well, so it's more gamified. We've got levels at the top, and you can see it marks as novice, or here's the next level, apprentice, blah, blah, blah. Okay? And then you can see here it's 0 out of 4, and then it goes to a mega break. We've got a stats breakdown and also an achievements breakdown as well, right? So we've just created a productivity game whilst I was talking to you, which is insane. So from here, I'm going to show you the YouTube titles generator. And basically what this has done is similar to X, where I put in the top 10% of my titles on YouTube, and then the bottom 90% that didn't perform. And I'm like, Claude, do more of this and less of that, right? And so if I type in my topic, let's say, for example, Claude's course. So let's say that's the title for the video today. It can give me some ideas on what I should talk about inside my video, right? And so it will actually give me some ideas. I'm like, okay, based on this, here's what's working, here's what's not working, right? And so here's some recommendations based on your data that you've given me. And so it gives me like a bunch of ideas for stuff I could talk about inside the video, and then I can just use that as a title. Boom, ready to go. And it also tells us like, here's what to avoid for Claude content. And also here's a bunch of other high potential winning ideas, right? So it recommends talking about Notebook LM because they tend to perform really well as well. All right. Yeah. And so it's just super easy, super powerful to use all this stuff. Now, again, I said I was just getting started. I did mean it. So from here, what we're going to do is we're also going to open up something called Claude Computer Use, right? So I'm just going to log into this. This is Claude for Chrome. If you never come across this, you need to be on, I think it's a Pro or the Max plan to use this. But basically, this is a Chrome extension you can quickly install, Claude Chrome, right? And it's in beta phase right now. But basically what it can do, for example, is it can look through your emails and then organize them. It can, for example, help you with shopping. It can also, for example, make reservations for you. You can fill out forms and that sort of thing. It has so much potential to it, and it's pretty amazing. I mean, you can actually click on these and try these examples right here, and then you can organize what you want to do and how you want to do it, right? And so let me give you an example. Right? So if we open up the browser here, we're going to click on it. I understand, blah, blah, blah. And over here, we can use Claude Computer Use to really control our browser and start building stuff out, right? So if I switch, I've got ask before acting and act without asking. So that will actually give me a plan ask before acting before I enable it to go off and just do whatever it wants to do. If I say act without asking, it's a bit more high risk. So I don't recommend it to everyone, but it will basically just go off and automatically do what I ask it to. So for example, if I'm like, okay, go to, create an SEO article about SEO training in Japan, then plug that into a blog post or into a Google Doc for me too. Right? We're going to click enter and that'll actually open up a new tab, as you can see. So it's beginning to open up a new tab. It's opening up Google Docs, right? And this is actually my Google Docs, as you can see. And then it's going to start creating a blank document. And again, this is all hands-free. It's just going off and doing this for me automatically as an AI agent. And now it's going to begin to start writing the blog inside Google Docs, right? Now we can have that working in the background whilst we do other stuff. So we don't even have to have the tab open, and then it's just working its magic. So if we say something like this, it's beginning to write the article, and you can actually see what it's doing, right? So it created the new tab, navigated to it, took a screenshot. Now it's beginning to type in the document, the information, etc., and it's going to start creating this, right? Now, the thing about this is, and here's what's scary, is like when I first tested this out a year ago, it was really early stages, right? It literally just come out. The things that it's beginning to do now is pretty insane. It's just getting better and better all the time, right? You can see the full guide is written right here. We've got the full article, right? That's been automated inside Google Docs, as you can see. We can click insert, and then there we go. We've got the article based on our content. And if we wanted Claude to edit that content as well, we could do that. If we wanted to go off and post a tweet, I think it could do that pretty easily as well. You could the other thing is, if you're using it inside Chrome, it's got access to all your logins, right? So your Google Drive, it's got access to, for example, your LinkedIn and everything else. And it can just go off, search your web, control your computer, and do whatever you want. Right? Pretty crazy. So that is Claude computer use. And that's the agent computer use, right? Now, if we actually move on here, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to open up something called Claude Code, right? Now, a lot of people watching this will probably understand what Claude Code is. If you don't, basically, this is a version of Claude that runs inside your terminal, right? As you can see right here. So we're going to click Yes, Continue. That's opened up Claude Code. I actually have tons of training inside the AI Success Lab if you have never used Claude Code before. So if you just go, this is a free community, connects you with 43,900 members. If you go to here and then you type in Claude, you'll see that we have loads of training and tutorials and exactly how to use this stuff, as you can see, right? All with video notes, all with information on how to use this stuff, all neatly formatted with SOPs and that sort of thing, right? And so you can get this inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, plus you get the community as well. But basically from here, we can start using Claude Code. Now, what I like to use this for is if there's something technical that I just really, I don't want to do it, right? So for example, if it's opening up or cloning GitHub repositories, that can be an absolute pain normally, right? So for example, if we had a look at, there was a tool I was testing out yesterday. I opened Notebook LM with GitHub. So what I can actually do is I can just copy the whole GitHub like this. I can go back into Claude and I can say, open this up for me, right? And instead of me having to be like technical and cloning whatever repository, like I can just take all the information from this GitHub on the page, take all the instructions, and then it will actually go off and start opening that for me. Right? So you can see here, it begins to open this up. And then it will ask you like, do you want to proceed? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that, etc.? I'm just going to go with yes. Obviously, be careful when you're using this stuff, but Claude Code is really good at taking complex tasks, like, for example, repository or technical stuff that I'm not good at. And then it will actually, for example, start operating my computer, right? So it's open up Docker automatically, and then it will set up and clone the repository and everything else for me, right? And then if there's any sort of AI apps that I want to set up from GitHub, I can easily do it like that. There's a lot more you can do with GitHub, but they're just some examples. And yeah, it's pretty amazing what you can do with Claude Code. Now, if you're using Claude Code as well, whilst that's running, let me show you something else. So if we go to Anti-Gravity here, all right. So if we go to Anti-Gravity, this is a free IDE, a coding tool that we can use locally, right? It's free, it's by Google, it's pretty powerful, and it's a great tool to use, right? So I'm just going to close the terminal here, close Docker. So inside Anti-Gravity, you can code and build stuff out on the right-hand side. Now, Anti-Gravity was really good. But one thing that's even better is using Claude Code with Anti-Gravity. So for example, here, if we're building out a new project, let's say, for example, we open up a new window, we're just going to, for example, take this to-do app, right? And it's going to load the window, begin to build that out, right? So we can open up previous projects. Now, if you go to terminal here, a new terminal, you can actually open up Claude Code, and that can tweak the project that you've built and improve it. And the reason that I like that is, number one, Claude Opus 4.5 is much better for coding, and Claude Code is really powerful. But number two, you get limited credits with Gemini inside Anti-Gravity. So if you're using this program for free, you don't want to pay for it, then a good way to get better outputs from it is, if you already use Claude, you can just open up a terminal and then ask Claude to improve the outputs, right? I tend to find that gets you much better results. So for example, here, if we say, okay, open up the project in a browser, right? And this is something that we've actually coded out previously. This is a to-do list app, all right? And now the AI agent inside Anti-Gravity, Google Anti-Gravity, has opened this app up, right? Now, it's okay, but it's a little bit basic, this app, okay? And so what we can actually do is we can go inside Claude Code now. I'm going to stop the agent over here. Go inside Claude Code and just say, okay, make this more interesting, dopamine inducing, gamify it with experience points, make it colorful, add animations, etc. Right? And so Claude Code can actually now begin to take our instructions, which are just in plain English, and then edit the code and the lines inside here, right? And so you can see it's now already reading the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, etc. And it can begin to improve the project outputs much quicker. So we can get much better outputs quickly, right? It's just beginning to edit that right here. So it's really powerful inside Anti-Gravity. It's great inside Terminal for Claude Code. Great for opening up GitHubs and that sort of thing. And these are some ways that most people don't use it. But once you get your head around it, it's so much easier to just start automating a lot of the technical stuff. Now, something else that you can do, if you go back over to Claude, and by the way, we've got that article fully written out over here. So we're going to close out. If you go back to the AI agent here, I'm going to exit that, delete that group. Okay, good stuff. From here, Dean AI says, theoretically, can Anti-Gravity control the terminal that's called Code and Control Core? I've never tried that, actually. That would be interesting to try and see what happens. Yeah, maybe it can. Another thing that you can do inside Claude, if you have a regular task that you do, you can actually set up something called Claude Skills. So if we go over to our settings here, I'm going to pull it up, and then we're going to go over to Capabilities, right? Now, inside Capabilities, what you can see here is that we can select, number one, AI-powered artifacts, which means that you can actually create artifacts with AI power inside it. But then also what you can do inside here is you can use something called skills. Now, these are repeatable, customizable instructions that Claude can follow in any chat. Now, if you're not sure what this is, basically, for example, you could get it to, like for me, I've actually got something set up called a business advisor help skill, right? As you can see right here, you want to make sure that you enable this, and you can always add new ones later. You can create them with Claude, you can write skill instructions, or you can actually import skills as well. Now, what this allows you to do is, if you have a repeatable task, for example, I don't know, writing a LinkedIn post, you could say to Claude, okay, use the LinkedIn writing post skill to generate a LinkedIn post as well. Rebel says, sweet, just joined the boardroom. If you had to choose only 3 tools forever, which would they be and why, just out of curiosity? Yeah, that's a great question. Number one, I think Claude is number one on the list. You got to bear in mind as well, these things change all the time, right? But yeah, I think number one is Claude. And the other two that we use like on a day-to-day basis, you've probably seen from my YouTube channel, are HeyGen and 11 Labs. And they just help us so much with creating content, because that content fuels every other platform, right? So the avatar videos that we create on our YouTube channel, we actually use Claude to write the scripts. There's a full process inside the AI Profit Boarding. But the avatar channel that we're using, we use HeyGen and 11 Labs to create the video and the audio. And so between Claude, 11 Labs, and HeyGen, they're the most powerful tools that I use. I absolutely love them. From here, we've got the skill section, right? And so what we're going to do here is we can call a skill. So if I say, okay, use the advisor help skill topic equals, and then we're just going to put a topic. So for example, like improving AI profit boardroom marketing strategy, right? And then also we're going to put 2 advisors that I want to debate my topic, right? So I'm going to put advisor 1 equals Alex Hormozy, advisor 2 equals Russell Brunson, right? We'll put advisor avatars like that. So we can call the skills that were pre-built inside Claude now to generate this content. Now, whilst we're waiting for that, let me show you something else now. So if we go back to the chats here and we want to use Claude skills, and let's say you've been working on something previously, right? So for example, here, we're using this chat to create YouTube titles, right? And so if we go back here, let's find that chat. Yeah, so we're creating YouTube titles like this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, save this as a skill, call it YouTube titles, right? And so we've taken that chat previously where we've done this process of creating new titles, and then we can actually save it as a skill, right? And you can see is I'll create a skill based on the YouTube title analysis for you. And so what this is going to do is save that skill inside Claude, inside my personal account, and then I can actually, number one, export it and share it with the world, and people can import it into their Claude. But number two, I can call on that anytime I'm coming up with YouTube titles now, right? And so I don't have to navigate to the project. I don't have to think about, okay, where did I bookmark that, blah, blah, blah. I can just go inside the chat and say, create a YouTube title, and it'll call up the skill. Now, you can also see here that it's now created the avatar help skill, as you can see. And so that's how we call up skills inside the chat. So we've used the personal advisor skill, and that's basically two avatars debating with each other to improve something on your business. All right. So you can see this is now coming up with a bunch of ideas for the content. We're going to package that into a skill, and boom, we are living the dream, my friend, right? And it's quite easy to do this. A lot of people think, oh, it's going to take a lot of time to do this, blah, blah, blah. But actually, no, you can do this really quickly using the setup right here. And so it's actually created something called a skill MD file. It's saved it as YouTube titles, right? And it's given a brief of here's a description, here's what to do inside here. It's actually saved the winning patterns of what works really well, the failing formulas to avoid, and then also the title generation process and quick references for templates, as well as the content planning priority, right? So now, if I go inside the skills section of my settings, as you can see right here, we're going to click on your skills, and you can see we just need to click on copy to your skills, as you can see. So it's copied it to our skills. If we click on manage here, we've got YouTube titles now saved as a skill inside Claude, right? So if I have a topic in mind that I'm thinking about creating content around, so let's say, for example, Axio, Alibaba AI tool, use the YouTube title skill to come up with ideas for this. This is now going to call that skill that we used previously, right? So it's reading the skill to generate the outputs. And then it's going to search the web for information about Axio and how it works, etc. And now it's using the YouTube title skill to come up with a bunch of ideas that work really well. And you can see how it quickly came up with this, right? And now I've got a bunch of YouTube title ideas, and it's all personalized to me. It's all based on data that I've trained Claude on, and we can use that anytime we need, as you can see right here. Now, another thing that I really like to do is inside Claude, we have the connectors, right? So you can actually upload from Google Drive, as you can see right here. You can actually add from GitHub and clone repositories. You can actually add stuff to project as well, right? So if we click on add to project, that will actually open up our project as well. And then we can upload files, take screenshots, etc. Right? Now, if we go to the section here, what we can do inside the chat here is we can create like trackers for stuff that I use day to day, right? So I always think if you've got a system for something, it's going to help you a lot. And I'll try and put this into context. So, for example, let's say hiring sales team reps for my SEO agency, right, which I actually am. So this is a real use case, right? What I can do is say, okay, figure out a 30-day plan for implementing this and attracting sales reps to my team with SEO experience, right? And then from here, what I can say is, okay, now create a spreadsheet tracker to track the inputs that get the outputs. Input equals set up a new job post on Upwork every day, plus reach out to the candidate hot list. And basically, what I love about this with Claude is it's very logical and it understands all the context about me. It's also got a memory and it remembers me and who I am, right? And so what it will actually do is come up with a 30-day plan for basically achieving like any goal that I want, right? And this is something that I've used for hiring sales reps, improving churn rates on the AI Profit Boardroom, coming up with better Twitter content, for example. anything that I want to improve inside my business, what I'll do is I'll ask Claude for the inputs and the outputs that will help me leverage that better. Right? And then it will just come up with the ideas right here. Now, whilst we're waiting for that to load, other things that I can show you as well. So if we go to settings here, you can change different information about you. So you can actually describe what you do in terms of your work, who you are. You can change the appearance. These are the basic settings. You can change like the font size or the font style as well. I actually prefer it just in dark mode, to be honest. It's a lot easier. Inside the usage section here, this is quite important. So depending on what plan you're on, if you're on the free plan, for example, you can have very small limits right here. You can see for our weekly limits, we're nowhere near hitting them, but it is right at the start of the week. And we have limits for all models, also limits for Sonnet only, as well as limits for our current session. Now, this resets every few hours, right? So sometimes if you hit the limits, it's going to say, okay, you've hit the limit for your session, come back in 3 hours at 11 a.m., and then you can start using it again. And you can also set up extra usage, which means it will start using more. I think it will charge you more as well for using extra amounts as well. Now, inside the capabilities here, we've got the AI-powered artifacts, which is something that we're going to do next. So if we go inside Claude now, let's say create an AI SEO content writing tool to generate content for any topic that I type in. Right? And what this is going to do is create a mini app that we can use for generating SEO content, but also it's going to use AI directly inside the tool itself. So we'll wait for that to load. In the meantime, we have the 30-day tracker that we can use for tracking our activity, right? And if we click on open in Drive, we can check that out and see what it looks like, all right? So this is the 30-day plan for hiring sales reps. You can see it's actually colored out the spreadsheet itself, as you can see. And then the best way to do this, I always think, is save it as a Google Sheet so that you can actually edit it inside Google Docs. But it just comes in like the native format. And then you can see here, it's built out a 30-day plan, right? So here's the inputs and here's the outputs, right? So for example, Upwork posts, Upwork outreach, LinkedIn outreach, Facebook group posts, SEO community posts, right? And it basically sets up the inputs for this plan so that I literally can't fail, right? If all of these numbers say like 1 and it's for every single day, you can't fail at hiring a good SEO rep or whatever the problem or the constraint is or the task that you have to automate is. You can easily set up trackers like this. And I think that's one of the most powerful use cases of Claude that I've not really seen anyone else doing. And then you can track the output. So applications received, screening calls booked, screening calls completed, trial tasks sent, final interviews, offers made, etc. Right? And it tracks it throughout the month as well. It's also set up the tracker so that it matches the date. Right. So, for example, over here, we have the 6th of January. So it actually figures out, okay, this is the current date. And then it has a total section at the bottom with pre-filled formulas as well. Right. And so if you're like, okay, I need a tracker for tracking sales calls for the month, or you could easily build that Claude and automate it as well. And pretty amazing. So if you go inside here, it's now building out the AI SEO content writer, as you can see. And then you can see we can now type in the type of guide that we want to build with, the tone, the word count, the target keywords, etc. So let me show you an example. So if we put best AI tools 2026 over here, using this content writer, and then let's say, for example, we want to generate a blog post, professional, 1,500 words, target keywords, AI tools, we can click generate content, and that'll begin to use AI to generate the content for our SEO blog, right? And so we've created our own kind of AI SaaS tool in literally one prompt. It just one-shotted it, right? As you can see right there. So it's beginning to build this out. And then once you're happy with the outputs, etc., then you can click on publish artifact and you are good to go on that. All right. So that's basically it. Just to recap, we've covered so much right there. I've covered, for example, how to build landing pages and websites based on what's worth for me, how to generate SEO content, how to build mini apps like this, as you can see with AI built into them, how to automate your Twitter. You can see that it's actually generated the SEO article over here. And then if we copy that, we'll go to Markdown Live Preview. There you go. Boom. You've just created an SEO tool that can generate content for you. Pretty amazing. I've shown you how I automate live streams and live stream notes and create like 6,000 word guides using Claude. We've talked about creating skills like, for example, YouTube titles, agent computer use as well. And then also how to open up GitHub inside Claude Code, how to combine anti-gravity and Claude Code as well, and how to basically solve or fix any constraint in your business. Like we were talking about with hiring sales reps, right? Like you can create a 30-day plan and it basically plans out the inputs, aka the tasks you have to do so meticulously and so in such an easy way to track that you can basically solve any sort of issue within your business, right? If I'm like, okay, I need to get more customers for the profit boardroom, give me some ideas on what I can do today to improve that, then I can create a tracker here. And the other cool thing is if this doesn't work, you can be like, okay, give me some more ideas. And then at the bottom as well, you've got a bunch of ideas on the 30-day plan, right? So it gives you the 30-day plan on the tab at the bottom. And then we've got the input targets and the benchmarks as well. So here's a target, here's a gap, right? And here's how to improve it, which is pretty amazing as well. So it gives you like the KPIs for the project. And again, like that's something that might take a day for most people, and we've automated it in 10 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, if you want to get all of my trainings from today, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. This is an amazing community where we basically connect you with 43,900 members, as you can see right here. It's a free community. You can post inside the community, see all the updates, etc. If you go to the classroom and then you go to January, you can find all my latest updates from this month. And again, we're only on the 6th of January, and you can see all this stuff that we've added inside the free training here. All of them come with video tutorials, plus resources, notes, 30-day plans, etc., plus prompts and everything else. What else we got here? So if you go inside the classroom here, and then, for example, you go to NA10 automations, you'll find all our free automations. We've got 53 AI SEO tools, a full course on learning AI automation, 1,000 NA10 templates. This is all free for you to check out, right? And then if you want to connect with me personally, if you want to join a tribe of winners, if you want to see how real business owners are actually using this for their business, then feel free to check out the AI Profit Boarding. Inside there, we have an amazing community. We have a actual daily accountability group where people post their goals, check in. You can see like people are tagging each other. So it's an amazing community where everyone's like very close knit as well. And I just love being part of that as well. And then also you can see here, we have like different challenges going on. You can see how people are posting and asking questions, and then we all help each other. For example, people are asking questions and then 7 people get back to them within 7 hours. Like it connects you with people, and you can get the answers and solve problems very quickly. You can also share wins. So you can see here, for example, like Jason automated his blog posts. You can see Leyland is sharing their SEO operating system. We've got, for example, Vladimir building out a backlink checker prototype and automating newsletters with AI. All sorts of crazy stuff, right? People building like Chrome extensions, and these are just wins within the last 7 days. So there's so much cool stuff going in there. It's just great to be part of something. You can also DM me personally, so you can direct message me whenever you need help. And you can also post inside the community whenever you need help. Here we have training calls 4 times a week. So you can actually jump on a coaching call with a PhD trained specialist. You know, you can jump on those calls and meet the community, asking the questions in real time, which I think is really powerful too. Empower AI says, does it print in WordPress? I was able to do that with Manus. Yeah, so if you're using the computer use AI agent, you could actually get the Chrome extension to operate WordPress for you. So let's say, for example, you were creating a blog post with Claude. You could ask Claude to use the agent browser to then go off and post inside WordPress as well, which is pretty awesome. And then inside the classroom here as well, we help you with business automation. So if you're like, okay, I want to learn how to apply all these systems that Julian's talked about today into my business, I want to learn how to automate AI, or you can learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. And you can also learn from complete beginner to expert how to use AI and implement it inside your business using the homework from that classroom. On top of that, if you want to learn how to automate AI videos based on what's working for me, you can get that inside this section. So for example, we show you how to automate AI avatar videos, our best prompts, the full workflow. And these are like quick tutorials that you can either do yourself or give to your team and just implement very quickly. Top of that, if you struggle with overwhelm or shiny object syndrome, or you feel like it's too much to keep up with AI, or you feel like you're behind, we actually have a focus protocol, and we do weekly AI updates where I condense all of my 80 hours of research into a 5-minute update inside the weekly update section, right? So you can actually get these weekly updates where it's like, here's what to focus on, here's what to ignore. Turn off your notifications. You don't need to worry about YouTube tutorials. Just get on and focus for your business, and I'll handle the rest for you and keep you posted, right? So I think that's pretty awesome. That's one of the most value-driven things we can do for you. Also, you can learn how to get clients with a full agency course. So if you're a freelancer, you want more clients, or you're an agency, you can learn how to get clients based on what works for me. You can watch back the coaching call recordings whenever you want. We've got all of our best AI SEO automations inside this section, plus you get free access to the SEO Elite Circle when you join annually. And also you can check out our YouTube AI roadmap that shows you step-by-step how to build a YouTube channel based on what's working for you. All right. So feel free to get that link in the comments and description to the AI profit boardroom. Really appreciate you watching, and I will see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye bye. Today, I'm going to show you how to turn Claude into a worker that never stops. It's called Ralph Claude Loop, and it's nuts. This thing keeps coding until the job is actually done. No babysitting, no hand holding, just results. It's brand new and developers are losing their minds over it. This is going to change everything. Ralph Claude Loop is insane. And I'm about to show you exactly why everyone is talking about this thing right now. So what is Ralph Claude Loop? It's a plugin for Claude Code that turns Claude into an autonomous worker. Instead of stopping after one try, it keeps going until the task is really done. Think about how Claude normally works. You give it a task, it does the work, then it stops. Even if the job isn't finished, even if there are bugs, even if it needs more work, it just stops. Ralph Claude Loop changes everything. It keeps Claude working on the task over and over until it's actually complete. It feeds the unfinished work back to Claude and says, keep going, fix this, make it better, don't stop until it's done. The name comes from Ralph Wiggum from The Simpsons. It's funny, but it makes sense. Ralph keeps trying until he gets it right. That's exactly what this loop does for Claude. Here's why this matters. Most AI tools are one and done. You ask a question, you get an answer, then you have to come back and ask again if something's wrong. It's slow, it's annoying. You end up spending hours going back and forth. Ralph Claude Loop removes all of that. You set it up once, you tell it what done looks like. Then you walk away. Claude keeps working it checks its own work, it fixes mistakes, it improves the code, it doesn't stop until the completion signal shows up. Let me break down how this actually works. First, you write a prompt with a clear goal. You tell Claude exactly what you want built, then you add a completion signal. This is like a flag that says I'm done. For example, you could tell Claude to output the word complete when it finishes a task. Next, you set a max number of tries. This stops the loop from running forever. Usually people set this between 10 and 20 tries. Then Claude starts working. It builds the code, it writes the features, it does whatever you asked. Here's where it gets cool. A stop hook checks the output. It looks for that completion signal. If it's not there, the loop forces Claude to try again. Claude sees what it did before. It sees what didn't work. Then it fixes it and tries again. This keeps happening until one of two things occurs. Either Claude outputs the completion signal because the job is done, or it hits the max number of tries and stops. Either way, you're not sitting there prompting it over and over. The results people are getting with this are wild. Developers are shipping entire features overnight. They're refactoring huge code bases without touching the keyboard. They're fixing test failures automatically. They're building REST APIs that actually work. One guy on Reddit said he used Ralph Claude Loop to build a full app while he slept. He woke up and it was done. Another developer said he refactored thousands of lines of code in a few hours. No manual work, just set it and forget it. This is what autonomous AI actually looks like. Not some chatbot that answers questions, a real worker that finishes tasks without you. It's like having a junior developer who never gets tired and never gives up. If you want to scale your business and automate tasks like this with Claude and other AI tools, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to learn how to use AI tools like Ralph Claude Loop to save hundreds of hours and get more customers. The link is in the description. We cover automation strategies, AI workflows, and how to actually implement this stuff in your business. You'll learn exactly how to set up loops like this to do the work while you focus on growing. Now, let me show you why this is different from everything else out there. Most AI tools make you do the thinking. You have to break down the task. You have to give it step-by-step instructions. You have to check the work yourself. It's exhausting. Ralph Claude Loop flips that around. You give it the end goal. You tell it what success looks like. Then it figures out the steps. It does the work. It checks itself. You just review the final result. This is huge for anyone building software. Think about all the time you waste going back and forth with AI. You ask it to build something and it gives you code. You test it. It doesn't work. You go back and explain what's wrong. It tries again. Still doesn't work. You try again and again and again. With Ralph Claude Loop, all of that happens automatically. The loop handles the back and forth. Claude keeps improving until it works. You save hours of your time, maybe even days. And here's the best part. This works with real projects. You can use it inside Git repos. It keeps context over multiple tries. It remembers what it did before. It learns from mistakes. It's not just randomly guessing. It's actually improving. The community version on GitHub has some really smart features too. It has rate limiting, so you don't burn through your API credits. It has intelligent exit detection, so it knows when to stop. It has live monitoring so you can watch what's happening. It has error filters to catch problems early. People are calling this the future of AI development. And I think they're right. This isn't just a cool trick. This is how AI should work. It should finish what it starts. It should improve itself. It should save you time instead of creating more work. Let me give you some real use cases. I say you need to refactor a giant code base. Instead of spending weeks doing it manually, you set up a Ralph loop. You tell it what needs to change. You give it the completion criteria. Then you let it run. It goes through every file. It makes the changes. It tests them. It keeps going until everything passes. Or maybe you're building a REST API. You want it to handle authentication, database connections, error handling, all of it. You write out the requirements. You tell Claude to output complete. When all the endpoints work and pass tests, then you start the loop. Claude builds it, tests it, fixes bugs, adds features, keeps going until the API is production ready. This is game changing for anyone who codes. It turns AI from a helper into a full team member. It's like having someone who works around the clock and never stops until the job is done. The broader trend here is AI moving from reactive to proactive. Instead of waiting for you to prompt it, AI is starting to take initiative. It's completing tasks on its own. It's checking its own work. It's improving without being told. That's the future we're heading toward. AI that doesn't just answer questions, but solves problems. AI that doesn't stop at good enough, but keeps going until excellent. AI that works for you instead of with you. Ralph Claude Loop is one of the first real examples of that future. It's rough around the edges, it's not perfect, but it shows what's possible, and it's only going to get better from here. The key is moving from micromanaging AI to managing outcomes. Stop telling it every step, start telling it the destination, let it figure out the path. That's how you unlock the real power. If you want to scale your business and automate tasks like this with Claude and other AI tools, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to learn how to use AI tools like Ralph Claude Loop to save hundreds of hours and get more customers. The link is in the description. We cover automation strategies, AI workflows, and how to actually implement this stuff in your business. You'll learn exactly how to set up loops like this to do the work while you focus on growing. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. It's completely free, and it's where all the best AI strategies get shared first. Inside, you'll find step-by-step guides for tools like Ralph Claude Loop. You'll see exactly how other people are using these tools in real businesses. You get templates you can copy and paste. You'll get workflows that are already proven to work. And you'll be surrounded by people who are actually doing this stuff, not just talking about it. The community shares wins every single day. They help each other solve problems. They test new tools together. It's the best place to stay ahead of what's happening in AI right now. So click the link and join us inside. Today, I'm going to show you how I automate Twitter or X with Claude. And this is a really powerful way, for example, that we use to reach 250,000 people a day. As you can see on X and Twitter, we get results like this per month. The way that we're using this is by creating a greatest hit system, which I'm going to show you, where an AI actually analyzes what's performing right now, what's not working, and then how can we create amazing tweets that reach a lot of people. So you can see, for example, these are our analytics over the last few weeks, and we're gradually breaking through these plateaus. We're getting some amazing results, etc. You can see our followers and follows over time. We get more and more, and you can see the engagement rate, right? And most of the metrics are up massively. So, for example, here you can see reposts, likes, bookmarks, shares, engagements, engagement rate, etc. is all increasing as we use this new system that I'll break down for you, right? And essentially, what you're going to learn today is how to find your winning tweets, the 10% that actually get reach, how to analyze why they worked, which is what most people skip, how to build a Claude project that writes tweets in your voice, the exact prompt I use to generate unlimited content ideas, and how to do this even if you're brand new to X or you don't have any followers. And this system is probably one of the most powerful things I've ever built. And I'm going to show you why this system works, all right? So first of all, what it's going to do is actually going to find your winners, right? So the X analytics show you exactly which tweets got the most impressions. And these are your best performers, right? For example, if we go to X, you can see that if we check out our tweets over here on our profile, you can see how we're performing, what's working for us, how many people we're reaching in each tweet. Now, the problem is that if you're tweeting out a lot, you're going to have a bottom 90% that don't perform well. And so you want to keep avoiding those, right? And so what I'm going to show you today is how to avoid the losers and how to build a content machine where Claude actually understands your winning patterns. It can write unlimited tweets that follow the same formula without sounding like a robot, without copying other people, and without losing your voice. All right. So let's get straight into it. And you want to think of it like this, like your X account is like a gym, right? Some exercises build muscle, some exercises waste time, right? And most people just show up and do random thing, but winners track everything. We're going to track what works on X and then do more of it, right? What people don't understand about Claude is that regular Claude is not going to remember everything from previous chats, right? But what you're going to do here with Claude projects, as you can see, is you can set up and upload your winners. So I've actually added like all my best performing tweets, as you can see on the right hand side here. And then we can use that to generate more of them. And then you're going to insert some custom instructions that show you exactly how to do this. So let's get straight into it. What am I doing? Right. Okay. So what you've got here is a spreadsheet, and I track the date, the X post, the views, and then the hook, right? And really what I tend to find is like with hooks on X, that's like the 80-20 of its performance, right? So if you get a really good hook, like you can see right here, with this process, you can get a lot of views, right? If you have the right hook. Really, the first few lines are the most important when it comes to X. So what we're doing here is we're analyzing, okay, when did we post this tweet? What's the link? How many views did it get? And then what's the hook we actually used for that tweet, right? And so if we keep scrolling down here, you can see, for example, we keep a track of our greatest hits. And then we have a list of our top 10% hooks. So these are the best performing hooks that we've used on X, and these are the winners. We're going to tell Claude to do more of this. And then over here, you can see these are our worst performing hooks, right? So these are the bottom 90% hook styles that didn't perform, and we want to avoid these, right? And so when you go into Claude and you're updating the spreadsheet each day and you're tracking your tweets and how many views they got and the date, etc., what you're going to do is you're going to add the top 10%, so the ones that get the best views inside this list. Then you're going to get the bottom 90% and you're going to add them to this list. And then you're going to go inside Claude here, as you can see inside Claude. You're going to go to projects, add a new project. So you add the name and the description. And once you set that up, it's going to look something like this, right? So for example, I've called it Greatest Hits Rewriter. Now in the instructions, what I've actually done is I've pasted all the bottom performers, so the bottom 90% and the top 10%. And then I've added my target audience for content on Twitter. And I've said, based on what I paste in, rewrite these to go viral and use the winning tweets above to come up with a copy based on what already worked, right? On the top 10% and how to avoid the bottom 90%. And the cool thing is Claude could basically analyze the patterns of what's worked previously and then use that to rewrite and create new tweets. Now, the other thing with X, this is something that I found, is it's a very forgiving algorithm, right? Which means that you can create a lot of content. And if one tweet doesn't work, that's okay, post another, right? So we'll post a lot of content each day, and then we'll get more data on what works well, right? So for example, this one is beginning to take off. This is from 5 hours ago, and it's generated 1,000 views, right? And so when we're generating these tweets, we create a lot of content, we get more data. The more data we get by creating a lot of content, the better our Claude project gets because we update this daily, right? And then every time we have a good tweet, we just put it into the list here. So you can see, right, bang a post. And you can see all these different conversations we've done, right? Now, how do you start creating and automating the content with Claude from here? Here's what I do. This is my process, right? So I go into my SOP section here, as you can see. So we're going to open up these. I've just got like a copy and paste list that I can quickly go through, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to download like one of the latest videos. So for example, I can take this one, download it. If you don't have videos, that's okay. You can use images or generate images with Nano Banana, or even generate automated videos with Notebook LM, right? You're going to download the video, as you can see. And then in the meantime, whilst that's downloading, we can go to view video on YouTube. We're going to open up the transcript, as you can see here, copy the transcript. Then we're going to go over to Claude to our project, paste in the transcript from the video. And in the meantime, we've got the video downloaded. So we'll plug that into Twitter, as you can see. And then that's going to start generating the tweet based on the highest viral potential, right? And so what this is doing is it's actually analyzing based on our previous tweets and the transcript that we've plugged in. Let's create something contextually relevant to that video that we can then copy and paste straight into Claude. That's going to give me multiple options because sometimes you won't like the top option, or you think, okay, maybe there's a bunch of other stuff that we can get, right? And you can see like the way that it's formatted is super nice, but it also follows a format that's already worked for us previously, right? And you can always wait for that to fully roll out. So we can wait for all the content to be written, as you can see, or what we can do is just stop that and then just take the top tweet, right? So for example, if we copy this, we go to Twitter like so, and then we're just going to format it nicely. As you can see, sometimes when you copy and paste, it doesn't look as nice, but to create like a really high performing tweet now, it only takes me like less than 60 seconds. My team can use this as well. My team can use the same prompt. And so we've got the video attached. We've got the content from Claude right here based on the hooks that previously worked for us. It's also bolded the top 4 lines. So it's used Unicode to bold that when we copy and paste from Claude directly. And then if we hit enter and command, if you're on a Mac, then you can see we've got the post right here. Then what I do is I go back to my sheet. So if we go back to my sheet over here, we're going to paste that in. We're going to add the date. So let's add the date here. We're going to plug those in, add in the number, and we'll come back and measure those in 24 hours. And we just keep building up more and more data on what's working, what's not working. And then how can we improve the project to get better and better outputs, right? And so by doing this, you can quickly automate X content. You could use this on LinkedIn and Facebook as well. You could also use it for email content as well. And it's really easy to just automate your content based on what's performing the best, right? Based on what's working previously. And that's the main thing here is like, how can you create content that performs really well, but in a quick automated way that actually writes better than I would, right? To come up with a tweet like this, it might take me like half an hour minimum. And then it's going to use all my creative energy on something that I could just automate quickly with Claude. The reason that I use Claude instead of using ChatGPT or instead of using these other LLMs is that Claude tends to be the most humanized, the most sentient, and it tends to write the best performing copy when I've tested everything across every platform. For example, if we check out this landing page as well, that performs pretty well for me. This landing page, we actually generated fully with Claude. It even did the design as well. There's so much you can do with Claude. It is an amazing tool. If you're on X or Twitter and you've not tested this method, definitely recommend it. And if you want to get my full framework for using this, you can get it inside the AI Success Lab, which is completely free. It's a community link in the comments description, or just ask ChatGPT for Julian Goldie's AI Success Lab. And if you go to the classroom here, go to January, you can find all the notes and the framework, plus a custom training on extra stuff on this. Also included the resources from today, and additionally the framework and a 30-day plan for automating this. So I've actually created a 30-day framework that you can copy and steal from me. And additionally, I've plugged in 100 prompts that you can use to steal from this. Now, if you want the actual custom prompt that I've used to generate these outputs, because I can't share Claude projects, right? You can't share Claude projects. So what I'm actually going to do is I will take the information from the instructions here. And then if you want to get the prompts I've used, I will paste that at the bottom, right? Notes for training Claude. Let's plug that in. And then you've got all the hooks that have worked for me, all the processes that work for me, and the information that you can just plug into a Claude project. Or if you prefer using ChatGPT or something like that, you can just plug that into a custom GPT instead. But the main thing is here that you've got all of my processes that work for me, and you can see it's performing pretty well so far. And as you create more content, it gets better and better. It's a positive feedback loop, right? Because every tweet that you test is either going to train the AI on what to do or what not to do. Both as equally as powerful. Right? Now, some people will say I need to be creative every day to post good content. Really, the new belief here is like systems beat your best ideas already documented in your analytics, right? So think about it like this. Like you look at someone like Ronaldo, for example. He doesn't improvise every goal that he scores. He practices the same moves thousands of times. And then he just executes it when it matters, right? He implements it when it matters. So you're winning tweets of practice moves, and then Claude helps you implement that at scale, right? Other people will say AI content sounds robotic and generic. Honestly, I've tested this method, and our tweets actually perform better with Claude than they do with my normal processes, right? So this works way better. And I think really the new belief here to empower you to win with this is like AI matches the quality of the instructions you give it, right? It's only as good as the data you train it on. So when I started, like my outputs were terrible, right? If we go up to the top here, you can see this is all in red. Like none of my tweets performed, right? And then as I got more and more data, you can see we got more and more greens. We got better performing tweets, right? And so my point here is before my instructions were terrible. And if you have something generic, write my tweets, that's never going to work. But if you say, write my tweets using these 5 patterns from my top performers, avoiding these 3 mistakes from my flops, in this voice with these characteristics, then you're going to get something that's 10 times more accurate. So the AI just reflects the quality of your input. Garbage in equals garbage out, but gold in equals gold out, right? Other people say, I don't have time to analyze my content. The thing that I would say here is if you're creating content, you don't have time not to analyze, because every hour of analysis might save you like 100 hours of wasted posting, right? This is really interesting as well. So I actually track every single minute of my time, the day, the task, what it's related to, and the minute spent. right? What I found is like most people spend 80% of their time on activities that produce 20% of their results. So 1 hour analyzing your top tweets equals months of direction. And if you skip the analysis, you're going to get months of random posting, just hoping something works. So which one sounds more efficient to you? And that's basically how it goes. Other people say big accounts, they're growing, I can't catch up, etc. But the thing is, everyone started from zero, right? And the other cool thing is like big accounts found their patterns faster, and you can find yours too with the right system, which is what I'm showing you today. So thanks so much for watching. You can get all the video notes inside the AI Success Lab. And then if you want to join a community of people winning with systems like this, I post all of my best systems for automating content, automating my business, etc. with AI inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside there, you're going to get an amazing community. We've even got a daily accountability group check-in, as you can see. You can post your wins, you can post your goals, you can ask questions. Loads of people winning with this stuff, as you can see as well, inside the AI Profit Boardroom. If you struggle with overwhelm, for example, you can get our focus protocol that actually helps you avoid shiny object syndrome and helps you focus on what's the biggest constraint in your business and then how can you solve it. On top of that, inside the Start Here section, we have a complete masterclass that takes you from complete beginner with AI to mastering this stuff in just 5 weeks. Now, if you're already familiar with AI and you want to automate stuff like, for example, AI avatar videos, I actually break down my process here in terms of how we create AI avatar videos, how we generate these on Facebook. Then you can post them to X as well, like we do. This is an AI avatar video, for example, and they tend to perform pretty well. Also, if you want to get clients, we have a full agency course here that shows you how to get more clients based on what works for us. We have an AI SEO automation section that helps you rank #1 inside Google and also other AI search engines, and a full YouTube 6-week roadmap. If you want to jump on coaching calls live with an expert, you can actually jump on coaching calls 4 times a week with a PhD trained specialist who can help you really understand how to improve your business and give you customized advice based on what's working for us. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. What you can actually do is you can command Claude to build skills for you. And what the amazing thing about this is you can actually, for example, just go straight into Claude, automate a task. And then if you want to repeat that skill, you can say to Claude, okay, turn that into a Claude skill. And then you can go back to it. If you want to see how to set this up, you just go to your settings over here. And then what you're going to do over here is you would go to capabilities. And if you scroll down here, you've got the repeatable, customizable instructions that Claude can follow in any chat. And these are the skills that you can use to enhance Claude. So let me give you an example of how this works. So for example, here, if I'm like, okay, create a skill that writes beautiful direct response copy for me. And then we'll say 3rd grade language, Dan Kennedy style, every sentence new line. And usually you would either have to prompt that out at a time or you would have to go to projects. What we're going to do over here is actually automate it into a skill that we can call back at any time inside the chat. So we say create a skill that writes beautiful direct response copy for me, 3rd grade language, Dan Kennedy style, every sentence new line, add a CTA to the AI Profit Boardroom throughout the copy. And then we can take a link and just create like this nice little prompt that generates copy for us, right? And once we've actually done that, we can turn it into a skill. All right. So I'm going to say, okay, topic equals, we'll put AI Profit Boardroom, community, offer, right? Something like that. And it will start to write out the content and the copy and then use that to generate the skills. Basil says, wow, you are so consistent. Honestly, I think that's something I've learned from, for example, I train Muay Thai. I've always played guitar and wrote songs, go to the gym. I think all of those things actually taught me consistency, and then I use them for YouTube as well. So thank you very much. And then Leanne says, do you know any open source AI agent for free? Yeah, for sure. Check out Agent Zero. Yeah, Agent Zero is one of the best options. You can check it out on YouTube. Hype Tunes, Basil, I see you. All right. So now you can see this is beginning to write out the content, as you can see, and then it's going to start creating a skill where we can use this every single time, right? And so anytime I need to write like a promotion or an offer or some sort of copy for the AI Profit Boardroom, I've now got this beautiful skill that I can call upon at any time, which is absolutely amazing, right? Now, if you go inside the skill section here, we've actually got some example skills, right? So for example, like canvas design, right? Co-authoring, internal comms, MCP builders, right? Slack, GIF creators, theme factories, web artifacts builders, right? And you can actually enable these skills if you want to. These are just examples. The main one that you want is a skill creator skill, because then it can generate skills anytime you want to. And so if we go back to your skills here, you can see, for example, I've got this advisor help one, right? And if we have a look at this, we can make sure that it's switched off or switch it on. We can see when it was added. We can try it in the chat here. So if we actually click on try and chat, and you can see here, it creates a prompt. It says, hey, Claude, I just added the advisor help skill. Can you make something amazing with it? And then if you plug this in, it'll actually start calling out that skill that we just created with Claude. And so the cool thing about this is I don't have to go into projects every time I want to automate something. So for example, like live stream notes, I used to have to go into the project, click through, find it, etc. Whereas now I can just go into the chat and be like, use a live stream skill, create some notes on blah, blah, blah. And that's pretty cool. So it saves a lot of time and it just makes Claude like way more powerful. Plus it helps you avoid like creating the same prompts or using the same messages inside Claude over and over again. And then also if you ever need to edit them, no problem. You can just go to the settings over here and then you can go to the capability section, and inside here you've got the memory from all your chats. We also got the skill section here. So you can add in 3 different ways. So you can upload a skill, and this is actually where you can upload a skill that's been pre-created as a skill file. You can write skill instructions, which just makes it easy to create skills that are easy to describe, or you can actually go to create with Claude and you can actually create a new skill through conversation. And there are actually marketplaces with skills that you can actually add. Now, if we have a look, for example, here, we've got skill MD, and then you can see here that we've got all the content on the skill, as you can see, right? Pretty simple and easy to use. And then it's actually got some example prompts. It's trained the AI on exactly how to write it. Plus, it's got final checklist for before delivering the copy, right? So each time Claude writes a copy, it's got a checklist that it can work through that shows it exactly how to fix a copy and make sure it's correct before submitting it to me. So it's kind of having AI employees. Now you can also call multiple skills together. So you could have a team of Claude skills employees that work together. But the amazing thing here is it's way more customizable. And also the thing is, you know, who else is doing this, right? Google Gemini is not doing this. ChatGPT is not doing this. Claude is like the only one. So it adds another unique element to Claude that you won't find anywhere else. So for me, like Claude is just getting better and better. Claude skills is absolutely amazing. This really does change everything about how you use AI inside your business. So let me talk you through a framework that I've actually created to start using this stuff. So if we go inside this Claude skills tutorial, I've actually got all the links to everything from today. And if you're wondering, okay, are there any marketplaces or that sort of thing for Claude skills? Well, you can actually go to skillsmp.com, and inside skillsmp.com, this is basically an agent skills marketplace, right? And so you can actually download skills from here and then import them directly into Claude, which is pretty awesome as well. And then what we're going to be showing you today is a golden skill framework. And this is my 5-step system for building AI employees that actually work. And this is the exact framework we use at Goldie Agency to train AI on what our workflows, and the same system we use with our team members. And it works because it's simple. It's like counting macros for your AI. You just track the inputs and you get the outputs you want. What makes Claude wake up and start using your skill? This is the name and the description in your skill MD file. It's kind of like your morning alarm. So you set the trigger and this action can happen automatically, right? So for example, if you say apply brand guidelines, you could have a skill that loads your brand skill. If you said, for example, create a client report, Claude could load your reporting skill. If you said write an SEO blog post, Claude could be using your content skill, right? So for me, for example, I just created that copywriting skill. Every time I create a piece of copy and I say write a sales page for this or an email for that, then it can load my copywriting skill. And so this description is the most important part. So you want to write it from Claude's perspective and just be specific about when you use it. Now, skill instructions is stage number 2. So what should Claude actually do? And this is basically the body, right? So it's like training a new team member on the first day. The difference is that with Claude, it doesn't forget the instructions. With employees, sometimes it can. We all know that. And step number 3 is give skill examples. So show Claude what good looks like. You can actually load in examples. I actually do this on my projects. So for example, if we go to projects here, and then we're going to go to greatest hits rewriter, I actually give it examples of successful tweets from me. So I actually load in a bunch of examples here, like you can see right here. And then it has examples of how to write better based on what's worked before, based on the data. And then it has templates you can follow. And so you don't just explain the technique, you show it, you practice it, and then it becomes automatically. Now let's talk about skill assets, which is stage number 4. So, you could include, for example, brand logos, color palettes, style guides, data templates, reference documents, etc. And then the final step is skill testing. So just test that skill. Does it actually work? Test it with different prompts, etc. So if we go to a new chat over here, we'll say use the copywriting skill to write a sales page for the AI profit warning, right? And then what it should do, I might have to change it to like direct response skill. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, it's reading the skill now, which is good. So it's reading the copywriting skill to understand best practices for sales page creation. And then it will actually create the sales page and automate it in a minute, right? And it's using that right here. And so you can test it, refine the instructions, version control your improvements. And then I would say this is probably where most people give up. If it doesn't work perfectly, don't quit. Like winners iterate, be patient with the outputs, impatient with the inputs. So I've actually created a Claude skills example that I'm going to run through, and so let's see what it's called. We go to settings here just to make sure. You want to make sure you actually get the right name of it. So for example, if we're like a user advisor help skills section, go to Claude AI hit chat, user advisor help section to help me fix my offer for the profit order. And then it will actually start using the advisor help skill to really understand how to optimize that, right? And so week 1 is a foundation. I've actually created a 30-day skills plan for using Claude skills to go from like 0 to AI-powered business in just 30 days. And it runs you through step by step exactly what to do each day to get the results, right? So you can, for example, explore the skills directories. I've given you prompts for every single day that can help you use this stuff. And then it will show you exactly how to use Claude skills to really get great results, right? And this is an implementation plan for 30 days. So it shows you exactly how to get results and what to do every single day to really nail that in. Now, if we go back to Claude here, as you can see, it says define your 2 personas. So I'm just going to copy these. And then for the offer, I'll plug this in from the AI Profit Boardroom. So we'll take that. And this is quite a complex skill. It's actually one that a member inside the AI Profit Boardroom, Karen, recommended, and basically allows you to debate like ways to improve, kind of like a board of directors for your business, right? And so you can see here it has 2 primary advisors and they debate out how to improve this stuff, right? So we're going to say sounds good. And then what I'll actually do is have 2 different personas debate what I need to improve inside my business, right? So for now, for example, it's using Alex Hormozy and it's let me be direct with you, but here's what to improve, right? Here's the problems, etc. And then it gives me an action plan. And then the next persona will actually debate that so that we have a kind of board of directors as AI personas who really debate out everything. And then it says, shall I bring in 3 to tear this apart and pressure test the copy angles? I'm going to say yes. And then we can have 2 AIs debate with each other, right? And I'm just watching and learning. So it's pretty cool. Now, some people want to say I need to be technical to use AI automation. Skills are just folders with plain English instructions, right? So here's what nobody's telling you about Claude skills. It's like the file that powers everything is called skill.md. It's literally just a text file. You write instructions like you're explaining something to a smart friend. So no Python, no JavaScript, no APIs, no coding bootcamp required. If you can write a Google Doc, you can create a Claude skill. And the technical barrier is a myth created by people who just want to sell you complicated solutions, right? The truth is simpler, and simpler always wins. Top of that, some people say, you know, my AI forgets stuff. The thing is that skills helps you remember your workflows forever. And this was kind of like the most frustrating thing about AI before skills was like, you'd spend 20 minutes explaining your brand, your tone, your process, your preferences, get a great output, close the chat, and then the next day you have to start from scratch again. But this is like having a team member who can't remember anything, right? Whereas skills fixes this permanently. So you teach Claude once, it remembers it forever. Like you can see over here, right? So for example, if we go to Claude, all I said was use the advisor help skill to help me fix my offer. And then it just went off and did it, right? I didn't have to really train it again. So every future conversation starts with that knowledge loaded. And that's like the difference between hiring a new temp every day versus having a trained employee who knows your systems. So you don't have to repeat yourself. You don't have to waste the context. You just get results, right? And so there's so many cool things you can do with this. Some people say automation like this takes months to set up. You can create a working skill in under 10 minutes, like I've shown you, right? We've proven it to you live today. You've seen how quickly you can do this stuff and you can build it from scratch, right? And the process is just describe what you want. That takes 2 minutes. Claude creates a skill MD. That takes 1 minute. You download the zip, upload the settings, test it. You don't even have to do these 3 stages, honestly, unless you're importing something in. Otherwise, it will just take 3 minutes because you describe what you want. Claude creates a skill and then adds it to the settings automatically. And then you have an automation that works forever. So the automation takes a month story. That was true for old school automation, like building complex Zapier workflows or writing custom code or connecting APIs. But Claude skills basically skips all of that, which is pretty cool. Some people as well will say, I need to wait until I understand everything, but you do learn by doing, not by waiting. Like I didn't learn Muay Thai by reading books. I learned by just training relentlessly, making mistakes, improving. It's the same with AI. Like the people who win aren't the ones who understand everything. They're the ones who start. So you can just build a simple skill today. It won't be perfect, and that's okay. Perfect is the enemy of done. And done is a friend of learning. So start messy, improve daily. That is the path. All right. So thanks so much for watching. What I've actually done, as you'll see right here, is I have created a list of all the resources that you can use to get results with this stuff. I've created a custom framework that you can follow to create Claude skills and basically automate anything. I've also given you a 30-day domination plan that you can use to really implement this inside your business and go from I don't know how to use this to getting amazing results. And then also I've run through all the limiting beliefs that might be holding you back from using this stuff. And then finally, what I've actually done is included a list of over 100 skills prompts that you could use to generate really good outputs from this and save skills and load them into your Claude, right? So for example, like brand and content skills, or for example, like email and communication skills. I've given you a list of business and operation skills that you can load in, SEO marketing skills, etc. Like everything you need to really get results with this stuff. So feel free to get that link in the comments description to the AI Success Lab. It is completely free and there's 41,700 members, an amazing community that you can get help and support in. And then also if you go to the classroom here and then this section, you can actually get all the resources from today. And if you haven't already, but you're serious about AI, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is a community where we're focused on one thing, which is learning and growing together with AI. And it's an amazing community where you can learn everything you need to really get results with it and really improve. So if you haven't checked this out already, basically what you get is 4 coaching calls per week. So you can jump on the live calls, get help, get support whenever you need it. On top of that, you get an amazing community and an accountability group. So we actually have a daily accountability group where everyone posts their goals, shares and learns together. And then you can post inside the community, get help, get support. And I personally answer the questions with you, as you can see. And then also you can post your wins and share and learn and grow together, which is what you can see everyone's doing right here. So it's pretty awesome. And then if you have any questions, you can ask them too. You can also use this as an archive, right? So for example, if you wanted to learn about Manus, for example, you can type in Manus here. If you wanted to learn about Claude, you can type in Claude here. You actually get access to all the previous community posts about Claude, plus our classroom tutorials that show you anything you need. So if you're like, okay, I want to learn about MCP, well, you just type in Claude MCP here, and then it will show you everything you need to learn about that stuff. So feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom link in the comments and description. New Claude AI browser agent, automate anything. Today I'm going to show you Claude's new browser agent that can control your computer. This thing is insane. It can click buttons, fill forms, and browse websites for you. I'm testing it live so you can see what actually works and what breaks. Let's go. All right. So Claude dropped something big. They released computer use. This means Claude can now control your browser like a real person. It can see your screen, move your mouse, and click things. This is not like those basic automation tools. This is AI that actually understands what it's looking at and makes decisions in real time. Now, here's why this matters. Every single day, you probably do the same boring tasks on your computer, filling out forms, copying data between websites, checking multiple sites for information, updating spreadsheets. All that stuff takes time. What if AI could just do it for you? That's what we're testing today. So when I saw Claude could control a browser, I knew I had to test it. Let me show you how this actually works. Claude's computer use feature lets the AI interact with your computer. It can see what's on your screen, it can move the mouse, it can type, it can click buttons. Basically anything you can do, Claude can try to do. The key word is try, because this technology is new and we're going to see where it works and where it falls apart. Here's what makes this different from other automation tools. Normal automation follows exact rules, if this then that. But Claude actually sees and thinks. It looks at a web page like you would. It figures out where the buttons are. It reads the text. It adapts if something changes. That's huge. So let's talk about real use cases. Imagine you run a business like the AI Profit Boardroom. You need to check competitor websites every week. You need to see what content they're posting, what their prices are, what features they're adding. Normally, you'd spend an hour clicking through sites and taking notes. With Claude's browser agent, you could tell it to check 5 competitor sites, grab their pricing, and put it in a spreadsheet. Done. Well, let's say you're launching a new program. You need to fill out forms on 10 different directories: name, email, description, category, website. Each one takes 5 minutes. That's almost an hour of your time. Claude could do all 10 while you focus on actually growing your business. That's the dream. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like New Claude, AI Browser Agent. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. Here's another one. You're doing research for a new AI automation guide. You need to check 20 different AI tools, see what features they have, what their pricing looks like, take screenshots. Normally that's hours of work. Claude could browse each site, grab the key info, and compile it for you. Imagine how much time that saves. Now let me be clear about something. This technology is not perfect yet. Claude themselves say it's still in beta, which means sometimes it's going to mess up. Sometimes it won't understand what you want. Sometimes it'll click the wrong thing. That's okay. We're at the beginning of something massive here. This is going to get better fast. I want to show you exactly how to set this up. First, you need access to Claude's API. This feature isn't in the regular chat interface yet. You have to use the API. If you're not technical, don't worry. There are tools being built right now that make this easy. But for now, you need some basic setup. Once you have API access, you give Claude a task. Be specific. Don't just say, go to this website, tell it exactly what you want. Go to this website, find the pricing page, take a screenshot, and save the prices to a file. The more specific you are, the better it works. Think of it like giving instructions to a new employee. Clear steps get better results. Here's where it gets interesting. Claude can handle multiple steps. You can say, go to site 1, grab this info, then go to site 2, compare it, then put everything in a document. It can chain actions together. That's when automation gets powerful, because most tasks aren't just one step, they're a whole process. Let me give you a real example from growing an online community. Let's say you want to research what topics are trending in AI automation. You could tell Claude to go to Reddit, check the top posts in AI communities, grab the titles and upvote counts, then go to Twitter, check trending AI hashtags, and compile everything into a report. That's market research done in minutes instead of hours. Or imagine you're building a new landing page for the AI Profit Boardroom. You want to see what the best converting landing pages look like. You could have Claude visit 10 high-performing landing pages, take screenshots of each section, note what headlines they use, what benefits they highlight, and how they structure their call to action. Then you have a research file you can use to build something better. This is the kind of stuff that normally takes half a day. With browser automation, it takes minutes, and you can run it while you're doing other things. That's leverage. Now let's talk about the limitations, because they're important. First, this doesn't work on every website. Some sites have security that blocks bots. Some sites change their layout constantly. Claude might get confused. That's normal. You have to test and see what works. Second, speed. Claude is not instant. It has to look at the screen, think about what to do, then act. This takes a few seconds each step. So a task that takes you 2 minutes might take Claude 5 minutes. But here's the thing, you're not sitting there doing it. Claude is, so you get those 5 minutes back to do something that actually grows your business. Third, errors. Sometimes Claude will misunderstand. It might click the wrong button. It might not find what you're looking for. When that happens, you need to give it better instructions, be more specific, add more context. This is a skill you develop over time. Here's what I'm excited about. This technology is going to get way better. Right now, it's version 1. In 6 months, it'll be faster, smarter, and more reliable. In a year, this could handle complex workflows that take you hours. We're seeing the beginning of true AI automation. Think about what this means for your business. Every manual task you do is time you're not spending on growth, not spending on strategy, not spending on the things that actually matter. If you can automate even 20% of your daily tasks, that's 10 hours back in your week. That's massive. For the AI Profit Boardroom community, tools like this are game changers. We focus on using AI to scale businesses, to get more customers, to save time. Browser automation fits right into that, because the businesses that adopt this stuff early are the ones that get ahead. While everyone else is still doing things manually, you're automating and moving faster. Let me show you how to think about this. Make a list of every task you do on a computer that's repetitive, checking sites, filling forms, copying data, anything you do more than once a week. Those are automation opportunities. Start with the simplest one. Test if Claude can do it. If it works, you just saved yourself time every single week. If it doesn't, try the next one. The key is to start simple. Don't try to automate your entire business on day one. Pick one task, test it, learn how to give good instructions, then move to the next task. Build your automation stack piece by piece. That's how you actually make this work. Now, here's something most people miss. Automation isn't just about saving time. It's about consistency. When you do a task manually, you might forget a step. You might do it differently each time. When AI does it, it does it the same way every time. That's valuable, especially for things like data collection or reporting. Let's talk about what's coming next, because browser automation is just the start. Soon, AI will be able to control multiple applications at once. It'll move data between your email, your CRM, your spreadsheets, your calendar, all automatically. We're heading toward a world where AI handles all the boring stuff and you just focus on the creative work. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like New Claude, AI Browser Agent. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. It's at school.com/AI Profit Lab. Today, we're going to be testing Claude inside. So Claude in Chrome is a browser agent that can actually see your screen, click buttons, fill forms, navigate websites, and complete entire workflows whilst you watch. And this isn't some theory or future projection. It's live today for anyone with a paid Claude account. All right. So we're going to test this thing live and see if it actually works. Just real testing with real business tasks to see what this browser agent can do, from automating lead research to filling out forms, scheduling posts, managing emails, building entire workflows that run in the background. So I'll show you how this connects to Claude Desktop, etc. So you can build something inside your terminal and test it without switching windows, all right? And let's go straight into this, all right? If you haven't already, you just want to install the Chrome browser, as you can see here. If you've never tested this out, you can get the video notes inside the AI Success Lab. So you go to the classroom here, then you're going to go to December 2025, right? So it's labeled with the date. We update this with like loads of cool new stuff. And then you can get the links for Claude and the browser here, right? If you want to use this, you can get that inside here. Now, once you set that up, you can see that it will look something like this, and you can just type what you want. Now, you can switch between app without asking or ask before acting, right? So app without asking is a little bit more risky, but essentially it can just go on the internet and do stuff live, right? So for example, if we say, okay, Google S&P 500, it will navigate to Google and start doing that for us, as you can see. And I'm just talking to you whilst we do this. So it's really easy to use, like as simple as that. If you can type, you can use this bad boy, right? And then you can X off that and close it. We can also, for example, say, okay, go to Google Docs, plus write Alex Mosey style SEO blog, SEO training in London. Let's recommend Goldie Agency as the best SEO agency in London for ranking in AI plus Google. All right. And then link to this page for app typing. There we go. All right. And then what you can see here is it's opening up Google Docs in a new tab. So we can see it opening up here. All right. Then it's going to start creating a new, it's active inside this tab, as you can see. And Claude is basically just operating inside my Google Drive and beginning to build stuff out, right? And you can see what it's doing here. So it's creating a blank document. So it's actually created this document for us. Again, I'm not using my laptop. This is Claude and its AI agent just going off and doing stuff. And then what it should do in a second is actually start writing content inside this Google Doc. All right. So it's probably generating the content right now, and then it will paste it in a second. All right. So if we want to see what it's doing, we can check it out here. All right. So it says it's writing the SEO post inside Google Docs, taking a screenshot, creating a new tab, blah, blah, blah. We can see its history, and then it's beginning to write that out. As you can see, kind of like magic. It's crazy stuff. All right. And the content itself actually reads really nicely. It's just writing a doc as we talk together here. And this is a Claude extension for Google Chrome. So just to confirm, Mr. Angelus Prime, this is a Claude extension for Google Chrome that you can use inside your browser, and it will go off and do stuff. You can also use this inside Claude Desktop. So really cool. And we've just created a quick SEO page, 1,000 words. It's optimized to the keyword we wanted to, but actually it reads nicely as well. So pull this up. The SEO training in London, everyone's searching for, but can't find, right? And then the way that it's written is super nice. As you can see, go back to Claude here. It's changing the text formatting. So it's actually going to format the content and beginning to format the headings and everything else. And then, yeah, there we go. Is it free? Holy moly. I use Comet, but it's a full program to download. Yeah, that's what I like about this. Just we all use Google Chrome. I don't want to switch around. I don't want to mess around with installing programs onto my laptop. And so you can use this Claude extension. It's not free, right? I think it will be free in the future, but it's not free right now because it's being used kind of like beta. And also, I guess they just want to get more paid users as well. And Crystal says very impressive. Yeah, I would agree. And then you can see how it's like just formatting the page right here. So I'm actually going to stop that right now because that task is pretty much completed. You can see it completed 54 tasks. If you want to see the history, you can just go over here, right? If you want to make this bigger, you can drag it, and then you can see everything that's done in the past. And you can use the extension on any browser. Okay, so you can use this inside Comet as well if you wanted to directly. I just prefer to use it inside Google Chrome, but you can see exactly how it works and how you can build this stuff out. And then we've got the full history right here, and we're good to go. All right, let's try another one. So we're going to say, okay, go to ChatGPT and have a conversation about the meaning of life. I don't even have to say the website. It should just go straight on. All right. So I'm going to say switch to ChatGPT. So if you're wondering, okay, why is it replied like that? So basically, we already had the SEO blog task going on. And so what it's doing here is saying, do you want to continue with the SEO task or do you want to switch to the new task? I obviously want to switch to the new task. Right. And then we can actually teach Claude tasks as well, which is pretty interesting. But for now, we're just going to click enter. That should start going off and working its magic. So it's going to switch to ChatGPT in the background. It's navigating to chatg.com, so I don't even have to tell it what to do. You can see ChatGPT on the right here, and it says, what do you think is the meaning of life? We can stop Claude anytime if we want to, and it's using this Chrome extension to have a conversation with ChatGPT about the meaning of life, right? Pretty crazy. And now it's exploring philosophical perspectives on meanings and continuing the conversation with a follow-up question, right? See how it's generating a follow-up question right here. Tim says, I'm in Australia. The Notebook LM connection to Gemini hasn't come out yet. Perhaps soon. Yeah, if you want some help on that, there's workarounds, all right? So someone else was asking about this stuff, like how do you use a new feature when it comes out if you're in a location. There are workarounds that people are using inside the AI Profit Boardroom, so feel free to join and you can DM me inside there and ask any questions. So yeah, there we go. What's up? I hope I haven't missed too much, just coming in. So if you feel like you've missed anything, just go to the AI Success Lab or rewind this stream. And if you go to the classroom here, you can actually get all the video notes from today on all the stuff I've covered, right? So you can go through here and start checking this stuff out, all right? So you see here, now it's speaking to ChatGPT, it's having a full conversation. I think it's pretty much finished. We can actually get notifications once it's completed as well. But yeah, it's actually summarized the information as well. And it's giving us really interesting things. There's no, happiness is not essential for meaning. Explain that meaning has a structure, is long-term, resilient, and often created through enjoying difficulty. The key insight, you can be unhappy and still feel your life matters, blah. And then it's just gone off and basically broken down the whole conversation and gone really deep, which is pretty cool. So you've got two AIs that can communicate with each other and just talk to each other and that sort of thing. Pretty cool. Flatland says, how are you? Yeah, doing good. All right. So just to recap here, let me talk you through why this is really cool. All right. So we'll talk about the old way versus the new way and what this means for you. Okay. So the old way is, and this is the old way of browser automation, is like people would pay for multiple tools like Zapier and all this other stuff that links together, spend days learning complex automation platforms with steep learning curves, for example, like N8N, hire developers or VAs to handle repetitive tasks because tools are too technical, deal with broken workflows. Every time a website updates its layout, they'd be limited to pre-built integrations that don't cover your specific needs. You can't automate workflows on the fly without rebuilding everything from scratch. And quite often those workflows break when you need the most, right before the deadline you actually need it, right? So that's the old way, right? As you've seen today, you've got one tool that works across any website without custom integrations. You can describe what you want in English instead of learning code or complex platforms. You can record yourself doing a task once, and Claude actually learns how to repeat it automatically. You can adapt to website changes because it sees and understands context like a human. You can schedule tasks to run automatically, daily, weekly, monthly, or custom timing. You can run workflows in the background whilst you focus on, for example, this is working in the background whilst we read out this information to you. You've got 3 model options as well. So it's really cool what you can do with this, right? So if you want to get access, let's say you're watching this video on YouTube, let me show you how you do it. So you go to the live stream here, all right? Or if you're watching the replay of this, just go back. You get the free course. So click on that. Classroom, December, boom, right there, right? So you can see it right there. That's how you do it. Lewis, dropping the fire emoji, so I know this is good. Thank you very much, sir. And we've got one that says, can it do Google Maps scraping for lead gen? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it could. Right, so I'm pretty sure it could navigate through Google Maps and that sort of thing. Like even directly inside Claude here, we could say, okay, we next to that, and we'd say, okay, create a Google Sheet with research of the best SEO agencies I can reach out to who would buy my backlinks for my SEO agency white label, right? So give me the details so I can reach out to them, plus track the responses in a tracker for lead generation, right? Let's see if we can do that. So it's creating a new tab here. So you see that new tab over here. That's interesting now. This is getting interesting. So you see here, we've got ChatGPT, right? We've got the SEO blog post inside one session, and we have the Google Sheet over here, right? Now, why is that good? It's good because you got the whole session of Claude and all the tasks it's worked on, and it's plugging them into different tabs, right? So you can switch between them. Really cool. Kim says, watching from South Korea. Welcome here, Kim. Great to see you here. And I'm glad that we're reaching the whole world. This is amazing. If you're watching from a certain country, let me know what country you're watching from. I'll be really interested to see who we've got on the live stream and what countries we're having people watch from. Mohammed says hi. Good to see you here, Mohammed. And now you can see it's beginning to do this magic, right? So it's typing in the agency name inside the document, and it's building that tracker, as you can see. For some reason, this is something to be careful of, and I think it's good for you to see the limitations. You can see how it's started writing in column F. Doesn't make any sense at all. It should be writing in column A and A1, right? But at least it's creating this tracker with the agency name, website, contact name, email, phone number, etc. And it's beginning to build out this stuff right here, all right? Are you doing this for free? Or so Claude Chrome extension is on the paid plan right now, but I'm pretty sure it will come out to free. If you want to get some help on this, if you want to do it for free, then we actually have a training on Nano Browser. Nano Browser can use the free APIs from Gemini, and that's inside the AI Profit Board if you need help on that. If you need help just learning about that stuff, just type it in on the search bar. Let me show you what I mean. All right, so if you go to, you can learn about Nano Browser, all right? So I actually got full training on it right here, and it will show you how to automate your browser for free using Gemini instead. So if you want to learn this stuff and you don't want to pay for Claude, then you can just go to the AI Profit Boardroom and you can learn about Nano Browser, which is very similar, all right? So now we'll go back and you can see here it's created the full tracker. So let me zoom It's just building that out and then it will fill it in, right, later. I'm going to X off the blog post and then we can see this beginning to use the spreadsheet, as you can see. Do you mind if I post a website that I'm building? If it's relevant to the live stream, feel free. If not, just DM me inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And Crystal is watching from the United States, Maryland. Shout out to you. We got Flatland, who's from Canada. Good to see you as well. Great show. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. All right. So you can see now it's beginning to build out that spreadsheet with the lead generation details, right? I'm actually going to X off that, but you can see how it basically creates a spreadsheet with all the details of the leads that were generated, and then it plugs into Google Sheets. And this is all doing it whilst I'm talking to you, right? Super simple and easy. Watching from Nigeria. Good to see you here. Is Nano Browser better than Google Disco? I would say Google Disco is not available to everyone around the world, so that's one of the main issues. But Nano Browser is quite different, right? So Nano Browser actually operates your browser, whereas, for example, Google Disco kind of like combines different tabs you already got open, if that makes sense. And then Flatland, yeah, if you have a kayak website, whatever, you want us to take a look, feel free to join the AI Profit Boardroom and we can help you inside there. Especially if you join the AI Profit Boardroom as well, you actually get free access to the SEO Elite Circle. And the SEO Elite Circle is normally $997 per year, right? So if you're building out websites, you want to rank them on Google, etc., then you can learn that stuff once you join the boarding, because you get free access to the SEO Elite Circle as well. This is building out the tracking database, the tracker, etc. I'm actually going to stop that. You see how easy this is to use, right? And how powerful it is as well. All right. Some people are going to say browser automation tools is too technical for non-coders. And the wrong belief is I'm not technical to automate browser tasks. The problem here is like you think browser automation requires coding skills, complicated software, or hiring developers. And here's the truth. Most automation tools were built by developers for developers. They expect you to understand APIs, webhooks, selectors, and logic flows. And that's why they feel impossible. But here's what's changed with this new example that I'm showing you today. Claude sees your browser the same way you do. It reads text, identifies buttons, understands context, and clicks where needed. You don't tell it CSS selectors or element IDs. You just tell it what you want done in normal language like you've seen today, right? And so, for example, if you go back to that chat, literally all I said was create a Google Sheet, research the best SEO agencies I can reach out to who would buy my backlinks from SEO agency, give me the details so I can reach out to them and track the response in the tracker for lead generation. I did that over here, as you can see, and that was super simple and easy, right? So think about how you'd explain this task to a human assistant. Go to this website, find the contact form, fill in these details and submit it. That's exactly how you talk to Claude. And the tool basically adapts to you instead of you forcing it to adapt to it, right? And the real problem that I see with a lot of people when it comes to automation is like they use the wrong tool design. And the real problem is like the wrong tool design, not your skill level, right? So the automation tools you tried before were probably built backwards. They made you learn their language instead of understanding yours. Claude flips this completely. So it translates your plain English into actions, which means you don't need coding, no complicated setup, just describe the outcome you want. Some people believe that automation only works for simple repetitive tasks. And the wrong belief is like complex workflows still need human judgment. You might think that automation handles only basic stuff, like data entry, but anything requiring decisions or context you'll need to. Not anymore, right? So Claude doesn't follow rigid scripts. It just reads page context, makes contextual decisions, and adjusts actions based on what it sees. If a button moves, it finds it. If different fields, it adapts. If something looks wrong, it flags it, right? This isn't like mindless clicking as you've seen today. It's intelligent navigation with decision-making built in. So real problem is limited tool capability, not task complexity. All automation tools followed fixed paths. Click this coordinate, find this element. If anything changed, the whole workflow broke, right? Claude actually understands intent instead of memorizing steps. So you tell it the goal and it figures out how to get there based on current page state. And that's why it handles complex workflows that would break normal traditional automation, all right? Is Nano Banana free? Yes. It is for certain APIs, right? What's the most important ideas you have? So it depends. Like we have so many different trainings inside the AI Profit Board. Just search what you want and you got it. It's got a full archive, right? So if you're like, okay, let's have a look. So if you need to learn about lead generation, right? That's maybe the biggest constraint in your business. If you need to get more leads, we show you how to get more leads using all of these different workflows right here, right? This is an archive where you can search anything. If you were, for example, okay, I need to generate more YouTube videos, right? We actually have all these different trainings on like automating videos with AI based on what's worked for us. You can see we test this stuff daily. If you're like, okay, I've got a problem inside the business for sales, no problem. We've got all these different trainings on how to generate more sales, right? So every single business constraint or business problem that you could have, you can search it inside here, get the trainings, implement the workflows, boom, shaka, you're good to go, right? And we update this daily with like new stuff all the time. Let's talk about the browser automation framework from manual to automated in 30 days. So this framework takes you from doing everything manually to running automated browser workflows that save you hours every single day. And you don't want to jump straight into complex automation. You just want to build understanding and capability step by step so that by day 30, you have systems running automatically that used to eat your entire day. So this is a 30-day plan you can implement this inside the AI Success Lab, and it shows you how to build your own automation workflow, right? How to build your own AI automation library based on this update today, how to scale it as well, right? All this stuff for background workflows, model selection strategies, integrating and optimizing, etc. Right? And so if you want to learn this stuff and build it, you can get it all inside the AI Success Lab, and it's a full 30-day implementation plan. For example, like competitor content research, right? How would you do that? You go back to Claude, and you say, okay, create a beautiful Google Doc that researches my competitors' content in the AI industry so that I get some ideas of content that works really well, plus give me a 30-day implementation plan for building my own AI content strategy about AI, promoting my AI agency, and creating content that performs very well based on my competitors. Okay? So we can type that into Claude here. We're going to use Google Docs to generate that. Right, I'm going to close the lead generation tracker over here. Now it's going to use Google Docs, right? So again, it's just automating my browser, working in the background whilst I'm talking to you, and then we can generate like a full competitor research plan based on everything that I'm showing you today. Right? And so the way that I look at business is, okay, what am I spending time on? And then how can I automate that, right? And the more you can automate, the more leverage you have, because then you can move on to the next problem, and just solve everything inside your business. There's a less, right? For example, for me, I had a problem with ads last year, then I fixed it. I had a problem with sales last year, then I fixed it, right? I had a problem creating content all the time. Now I fix it with AI avatar videos, right? And so whatever your business constraint is, you can fix with AI automation if you attack it in the same way that I'm showing you today, right? And so you really want to just learn this stuff so that you can master it and start building this out, right? So this is creating the AI content strategy document. As you can see, Claude is active inside this tab, and it's going to start building out a really powerful AI content strategy document that we can use to plan out our content for the next 30 days as well. And it'll be inside this tab, but we'll give it a bit of time to collect. Now, you might be wondering, okay, like how are other people using this stuff? Julian, it's great for you. You obviously do a lot of AI, but what about like the average entrepreneur? So members inside the AI Profit Boardroom are already using browser automation and other AI systems to transform their business, all right? Now, if you're not sure about how to see this, check out the AI Profit Boardroom and just go to the win section like you can see here. And you can also see over 100 pages of detailed testimonials for the AI Profit Boardroom community right here, all right? And these aren't like theoretical results or fake success stories. These are real entrepreneurs and small business owners who implemented the systems we teach inside the community. The difference between people getting results and people staying stuck isn't technical skill. It's just having the right framework, support, and accountability to actually implement this instead of just consuming information. So if you check out this document right here, you can actually see over 106 pages of testimonials from people getting results just like you, all right? So for example, Stephen, he'd never heard of N10. Then he came to the AI Profit Boardroom community and said his mind expanded massively. In the last couple of weeks, he's developed a workflow that saves his business 3 to 4 hours per week, which frees up 10% of his time, right? You can see, for example, Andrew started building his first AI avatar and automated his content. You can see, for example, Ole, right? He did week 1 and learned how to implement, for example, AI tools, AI agents, HTTP requests, and everything just fitting together, right? And then create his first custom GPT. Pretty insane, right? And so all this stuff is inside the boardroom if you want to learn it. We've actually got the content strategy right here as well. So we've got the full 30-day plan. And by the way, this is just working in the background, right? You can see it's typing as we're talking. And so this Claude browser is now generating a content plan based on our competitors to really implement this stuff inside our business, right? And so if we scroll up here, you can see the 30-day implementation roadmap for agency growth. And it's looked at our top competitors in the AI space, who's doing what, how it's working, how often they post, how much organic traffic they get, what key topics they talk about, what are the winning ideas that are working right now. So for example, you can see, if you have a look here, I'm just going to stop this so that I can just show you the document, right? So let me just stop Claude for now. We'll stop with that. And then you can see this full document that's generated in the background, which is pretty insane, right? So it's taken our top 5 competitors in the AI industry, giving us winning content formats, for example, like problem-focused how-to guides, like how marketing teams using AI to cut content creation by 70%, or how SaaS companies did this, thought leadership pieces, like why most AI implementation plans fail and how to avoid it, right? That would be a great YouTube video. And then it's turned that into a 10-page document plus a 30-day implementation plan to really implement this stuff inside our business, right? So it's absolutely amazing. This stuff you'd have to hire someone for previously, then it wouldn't be quite right, it wouldn't be personalized. You can generate in minutes now using Claude instead. And then you've got that full content strategy and just let's go off and implement it. Boom. All right. You can see how powerful this tool is. If you want to get all the video notes from today, it's all inside the AI Success Lab, right? So you can just go to the AI Success Lab. We have nearly 40,000 members inside there learning AI automation like you can post inside the community here and introduce yourself. And then also inside the classroom, you can get all of our latest tutorials on like how to use AI automation to grow your business. Right? And that's all inside the AI Success Lab, as you can see today. All right. Now, if you want to take this a step further, if you're really serious about AI automation, you want to get results, you want to grow your business, etc., you want to scale, then I would recommend checking out the AI Profit Boardroom. And the reason for that is I've shown you all the wins and all the serious entrepreneurs who get results of this. But this isn't just access to some videos. This is like a complete system for turning AI into something you mess around with, into actual business automation that saves time and brings in more customers, right? So inside there, you're going to get over 200 hours of detailed training covering every major AI tool and automation platform. So for example, like notebook systems for building your business knowledge base, Gemini automation frameworks, Perplexity research workflow, Google Workspace automation, and constant updates as new tools release, right? And every training follows the same pattern. What it does, why it matters, and exactly how to implement it inside your business, right? There's no theory about application. So for example, inside the 6-week masterclass, you learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, right? And that's inside the 6-week masterclass, as you can see. You also get live weekly training sessions. Every week we go live, testing new AI tools, building automation workflows together, solving real business problems. That's inside the calendar here. So you can join these live coaching calls, get help, get support whenever you need it. And this week alone, we've covered like Claude browser agents and Google's latest updates and advanced AI automation systems that everyone's been asking for. Top of that, you get priority support and troubleshooting. So when you get stuck implementing something, you're not alone. You can post inside the community and get help from both me and other members who have already solved similar problems. So you can post in the community here and we'll actually help you. You can see it's super engaged, lots of cool stuff going on right there. And we troubleshoot your specific situation instead of giving you generic advice that doesn't fit your business. You also get a daily accountability community. We have a daily accountability plan like this. And inside there, basically we have a group of motivated entrepreneurs implementing AI systems alongside you, right? So people post daily wins, ask questions, share breakthroughs, and keep moving each other forward, like you can see, right? So everyone posts their goals, shares what they're working on, and then we all hold each other accountable to actually implementing this stuff and making sure it's useful. And this eliminates the isolation and information overload that stops most people from actually implementing AI inside their business as well, all right? Flatland says, I'm in. That's great. Welcome to joining the AI Profit Boardroom. And yeah, that's everything you get inside there. So feel free to join. You get awesome community, all my best trainings, weekly coaching calls, and you can sign up now, as you can see. Today, we are going to be testing something brand new from Anthropic that just dropped. It's called Claude in Chrome. It's a new browser agent that can actually see your screen, click buttons, fill out forms, take actions inside your browser. Now, I want to be clear up front, we're testing this right now. I haven't had a ton of time with it yet. So we're going to explore what it can do together. No hype, just real testing is what we're covering today. What this browser agent can actually do, how it's different from other AI tools you might be using, whether it can actually automate real business tasks, if this changes how entrepreneurs should be thinking about AI, and real examples we'll be building live together. And the big question everyone wants answered, can this thing actually save time in your business, or is it just another shiny new tool? We're about to find out. Let's dive in, peeps. So you can see here we've got Claude and the new announcement for Claude working inside your browser. So you can navigate, click buttons, fill forms in your browser. Works with Claude Code and Claude Desktop, available in beta to all paid users. And then you can click this button and get access to it. If you want all the links from today, feel free to get it inside the AI Success Lab, free community, nearly 40,000 people inside there, links and all the notes from today inside there, right? So as we go through, you can see the user inside, for example, Claude Code. You've got it inside everyday tools, background tasks, etc. So you can actually work in the background. You can also use your calendar and everything like that, which is pretty cool. And also we've got background tasks right here, right? So you can give it like ideas to do. Looks a little bit like Perplexity in the way that the AI browser is just using your browser in the background, and then you can speed up like everyday tasks. So for example, you could pull in metrics from dashboards, and that is actually something super useful. I'm interested to see that in a sec. You've got the ability to organize files in Drive, prepare and plan from your calendar, compare products across sites, log sales calls, clean up promotional emails, boom shakalaka. This looks really cool. So let's see how it goes. We're going to start testing this out. You can see here it's piloted in Claude, right? And then you can install the Chrome browser. Once you get the Chrome browser, it's going to look like something like this the first time that you authorized it. We're going to click on Authorize Now, and then we should be able to get access to that. All right, so you can see the browser extension is a beta feature with risks. Just use it safely. If you want to use it on a separate computer, for example, might not be a bad idea if you just want to play it safe. And then you can see here, for example, you can look through your emails and organize them. You can also, for example, like find apartments, find available times, summarize and generate action items. It's kind of like an AI super agent. Subscribe, unsubscribe from unwanted email chains, find restaurants and add items, convert leads into sales opportunities. Pretty nice. All right, let's have a look at that one. That sounds really cool. All right, so you can actually like respond and reply to people in the background, chase them up, etc. All right, and so we're going to get straight into this and we'll see how it works. All right, so we've got Claude over here, and then if we open this up, we've got the Chrome browser. We're going to click on next, let's go. Okay, and then we can actually have two different options here. So it looks like we've got ask before acting, where Claude aligns on its approach before taking its actions, or act without asking, right? So you can literally just go off and do stuff, which is pretty crazy. Here, we can actually teach Claude as well. And then we can add, like, for example, screenshots or add an image as a reference inside here too. So it seems like fairly straightforward to use, super simple to set up. It was like a one-click setup. And then from here, we can start using this boy. We'll see how this performs. We're going to go from here. We got a couple of people on. So I'm here and ready. Hopefully we start soon. We have started. Good morning, Julian and the gang. Good to see you here. And if you have any questions as we go along, feel free to ask whilst we're live so that we help you as much as we can. We can also clear the chat over here and we can convert stuff to tasks. So I assume like you can probably automate tasks using the Chrome browser. And in the settings here, you can even allow microphone access. So you can allow this inside Chrome so that you can actually give it like voice examples. And then you got shortcuts as well. So you can create shortcuts or you can just run stuff on schedule, which is pretty cool as well. So let's see what we could do with this. So we're going to go inside here and we'll say, okay, create a new Google Doc, writing an SEO blog post about SEO training Japan. Right, just see if that works. All right. So now you can see that it's giving us a plan. So it's okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to navigate to Google Doc. Then we're going to create a new blank document. Then we're going to write an SEO blog post about SEO training in Japan with sections covering introduction, benefits, key topics, and conclusion. So we can make changes to the plan if we want to, or we can approve the plan. So let's just approve the plan. And then you can see this is split, right? So we've got it opening up Google Docs over here, and then we have the main task. So we can click between those if you see, and we can open up what it's doing. And you can see here, it's just opening up a Google Doc in the background. We can actually set up notifications once this is done. So actually send you a notification once it's finished creating. And now it's beginning to generate the response. It's actually using the AI to generate the blog itself, as you can see. This is incredible how easy it works as well. Can we potentially use it to chat with people and attract leads on Instagram and Facebook? Potentially you can. I think you got to be careful with that sort of stuff, but potentially you could get it to answer your DMs and that sort of thing. It can definitely answer your emails. So I don't see why it can't answer your DMs and that sort of thing. And now we have the task done, and that was absolutely wild how quick it was, right? So we can see here, for example, it's completed the full document. If we zoom out a little bit here, you can see on the left-hand side, we have all the tasks, and then we have the full blog post fully automated in the background whilst I was just talking to you, right? And the AI agent just went off and did its magic. Now, we could say, okay, change this. So it's written like Alex Hormozy plus subtly funnels traffic throughout the blog post to this page. And let's see if that works, all right? So we're going to see if it can actually edit the blog as well. It's now said it's going to rewrite the blog post, incorporate subtle CTAs, maintain the SEO training doc, add compelling hooks, pain points, and curiosity gaps that encourage clicking through to the strategy session link. Let's click approve plan and see what it can do. All right. So it looks like it's actually going through there and beginning to do this, which is pretty amazing. All right. So here's a real story behind this tool. Here's what happened. Anthropic just released this to all paid Claude users after testing it for months. And before this, if you wanted an AI to actually do stuff in your browser, you have to use a computer use feature. It was clunky, or you have to manually copy and paste between Claude and your browser all day, very messy. Now they've built this extension that sits right inside Chrome. It can see what's on the screen, read forms, click buttons, navigate pages, the same stuff you're doing manually every single day. And here's what's changed for me personally. You can use this for automating all sorts of tasks for my SEO agency, for the AI Profit Boardroom. Now I'm testing if this thing can actually just do that entire workflow without me touching it. And I'm not going to lie to you, there's a learning curve here. You have to set permissions right. You have to give it clear instructions. And honestly, I'm still figuring out what works and what doesn't. But as you can see right here, it's pretty amazing. And if we had a look at the old way, was like you write prompts in ChatGPT or Claude, you copy the response, you open your browser, you go back to the AI for the next step, you repeat this 50 times a day, you lose 2 to 3 hours just moving data around, you forget what you're even trying to do, right? The new way, the new automated workflow is you tell Claude what you want done, opens the right tabs, fills out the forms, navigates between pages, completes the entire workflow, you review the results, you get back to actual business work, and you save hours every single day. Pretty amazing. All right, so let's see what else we can do here. I'm tempted to do something interesting. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take the AI Profit Boarder and I'm going to see if it can actually take the posts from here and plug them in to a Google Sheet, right? And organize them neatly into a tracker that tracks the community, etc. It tracks the community posts, what they're about, etc. All right. So we're going to take, basically what my plan is here is like, I'll take the posts from the AI Profit Boredom community, right? And then I'm going to plug them into a Google Sheet that organizes the posts, right? So let's see if it can do that. We're running it now. I just want to test if it's got limitations as well. So let's navigate to the school community page, extract the posts, create a new sheet, set up the tracker, populate it, and then format the sheet. All right, so let's see if it can do that. So you can see it's now navigating over there, right? So it's navigated to my school page. It's viewing the school community posts. So you can actually read the page and see what's going on and all that sort of thing, right? It's opening up separate tabs for Google Sheets, right? So we're going to allow that. And it's going to open up a new Google Sheet over here, as you can see. Taking a screenshot of the page, clicking through it, and beginning to use this bad boy, right? So it's creating a new spreadsheet over here. Pretty amazing. If this works, it's going to be absolutely mind-blowing. So it's created the Google Sheet, as you can see, and it says Claude is active in this tab group. So you can actually open up the chat and have a look. And then it's setting up the spreadsheet column headers, right? So let's see what this does. Again, like I'm not doing anything, not touching anything, not writing anything. Let's see how it goes. And do you know what really blows my mind is like the speed and the accuracy at which I've never seen an AI agent do this. I've seen AI automation tools inside browsers before, but I've never seen anything that can navigate so accurately and quickly without errors. And as you've seen so far, we've not had a single step that's broken so far. And these are like tasks that I can only imagine if you tried to give this to a virtual assistant, like they might take a whole day to do this. It might take quite a long time. Whereas now it's like plugging this into a spreadsheet and it's beginning to fill this out. Now, if we actually have a look at the spreadsheet, all right, so it's taking the tasks, but it's not actually, let's see what it's doing here. Let's see how we're getting on. Added more posts. Oh, absolutely flying. Look at that. It's flying through. The only thing that I don't like is it's not actually separated the post titles. It's just pasted in the whole data. All right. So I might have to stop it there and just say, listen, mate, what are we doing here? But I want to see if it seems to be formatting it better now. So I want to give it a bit of time and just see if it can actually figure this out first. Drex says it's trash. So far, it's been pretty impressive with the blog example, but let's see. What don't you like about it? I'd be interested to know. What do you think are its limitations? That will be good for everyone to know. It's filling in the colors on the tracker as well. Organizing the community posts into the tracker. Try Opus. I think you can do it faster and immediately. Well, maybe we'll try Opus in a second. It says anti-gravity is bloated with tools and forgets everything. They took the 1 million context window literally. We'll come on to that later. The thing that I don't like here is it's not really separated the columns. See how it's just plugged everything into one single thing like that. I'm going to say this is super messy. Everything is in one cell. You've not entered any data into column B, C, etc. It's all pasted in one cell. Equals not organized. Let's see if it can figure out. I actually have a bad feeling about this. I feel like it's not going to figure out, but we'll see how it goes. In the meantime, let's see if we can open up multiple tabs as well. So I'm going to say, go to ChatGPT and have a conversation about the meaning of life as an AI. So it's navigating to ChatGPT, as you can see. So he can directly use ChatGPT and other AIs, I think, and just have a conversation directly with it. Thanos says, this is crazy, magic. I think for most people, this is going to blow their minds, for sure. Like the fact that it can just interact with the AI. So we've done 3 tests so far. Number 1 was creating blog posts, did that, no problem. Number 2 was creating a Google Sheet. And bear in mind, we've got 2 tasks running at the same time. So we've got Claude over here talking about the meaning of life with ChatGPT. And then over here, we have the spreadsheet being formatted, as you can see. And now it's doing it properly, right? It's actually beginning to populate this better, although not great. It's still failing. Look at that. Look at all the content it's put into cell B2. It doesn't make any sense. But it's still talking with ChatGPT. Can Claude Code use this feature as well? Yeah, Claude Code has that. Chrome as well, so it can use this too. I'm going to stop the task there. But yeah, you get the point. Like he's had a full conversation with ChatGPT. No problems there. It's gone back and forth with it. They're having a great time together. They're having a great time, my friend. Can Claude use this feature? Yeah, so you can use this inside Claude Code. Let's have a look on how to do that. It's been a while since I used Claude Code. All right. Is this feature only for Haiku? As far as I'm aware, it seems like I can't switch between them. So if I go onto here, I don't get the choice of change. Maybe I can, but I just don't know how to. But it seems like I can only use Claude Haiku. There doesn't seem to be a way to change it. If I go to settings here, we've only got permissions and shortcuts. We don't have a way that we can change the AI that we're actually using. All right, let's get Claude Code running. We'll test this way out. Thanos says Opus is crazy expensive for them to run, so it makes sense it's using Haiku, and explains the bad results. The results are not bad, by the way. It's like 2 tasks out of 3. It's just failed on the spreadsheet one because it just can't figure out how to separate the data and put them into, it should be like cell D, E, F, etc. So I wouldn't use it for filling out forms, honestly. Like it seems like a total mess for extracting data. But speaking with ChatGPT, creating Google Docs, writing blog posts, etc., seems to do pretty well on that. So let's see how it works on Claude Code. Developers can use Claude Code to build and test directly in Chrome. The integration enables faster iteration on browser-based projects. You can also use it on Claude Desktop as well. Let's escape off that. I'm going to say, okay, go to Chrome, create a new Google Doc, and type up an example blog post about SEO, just to test if this works. It's a CLI tool running from terminal. Okay, it's not worth that at all. Look, it says, I can open Chrome for you, but I cannot directly control the browser to navigate to Google Docs and type content there, which is annoying. It doesn't seem obvious how you connect it. Maybe it's better for just, if you're coding something and then you need it to go to Chrome, etc. But it doesn't seem to work directly like that. Okay, great. So it's failed on a couple of tests there. Number one, it failed on the spreadsheet test, and then it also failed on the test where we wanted to go from Claude Code to Google Docs inside a browser. So let's try something else now. I'm going to open up Claude Desktop. All right, so you can see my screen here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We open up terminal here. I type in Claude. I was going to open up Claude. Click yes, continue. So this is Claude Code that we're using. And then if we type in here, okay, go to Google Docs using your Chrome extension and create a new blog. And then it says, I don't have a Chrome extension or the ability to control web browsers. So it failed on that, which is weird. I thought it would just pick it up automatically. Let's try, maybe there's a shortcut for that or something you're supposed to type in, but it doesn't seem to work for that. So this is Claude Desktop that we're going to test out. Can you use Claude Chrome extension? I say using Claude for Chrome, go to Google Docs and create a new blog post. It says, I don't have the ability to control your browser or use the Claude for Chrome extension. I can only interact with you through this chat interface. Okay, great. There must be a way, but it's not very obvious how you do it. It doesn't explain it on the website. Let's try something else. We'll just switch to Haiku, just see if that can use it. So you've got connectors, what style, research. Is it in our settings? I think this is good for you to see, because then you can see, okay, is it easy to use or is it not easy to use? So control Chrome. Do we have to install that? There we go. All right. So go back to new chat, control Chrome. So you can see now that's set up. So all you do is you just go to your settings, then you're going to go to extensions and set up control Chrome. Then in a new chat, I think we could probably use Opus 4.5 for this. Let's see. Yeah. So we can control Chrome with Opus 4.5, and it says, Claude wants to open URL from control Chrome. Okay, allow once. And then it's created a new blog post here. So this is a new Google Doc. Let's see if it's going to work. And then I'll put, okay, do this. It's a little bit clunky if you're using Claude Opus. Like you can see, I have to accept everything the first time I'm using it. I can select always allow, but I have to wait for the full blog to write out first. So I'm going to click on always allow now. And it says tool result could not be submitted. The request may have expired or the connection was interrupted. Not the best. Now, is it going to work its magic? It's struggling. Good. Says the Chrome connection seems unstable. Oh, and then it says, let me create the blog post as a document file instead, which you can then copy into Google Docs so I can try the Chrome approach again. Not the best, sir. Not the best, sunshine. So just to recap here, it failed to do anything on Claude Code and it failed on desktop as well. Thanos says, you can see browsers via ID like Cursor or Anti-Gravity. They will definitely add it later on. Got to leave tinkering, happy tinkering, excited for this new update. Yeah, so honestly, from what I see, it works okay, but it's not going to replace like humans or your virtual assistants anytime soon. Like it's just not that good. It's failed on probably half the tasks. So it's failed with Claude Desktop, failed with Claude Code, it failed on the Google Sheet test. The only thing it's really managed to do is speak to ChatGPT, and also it's managed to write a blog post inside Google Docs. All right, so it's okay, but it's not amazing. I probably won't be using it much at all. I do have some notes on it, so if you want to get those notes, you can get them inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. This community with 39,400 members. I did just want to show you today, does it work or does it not? Is it useful or is it not? And honestly, from what I've seen, it's not that useful just yet. It's going to take a little bit of time, all right? So I've shown you how to get access. If you want to get all the video links from today, you can get that inside the Claude AI browser agent section here. We've got useful links. We've got the full video notes on exactly how to use this, some homework assignments, etc. If you want to implement this inside your browser, you can. And that's basically how you can use it. I'm going to close these tabs. Very clunky, not that great, honestly. I don't see what the hype is about there at all. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to the video notes, get them inside the AI Success Lab. And if you want to get a community with 1,800 serious AI builders who are testing this stuff out, you can see that as soon as a new update comes out, straight onto it, and we post about it inside the AI Profit forums. You can see people sharing wins and that sort of thing. And here's what I would say. was useful, but it could be a lot better. If you want to see what actually works right now, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. It comes with all my best playbooks and automations, as you can see. So for example, if you want to learn how we create AI avatar videos, that's inside the AI Profit Boardroom. If you want to learn all the automations that help me grow my business, then that's inside it too. If you want to get clients, for example, we've got a full agency course. If you want to learn how to do AI SEO, we have a full automation course there. And we also have a full automation course on how to automate YouTube in just 6 weeks. On top of that, we have coaching calls 4 times a week. So you can get coaching, help, support, etc., advice on live calls, and you can join the community and really be part of something where we're growing and learning and winning together. We also have a limited time offer on right now. So if you sign up now, you will get all of this stuff, right? One of the things that I think is really useful is every week, my team burns about over 80 hours testing tools, AI workflows, and mostly trash, but a few game changers. And we give you a 5-minute breakdown of exactly what to use, what to avoid, and what to copy. And it's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. On top of that, you get DM access to me, you get unlimited VIP tech support, you get daily accountability groups, and you also get the live streams with us as well. So feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link inside the comments in the description.